I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought?
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week, daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.
What's going on, guys? This is the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I'm back with another video, and today, wow. So, got a bunch of things to say before we start the show. If you're new to the channel, I'm the Cowboy King of Entertainment, aka Anthony L. Lewis in real life. I do gaming, vlogging, podcasts, movie reviews, product review. Been vlogging my life since 2011. Every birthday, Christmas, Valentine's Day is on this channel. Even my honeymoon in Mexico, swimming with sharks. So if you find some content you like, because I do so much different types, each content or each video or live stream is in a playlist with similar content. So, with that being said, let's get into today. So today, man, we're going to cover a lot of stuff. Now, you guys are known, you know me for mostly covering gaming. I've always made it clear that I love a lot more stuff than gaming. A lot interests me, but I met a lot of you guys through gaming. My channel kind of blew up more because of gaming, because of Stadia days. So, this show usually is more around gaming. Now, I allow anybody to join. If anybody's watching, you're in the comments. I put the link to join. You click on it, it'll pull you in. Okay, let me say that. So if you want to be a part of the conversation and not just in the comments, feel free to jump on. Please don't come on. How do I even say this? I feel like we're adults, so I'm only really letting adults come on. So if you're under, 18, I'm not letting you on. So as adults, I want to ask you to have it in you to kind of know stuff that we shouldn't be showing. So I'll get to that. Today, we are going to cover Charlie Kirk. And if you don't know who he is, I'll be honest, I didn't know who he was until he actually passed away. So we're going to be covering Charlie Kirk, his death, him as an individual. You guys are welcome to bring up any topic you like, as always, even in the comments. I'll read your comments. If you say, hey, what about this? If you say, why don't you guys talk about this? I'll try to get to everything as best as possible. Now, we're going to bring up an individual who died. If you don't like anything he said, that's fine. I understand. What I would ask you, though, is can we be adults, right? And for my content, all right? Maybe you don't care. Maybe for you, you're like, I want to say F him and his family. That's totally fine for you. What I want to do is just ask on my channel for today's show, can we have a little bit more, what is the words I'm looking for? Just have a little bit more respect, should I say, towards his family, because the man did pass away, right? Now, you can bring up anything you want. We'll talk about anything. I believe somebody's going to bring up, was he racist? We could bring up anything. I'm just asking you guys as adults to go about it in a certain manner. Now, I am judge, jury, executioner. It's my channel. So I got a very big role to play. I don't want to have to pull somebody off, kick them off, but I will if I have to, because this is my channel. And also for the viewers that's watching. I think I want to put on a good show. I want it to be fun. I want it to be entertaining. But I want when you look back, you don't be like, man, I can't believe they said that. Like, and you know when you have that, I can't believe they said that moment. Anyway, but I'm allowing everybody to talk, everybody to speak their mind who wants to. You feel free to just chat in the comments. I'll try to read your comments. Feel free to click the button, jump on, be a part of the show, whatever. Now, please do not add a link showing this man getting shot, okay? I'm going to allow people to share their own content. So you got a slideshow, if you got videos, I'll put it up there. Now, we're not watching like a 3-minute video. We'll watch a little bit of stuff. We'll skip around. But please don't add him actually getting shot. Unless it's like, you know how people been blurring it out, like you see it, a white thing come over and then you hear the shot. But I don't want to, for YouTube purposes, I don't want to show him getting shot, all right? We're going to bring up the conversation with the woman who was stabbed in the train, from Ukraine. And, there's videos of her getting stabbed, right? I don't want to show her physically getting stabbed, so let's just refrain from showing that. Today, we're also going to talk about Tyler Perry, and his accuser came forward. Apparently, Tyler Perry was trying to position a guy to sleep with. And so anyway, he got the guy. It's been a known thing for a while. The guy's suing for a lot of money, but he finally actually came out and actually spoke. So we can put that to the back a little bit, and if we get to it, cool. Unless I just might start with it. So with that being said, I hope you have a good show. Just have a lot of fun. You guys know me. If you do or you don't, I just like to entertain. Hence the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I don't take stuff too seriously. I'm wearing a cowboy hat, for God's sake. So, and last week's episode was really cool. We actually talked about God and science. It was a good episode. It got a little crazy a little bit, but I just want to say respect other people's beliefs and opinions. Yes, disagree with it. Yes, debate it. Just go about it in a certain way. I don't need you to say F you and F you and F you. We don't need all of that. We just need you to ask somebody, okay, well, what's your point? Break it down for me, ask them a question, blah, blah, blah. So, with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. Hold up real quick before I do that. Let me get a couple pumps in real quick. All right, cool. Like I said, I don't take all of this. I don't take stuff too serious. I just like for people to enjoy being a part of, the channel. Let's have some fun. So that being said, I'm gonna grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair, and we're gonna get this thing going. And usually I'm kind of wearing a white beater or something because I work from home. But today I figured let me jazz it up a little bit. And all right. So first things first, I like to go to the comments, see what you guys are talking about. So let me put on my spectacles. All right, let's go. All right, so Lizard Ting is in the building. Said this stream's gonna be good with last week's events. Tell me about it. My man Maker Chaos is in the building. He said, "Oh man, Maker, what's going on?" Maker said, "I was hoping to be able to be on." Well, if you can, definitely click on the link, guys. I'm gonna pin the link in the chat. And so you guys could just it'll be there the whole time. If YouTube allows me. There you go. YouTube's acting a little crazy. Oh, you know what? I might have to put it in again. Obi Rose is in the building. What's going on, Obi? Obi, let me tell you something. Welcome to the Chosen Zone. What's up, Obi? My man Energy is in the building. Lizard Ting said, is the Ghost of Yote boycott on the menu today? We might have time for that. I'm not sure. Yo, what's going on, Chill Gaming? Oh, you know what? Yeah, because they are boycotting it because of the Charlie Kirk thing. So yeah, we'll bring it up. I'm sure. Listen, my guy FCat, he got stuff on lock. He always comes with a plethora of stuff he want to talk about. And I want to say that real quick. Guys, any of you could bring a topic. Any of you could give me a link to put up on screen. So I give FCat credit because whenever I said way back when, if you guys talk about whatever you want, he literally comes and does his homework and have a plethora of stuff. Sometimes the whole show is based off of what FCat want to talk about. So don't hate him. It's just that he's literally using the platform the way I wanted it to be used. All right. Oh, Ron Slusher's in the building. Put your ones up. Make sure you acknowledge Ron. All right. So we're going to get the show started. Let me do this. A little bit of cute laughter. That's my new puppy I just got. And I will have to say this. Now, I'm saying all this friendly kumbaya stuff. I'm not saying you guys can't, lean into somebody. I'm not saying you can't call somebody out if you feel like maybe they got facts wrong. I'm not saying you can't be like, what? I'm not saying you got to be all super nice, okay? What I am saying is, let's just be respectful. But you could be kind of, step in, lean in on somebody a little bit. Because honestly, I think everybody should feel like they're a winner. I think everybody should have a winning mentality or winning spirit. And if you're not a winner, you can't be mad if somebody end up pulling your card and you're a loser. But listen, don't take it from me, take it from...
And you know what winners say? Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying, I'm not here to babysit grown man feelings, but keep it respectful. Now, with that being said, we're going to get into the show. So I'm going to pull on my real life best friend. He is a very articulate, smart individual. Such a nice guy. Love this guy. I would jump in front of a train for him. And I'm very happy that we've been friends since high school. And so I'm going to bring on my guy, Mr. Matthias. And he's a great guy. He annoys me sometimes too. So don't think he doesn't. I ain't going to be all on his side. I already know one thing you want to bring up. I already disagree with. So just saying, I wanted to introduce him because I love this guy. Been in my life for a very long time. Knew my kids since they was babies. And and it's great that we're older now. We got kids and blah blah blah. So coming in right now is none other than MT3 Stallion. Some of you guys know him as, but Matthias is in the building. M3. What's
Hello.
going on,
Nice to be here. Welcome, America. Thank you for having me. First off, love is key. I want to first give my deepest condolences to the families in Evergreen, Colorado. My heart aches for the parents and the victims. It's been a tough year. My heart breaks for all the families of victims from senseless violence, and we've seen this year that have been overshadowed since 9/10. My deepest condolences to the Kirk family. No family should have to experience that. Like no family at all. And I'll only use that to segue into all this could be avoided if we were a true Christian nation and we practice more love from the very beginning. Like I don't think gun control or anything is the answer. Love is the answer. Like if you follow Jesus, you should, above all things, his message will love.
All right, man, I definitely agree with you. I think that's a great message. Funny, this guy talking about Jesus. Anyway, we'll get into that. But man, listen. Here's the link. I think Obi said, "Where's the link?" So if you guys want to join, definitely. Oh yeah, Obi said, "Wait, is this the guy I was playing Tekken with?" Yes, this is this M3 that you was playing Tekken with. Yeah, that was kind of cool. You guys all met through Tekken. So just wanted to pull you on here, M3. I'm going to put you back to the side. I'm going to bring you back on. I want to introduce each person, and then so we'll be back, all right? All right, guys, give it up for M3 Stallion. Let's go. All right, so next, all right, cut that. I want to bring on a guy who is very dear to my heart. Knew him for probably 3 years now, something like that, close to 3 years. Got to meet him in person. We planned this for over a year. I said, when I move to Florida, I'll be closer to you in Mississippi, and I would literally drive and meet you. So this year, I got to meet him on his birthday, matter of fact. And great guy, great family, super Southern hospitality, as you guys would like to say, or I want to say. So definitely became a great, friend of mine. We play every single week. The We Wrestle Wednesdays, and so he is definitely became like my right-hand man when it comes to that. When I forget something, he knows it off the back of his head. So I want to bring in none other than Energy Crisis is in the building. Let's go. Energy.
What up, Cowboy?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Well, I mean, it could be better, could be a lot worse. It's kind of been one of them months. But yeah, I kind of want to piggyback on something that M3 just pointed out. I mean, I'm not really the religious type, but there is something that Charlie Kirk said a while back that I want to paraphrase and just kind of keep in mind. He said, if we can't talk, if we can't communicate, bad things tend to happen. If a marriage, if spouses don't communicate, the marriage ends in divorce. If a nation can't communicate, civil war breaks out. So we have to be able to take uncomfortable issues and things we disagree on and communicate, because when we communicate, violence is not an option. Right? We need to get back to that. We've gotten too far away from it in America, and this country was founded on being able to talk stuff out, hash it out, and come to some kind of agreement, or to agree to disagree. Like there's some things that you're going to say that you're not going to convince me to change my mind on. Some things I'm going to say that I'm not going to convince you to change your mind on.
Yeah.
But we still need to be able to have a conversation about these issues, no matter how difficult they are.
Definitely. You and me, we were just talking earlier. We were saying every week we disagree on so much different stuff, and we have a great conversation.
Yeah, every week.
It's cool. Like that's a conversation. That's Anyway, definitely.
And on top of that, like, who wants to talk to nothing but people that agree with them 100% on everything?
Right.
That's
like,
when
it's no fun in
boring,
that.
man. There's nobody challenges you on anything. Nobody calls you on your nonsense. Like it gets boring.
Right.
Like,
I agree.
Nobody wants to be surrounded by a bunch of yes men.
Great. Well, Energy, I will definitely bring you back on. Let me bring on the next guest. Guys, give it up for Energy Crisis. And by the way, guys, I did interview him. He actually used to wrestle himself. You guys got to check that out. It was great. Good times. But we're talking a bit. Give it up. Next, I want to bring on this guy. He needs no introduction. A lot of you guys know him. And if you don't, you will know him. I got to give him a lot of credit, man. I will be honest. Sometimes as a content creator, you get a little lazy. You get a little relaxed. And, you know, my job, I love hosting. But I love being in the mix of it with everybody. But my guy, FCat, I have to say, man, he is became a true friend. Listen, like Energy said, we don't like yes men. Me and FCat do not agree on everything. And I try to call him out whenever I can. And he called me out whenever he can. But I will say he has added so much content to my channel. And it used to be Holtz was the person who's been on the most amount of content on my channel. Nobody could get near FCat. FCat, for I don't even know how many years, almost been on the show every single week. And to the point where he had his own segment on the show, had his own show at one point. And so I do always want to give credit where credit is due. That's always me. I don't care if I don't like you or not, but if you did something that I feel is worthy of credit, I will definitely say it. So want to definitely thank my guy FCat for always coming on, being laughter. You know, sometimes it'd be serious and he take it a little low. Sometimes he might drive me crazy when he's cutting somebody off or something, whatever. But I definitely appreciate you, FCat. And I want to say that in public. I try to say it as much as I can. So this guy, he doesn't get just a regular introduction. He gets an intro. Oh, I'm sorry. I just be rocking out to that. But bring in none other than my guy, F the Cat. FCat, what's going on, man?
Thank you. Yo, chillin'. Yeah, so basically everybody, all gaming news will be compiled for next week. The only games we have on the docket is the Ghost of Yote, like that one guy mentioned, and Helldivers 2. So all other gaming stuff that'll be for next week. But I do want to say it's just been crazy. I didn't really know who this guy was, and I was really struck by him getting shot like that. And not that I agree with everything he said, but he did some pretty crazy triggery stuff for some people. But I mean, it's whatever, man. Like, you shouldn't have to see that. And I don't like how like, you know how he's Coco guy.
I think it's breaking up a little bit.
You had said that you like Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep, I was childhood. Hulk Hogan was like my childhood hero, man.
Yeah, I never really liked him as a wrestler, not because of whatever you said, but not so much as a wrestler. For me, I only liked him when he went into NWO. I'd always thought he had, he was pretty casual, generic wrestler with the cringiest promos and girly leg drop, And you and me disagree on that, and we have that right to. And it's all about opinions, and you just talk them out. It shouldn't have to go to violence,
No, listen, 1,000%. If you think about it, there's always going to be stuff that we disagree with in life. But all right, FCAT, let me bring on the next person real quick, and then I'm going to bring everybody back on. But as usual, FCAT, just want to say I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you, and let's have a good show.
No doubt.
All right, guys, let me go to the chat, though. My man Goon Squad is in the building. Chill Gaming is in the building. Let's see. TPG is in the building. And remember, the link is right here if you guys do want to come on the show. We already got a bunch of people already, so it's going to be, we're gonna get through everybody, let everybody get a chance to speak. So depends on the format, depends on what the format's going to be, depending on how many people are here and how much they have to say. So we'll see that. Goon Squad said, I hope you talk about the black guy that was found hung with his legs broke, and they said he committed suicides. Stuff is crazy. You know what? I didn't even hear about that, but definitely thanks for bringing it up. Definitely remind me to pull that up. What's going on? Razor's Tech Corner is in the building. What's going on, my brother? How you been, man? So let me bring up the next person. Who is next? I think you was in here before the other person. So we're going to bring on none other than a guy who is a good friend of mine, but he drive me crazy just as much. You guys all know at one point in time he was banned from this channel. We don't need to get into it. But, at the end of the day, I call a lot of you guys friends. I spent a lot of time with you guys, whether playing video games or just chatting with you guys like this. Being in it on the Discord or a chat or whatever. So I want to bring in none other than a controversial figure of his own because he is a lifelong fanboy, if you will, of none other than PlayStation, bringing in none other than Mr. TPG. What's going on, man?
Oh, man, who's saying this shit that I'm a fanboy of PlayStation? I don't know. I'm a real Xbox guy. Didn't you guys know? I
don't even know what TPG stands for. But
I know, right? No one knows.
All right. What's up, man? How you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Kind of just right now I'm messing around with WWE 2K25.
Okay.
Yeah, because tomorrow the new DLC pack comes out, and guess what? Goldberg will actually be in my island.
I've seen that. That's I'm mad about that because I don't play My Island, so I guess I might have to start playing.
I play My Island, I guess.
Yeah, that's smart though. But yeah, man. So I wanted to pull you on here. Are you ready for some non-gaming topics today?
Sure. I mean, there's stuff outside of video games? This is new.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I heard about someone named Kirk and something.
Something. So we'll definitely get into it. So I'll bring you back. Let me go to the next person, TPG, and I'll see you in a little bit. All right. So coming up next is gonna be in the building. This guy. Wait. Let me go to the chat real quick before I go there. My man David Wilson is in the building. He said, hey, just swinging by. What up, Cowboy? And the chat, what's going on, David Wilson? Listen, bro, I heard you got to meet the maker of Chaos in person. I'm so jealous. One day, man, I'll be over in the UK or England or Europe or wherever. And I would love to meet you in person. But, definitely thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And what's going on, Razor's Tech? I appreciate you popping in, man. Definitely. Let me go to a guy that I know outside of this, a guy that I met in person. You guys might call him Hitbox Rose. I like to call him OB Rose Kenobi as one of his alias. And if we're talking on the phone, I may call him by his real name. But coming in right now, a good friend of mine. Last week, I'll be honest, he kind of started the trend. So I love doing non-gaming streams. And last week he came on and we were talking about God and science. And he talked a lot. He had a plethora of information. It was really cool. And, unfortunately what happened since that episode last week, Tuesday, it made me say I definitely want to do another non-gaming episode because it was pretty good. Let me see. My guy Wilson said, we had a blast, bro. It was awesome. Gave me an itch to meet so many more of you too. Definitely, bro. Listen, I got a family in Birmingham, and if I ever come to UK, I'm gonna find you. So, and I keep saying UK. I know that's not geographically correct. I think I'm supposed to say Europe, but I appreciate it, man. But so let's bring in none other than the guy. Whenever you hear me say welcome, well, you know what? We'll do it together. So let's bring on none other than Obi Rose Kenobi.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Chosen Zone. Obi, what's up, man?
What's going on with you, bro? Listen, I'm a little under the weather. I really will not be here long. I got an appointment at like 6:20. But I just want to ask one question because I know you're talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. First and foremost,
correct.
Real quick, first and foremost, M3, I think Matt, that dude, it's finally good to put the face in. He was tearing me up with Brian, bro. I had to learn that matchup. My man is dirty. All right, listen. I just got one question, man. I'm being dead serious. One, first, condolences to families and all that. I don't think anybody should be shot for an opinion. Like, you shouldn't be hit for opinions. It's called a discussion, right? It's horrible. Now, real quick, I got this message about what happened, and everybody was coming at me. At least I felt like everybody was coming at me because they were like, see, the Christian guy, it's the Christian. I'm like, whoa, what is happening? So long story short, I kind of posed a question, and this is the question I want to ask to you on the panel. I find it very interesting, and it's more a statement. I find it very interesting. Anybody, and I don't know if this dude was racist or not. I'm not here to say he was. I'm not here to say he wasn't. But I find it very interesting when racism meets Christianity, because it's very weird to me. Like, this guy Jesus apparently is from Bethlehem and he's Jewish. How do we get racism here? You see what I'm saying? Like that, one contradicts the other. Really
so listen, listen. We can start. I know you got to go, so we can start the panel. I got one other person to introduce, and we literally can start this off. Yeah, we literally can start it off with your question.
Yeah,
so
that's the question. I'm like, hey, interesting. So,
all right, so I'll be right back. So guys, want to bring in another guy that definitely became a friend of mine because we both Jersey boys. Actually, M3's a Jersey boy, but he no longer lives in Jersey right now. He actually lives in Arkansas. And Obi Rose is a Jersey boy, and he still lives in Jersey, so he's holding it down. And this next guy, and I got to say, I used to live in Jersey, but now I live in Florida. But this next guy is a Jersey boy. He's definitely, you guys know him from being around. Listen, he will speak his mind. He almost got two personalities because sometimes he's just chill, gaming, and sometimes you know him as Jersey's finest. So I want to bring up none other than my guy, Jersey, a.k.a. Chill Gaming, is in the building. Let's go! What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
It's another Tuesday, man. What's up with you? Talk to me.
So, yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Kirk and his family, man. It's terrible with times we live in with all the violence, school shootings, political violence, and all that, and crazy protesting. And this world needs to get some cleansing here, man. I agree with a lot of people that just because somebody has their opinions, they don't need to be unalived. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I actually was supposed to work overtime.
Okay.
But, it was an option. It was going to be to like 10 o'clock at night. And I said, yeah, but then like we were supposed to do something. And then we ended up doing another thing. I said, yeah, I'm not staying for that. No, I'm going to go home. And then I seen your post. I'm like, oh, okay. I got time now. I'm going to go on Cowboy Show. I've been trying to get on your show on Tuesdays for like 3 months.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's kind of bad. I've been, but other than that, you know, you got a show to do, but real quick, we've been playing Borderlands. Next week, Dying Light comes out. So we get into that. But yeah, you can go ahead and start, man. I'll definitely speak my opinions here.
Definitely. All right, well, I'll be right back with you, Jersey. Guys, give it up for none other than Jersey's finest. Let's go. All right, guys. And a lot of these guys are content creators as well, so I'll get a point where I'll put up the links for their channels and stuff. Jersey is a content creator. Actually, I was on his podcast about 2 weeks ago. Had a great conversation about gaming, and it was really cool. We definitely do. Energy said we got a stacked chat, so we're gonna definitely try to get to it. So I will say this: I'm gonna bring everybody back in. We'll all be in here. I want to make it clear. I have the task of funneling around, trying to be a host, make sure everybody get to speak, try to stop people from cutting people off. So I got a lot of tasks, a big task ahead of me, as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people on the show. We definitely had more before, but this, this is going to be real interesting. So please do me a favor if you can. When somebody's talking, let them, listen, I'm not saying you can't cut somebody off, but let them at least kind of understand the premise of where they was going, and we'll try to do that. We have a free-for-all. Everybody could kind of speak. If it gets a little too bad, then we'll just have one by one people speak. But, just be, I think the thing is sometimes we don't even listen to what somebody's saying. We just want to wait for them to shut up to say what we want to say next. So just try to at least hear somebody out if you want to say something next. That way, maybe you'll have a full thought or rebuttal to something they already said. So with that being said, I think earlier, like Energy said, I don't want a bunch of, my bad, knock my microphone over. I don't want a bunch of yes men. I apologize. I meant to do this, and I muted myself. So what I was saying was, why I muted myself, I guess a good thing I did, because I know I got a lot of feedback going on, because I accidentally knocked my microphone down. But what I want to say is, yeah, definitely, be respectful. We don't want a bunch of yes men. I want you guys to say exactly what you want to say. Just be, respectful the way you say it. Don't cut anybody off, like I was saying. Kind of let them get their point out a little bit, and then maybe jump in there a little bit and cut them off, or say what you got to say. But just make it, hopefully it's on point. Again, it's 7 people. It's not going to be, the easiest, but we'll definitely get through it. So with that being said, now that I fixed my microphone. Let me make sure my microphone didn't disconnect. Okay, it's still the correct microphone. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to bring on you guys. Coming in, none other than M3 Stallion. None other than Energy Crisis. None other than F the Cat. None other than Hitbox Rose. TPG Jers. We're all in the building. So, guys, so let's do this. I know Hitbox can't be here that long. So let's start off. He had... Now, help me with the way you are phrasing this. I think it's a statement you said, or do you want to turn it into a question?
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out, I guess it's a question, man. Like, we all know, like, different denominations and all this and that, right? And I'm not here to attack that. I'm just here to ask the question. How can you be Christian and racist? I don't understand that. Once again, I don't know nothing about the dude Charlie Kirk. I didn't know who he was until the unfortunate accident happened. But I started seeing a whole bunch of stuff about, apparently he was racist, said Martin Luther King was bad, black women don't know this or that. I don't know if this dude said this. You know what I mean? And that's my issue. Before I listen to anybody, I always do research. I will research something for a year. Well, not a year, but like 3 months before I actually speak on it.
You're a little low.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is that better? My bad.
I think you,
Yeah, I can actually answer that.
This is really important.
The Kirk affirmative action quote.
It's actually been a tactic that left wing has used since the 60s. Whenever their political opponents are starting to make a little bit too much sense, or they're starting to ask the right questions and get people thinking, what they'll do is they'll do anything they can to discredit the other side. They'll either start calling them conspiracy theorists, or they'll start calling them racist, xenophobic, homophobic, whatever. They call them whatever they will to shut them up. And it was only in about 2016 where the other side of the political aisle got tired of just capitulating and shutting their mouths, and they started hitting back. And that's when the rhetoric got amplified by one side, who is now calling for everybody to lower the temperature that they raised. So it's
I hear you.
a lot of what Charlie was saying, like it's not him being racist, it's him asking questions, and it's him bringing up points that people seem like they're afraid to talk about. You know, it's like if they don't agree with it, they're going to call it racist. They're going to call it whatever they can to try to shut him up. And he's just not one to shut up.
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let me jump there real quick. So also, as we do this, because there's 7 of us, I know Rose is going to leave at some point. Let's try to if we could summarize what we're going to say. I know it's going to be hard. Real quick, I think the question you asked, and it's funny because this has come up a bunch of times. People's like, oh, he's racist. Now, I didn't bring up the fact that he was Christian, but I heard very little of what he said, and I know the man has thousands of interviews and meetings and debates. Everything I've heard, I didn't take it as he was racist. I'm black. I took it as he literally was a little polarizing. I feel like anytime you get popular, it's like, you look at Jerry Springer, look at Howard Stern. You just look at people who say it how it is and say it in a certain way that it kind of push buttons. So for me, everything I heard, I didn't hear. I didn't think he was racist. I thought he might be selfish. He might have said some stuff that maybe, wouldn't benefit black people or would benefit white people, but I didn't take that as he was racist. I took it as he was selfish. So we'll definitely get into it. I just wanted to throw that out there real quick.
Yeah,
but
I'm not saying
I wanted to counter energy crisis thing because I keep hearing this whole it's only one side thing.
Okay.
And I saw the news guy have that huge crash out on TV yelling at the girl about this whole it's both sides thing is bullshit. No, it is both sides, and the sooner people realize that it's both sides, the better off we'll be, because we don't need to be pointing fingers, because that's just gonna increase the fires.
I hear
Cowboy made me lose train of thought, but yeah, go.
I hear that 100%, Cat, and I agree with you. The problem is you're going to need government to at least run. So there's always going to be a red or a blue, right? And I don't know what side anybody falls on.
Right.
I'm just saying, and like I said, let me remove Charlie Kirk from this instance right here, right? All right. There was a girl. Her name was Heather Heil. She got killed in West Virginia a couple years ago by a group called I think it was the Proud Boys or something. I don't know. I do not know. I don't remember 100%. My question is, how can you be Christian and be racist? Like, that just blows my mind straight from the foundation.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Please.
Okay,
I would love to hear
I think the reason why a lot of people who are racist are Christian is because they've used that religion to justify their means. I think
I would tread lightly on that, brother.
But hear me out.
Be careful.
That still doesn't make sense, because if you're racist, you care about one group, right? Let's say I was a white guy, and I'm like, oh man, all black people should burn in hell. Oh, okay, Hitler, whatever the craziest racist thing I can come up with to say is, right? And then I'm like, oh, make sure you go to church on Sunday. It doesn't equate, because this guy Jesus, who was Christian,
he was a giant pacifist.
He was Jewish. That's why I'm so confused, because I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
Dude, brother, let me just say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let TPG jump in.
You're trying to apply logic in a non-logical world. Let's be fair.
You're right.
America's where logic goes to die. Let's be real.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't know if I agree with that point, but I agree with the first part.
Yeah, I agree with the first part. You're right. I'm trying to apply logic to it, because
Rose, to your point, real quick. Yeah, I think the thing is, two can be the same, which is strange, right? So you can okay.
Cowboy, can I
You
say
can
something real
call
quick? 'Cause I know
yourself
Rose
a
has
Christian.
to go. You
Okay,
heard me?
huh?
I just want to say this real quick because I know Rose has to go, and I know it's
Good
almost
to hear from you,
20.
Jersey. Been a minute.
So
since
what's
I heard
up,
your
brother?
voice,
So I just want to say
bro.
this, man. I need to ask Rose and FCAT just real quick. FCAT, I'll start with you. How long have you watched Charlie Kirk, if at all? Okay, Rose, how long have you watched Charlie Kirk, if at all?
Honestly, I didn't know who the guy was until last Tuesday,
Okay.
and that was my point. When I saw the things and they were like, he was racist, and they were putting the clips that he said, I'm like, well, this is probably taken out
You
of
see,
context.
and I'm gonna be
And
real
then
with
my
you,
next-
right? Yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna chime in here. So I've been watching, like, I've been really hurt by this. I've been watching this guy for 8 years, right?
Okay.
Oh,
And
wow. Yeah, you got the
I can
invested.
see
Yeah.
where a lot of people will get misconstrued by clips and headlines, right? And there's a
Mhm.
lot of people, even the black community, hell, even freaking South Korea is marching from UK. 1 million people marched for him, along with other protests. But he was not racist at all, bro. For example,
Yeah,
I'll give
I'm
you
not
guys
saying
one
he was.
example where people got misconstrued, got it misinformed, right? He said, I can't even paraphrase. I'm just trying to remember. I'll try to find. I'll send it to Cowboy a little later if I can find it. In the words of this, it's like he was talking about a black pilot.
Yeah, he said, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy,
is messing up.
Qualified.
Yeah, he goes. He wants the excellence pilot, the most qualified pilot. He don't care about color. DEI and all that. He said is messing up the qualifications. It's kind of bringing the standards down.
But
Yeah,
I would just like to make a counter to that. How does he know that pilot's a DEI hire? Maybe he is qualified.
Because
that wasn't what he was saying, though. What he was just simply saying is, if you could choose a color of your skin versus excellence, that's what he was
you
choosing.
have the qualifications of being the excellent student of the pilot school, right? Rather than just picking somebody of color or anybody of color.
I would encourage people to take like anything you see in the media, no matter who says it. I don't care if it's CNN or Fox, whatever.
Yeah, it's gotta
whatever
be
they're
context.
saying about somebody, I would encourage you to do your own research and read into and
'Cause that guy-
bring up
yeah.
the clip that they're talking about or bring up the person that they're talking about and do your own research about what was actually said, because the
That's why I'm
media
asking-
is going to twist shit every
Exactly.
single
That's
time
why I'm asking,
without fail.
That's why I'm asking a question, because there was somebody who died years ago, and when CNN reported on him, like kind of like you, Jersey, I've been watching this guy since 2016. This dude died, and they put in an article, "Flat Earther anti-vaxxer," and this man never said anything. You know, he was far from it. And I'm like,
See what I'm saying?
Wow.
Of course.
See how they
Yeah,
twist
no,
that
I'm
stuff?
not. Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy, right?
That's what I'm saying. I never said dude. I think it's stupid on it. Oh, let him burn. Like, yo, y'all need to chill. That could be your daughter, your mama,
Of course,
your son.
you know, CNN can't even accurately report on a story about the president feeding fish in China. So, I mean, I don't like,
Well, I think one of the things that I seen was I remember and I don't follow politics at all. I don't really have any side at all, so I should be clear. But I remember when somebody said to me, they said, "Oh, did you hear what Trump said? He said you should drink cleaning products." I said, "Bro, I'm pretty sure he didn't say this." He said, "No, he said that." I said, "Here's the thing. Here's the thing with context." I said, "Before I believe that, and I'm not a Trump supporter or anything. I have no affiliation, but just logic told me." Now, he very well could have said that, but I said I need to see context. Meaning, what was the sentence before that sentence and what followed? Because anybody, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a content creator. I do this, and I did this TPG. TPG did this to me. But as content creators, we'll take a clip, one little section, and make a video about it. And if you don't do your due diligence and go back and see what the person said before or after, then you don't get the context of it, and you don't know if it was a joke. You don't know if you don't know the full context. So another thing with Charlie Kirk, a lot of people are putting a lot of stuff out there, but even myself, I never watched the whole thing. I just seen little clips. But every clip I seen, I personally, and me being black, from what I've seen, I don't think he was racist. But let's go from somebody who might think M3. You take the floor.
Okay, so one of my main points that I even wrote this out. Like, I was going to say, Charlie Kirk is a undeniable pivotal figure. He was a champion for the Republican left. I don't have a political affiliation, but some of the things he did say, I went to make sure he actually said them. And I'm glad we started off with the pilot thing, because that was one of the first things. Now my thing's always ask questions first, right? He did say, and I literally watched him say it, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Now, he did clarify it was in response to the DEI laws. But most people, when they get into these discussions, and because I only heard about him 2 months ago, and he was really debating like college students about politics. I don't care about politics, so I ignored it. Then this unfortunate incident happened, and I found out he was a racist, and I was like I didn't know he was a racist. And then I started watching. I watched the clips of him actually saying these things. So I took a pause and listened to what he said. Right now, on the surface, people are making the conversation about DEI. Is the person truly qualified? The best person should have the job. That is true. But when you take a step back, and it is like the question is, it makes me question his intelligence, right? He's no longer here to, for me to debate him. Aunt knows I debate really well. So I would have loved for him to say that out loud. He's either callous, like if the middle ground, at worst, he's a racist.
I think you would have enjoyed debating him.
Yeah. At best, he was ignoring certain facts when you say something. So maybe he was saying it for shock factor, because whether it's he also talked about doctors and things like that. And I'll talk to someone about it.
Well, can I say something real quick, Anthony? Real quick. I do want to say, me personally, I think it was more shock value. If you look at today, and remember, he had a podcast, he had everything. Like I said, Howard Stern, Jerry Springer. If you take certain people, even Donald Trump, like Trump, he could say the worst thing ever, and he knows how to turn it to get attention on him, whether it's bad or not. But you learn that not every bad press is going to harm you, right? You need to get eyes on you. I think Charlie Kirk from the last scene, I think he's smart enough to know I'm going to say something, and it's going to make you raise your eyebrow. But I feel like even if it had no DAI, I'm black, and he walked up and we were standing in line and getting on the airplane, and he said, "Man, I sure hope that it's a black pilot." And I was standing behind him. He said, "I sure hope he's excellent." I don't see anywhere that's racist.
Okay, but here's where it goes. When he said he's hoping he's qualified, I paused and was like, and an instant joke came to my mind. An instant joke came to my mind. It's like,
well, can I say something real quick? I'm getting a phone call that says political call. What the hell?
What the hell?
That is strange.
The joke goes like this. What was he in line at the airport, and then all of a sudden the stewardess was like, "Okay, we need somebody to fly the plane," and the black man said, I'll do it," and he was the first one picked.
The argument's been there since affirmative action, though. Do you want somebody hired because they're the best person for the job, or do you want them hired just because they're black, or just because they're a woman, or just because they're gay? It doesn't matter. All of that stuff, that doesn't matter. What matters is, are you qualified for the job?
Now, do you realize what it takes to become a pilot?
It takes a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it takes a hell of a lot. So
your math skills got to be perfect.
Is he ignoring the fact that it takes a hell of a lot to become a pilot?
And I can't remember the exact statistics, but there's a hell of a lot of air traffic controllers right now that were hired under the Biden administration, that was specifically because they're transgender, this or that or the other, and the quality of their work is not that great.
Yeah, that's a separate. It's a connecting issue.
But that goes into the argument.
It does. I'm not saying it doesn't, but when we talk
is it the best qualified person, or is it a DEI hire? Is it an affirmative action hire? That's the first thing that runs through your mind after so many.
Y'all got me wondering if I got my job because I'm black.
Now let me ask you.
The thing about it all is they could be qualified. The thing that people forget is that in this country, you're not, judged on your religion, race, whatever, to get a job. Like people forgot that. It's like people forgot that.
That wasn't always.
And now they're turning it into a political thing. DEI.
FCAT, I agree with whoever just said that. That wasn't always true, man. Like, listen, man, I'm just going to be real with you. If I've experienced racism and prejudice, I'll tell you prejudice is worse, okay? Racism is bad, but I remember in 95, living where I lived, I was considered the N-word, real, and it sucked because when I would go to the hood where Cowboy is from, they would call me the white boy, and it was horrible to experience. I could never be racist myself, truth be told. It takes too much to hate people. But the point is this, as a black person, you really, like I said, you really don't know why you're getting the job. Am I the most qualified or am I a DEI hire? And it sucks if they hire me because I'm a DEI hire, but I really am the most qualified. I don't even get a fair chance. It's horrible.
In an instance with the
we would have where I lived at back in the day, we would have beat Rose up for walking around with chains hanging from his jeans.
So he had So he also had another one that he did on Surrounded, where he talked about the slavery or something. That things were better for black people during the slavery times or something like that.
Okay, can we just acknowledge? Can we acknowledge something about that Surrounded show? It's trash to begin with. Like, come on.
No, but here's the thing. What FCAT is doing. Is a good point to make. What he's bringing up is different things he said. Now, what I want to say is I like the debate of it, right? So if he said things was better during slavery for black people, you have to dissect it. So, okay, what does that mean? So again, I think what he does is he bring up statistics. So there's two things going on. One, statistics, right? If you say like, okay, his point was there's more black marriages, there was more black fathers in a home, right? So you bring up I think what he does, he bring up statistics that you like, okay, statistics says it was more of this. And again, he's not going super far back. That's what we gotta let people know. He's not going far back where it was slavery was just all common. He's going back where we were getting out of slavery, but there were still some people that had slaves. So he's going to a time period where there was an abundance of some positivity for black people. He's saying statistically it was higher than now, right? But then on the other hand, it's like, bro, there still was slaves. So I think that's the hard part, because if we
there's
can't
more
separate
slaves now than there ever have been.
Hold on.
I said, there's more slaves worldwide now than there ever have been. Most of them are sex slaves and child slaves.
In the 40s and the 50s, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that when like the black wall market thing happened? Or the black where they murdered all them black people for being real rich?
And it was more instances than just Black Wall Street, but that was the most popular.
That was the most, okay, and I don't know. That's why I'm asking, because I'm like, and once again, I don't know what the dude did or didn't say. You know what I mean? I'm not coming at him. I don't know. I don't know the guy, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he was a racist, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm just asking the question.
He pretty much touched on a lot of topics. I mean, Orson, like I mentioned, the Surrounded thing. Like, he was asked, would you make your daughter deliver if she got raped or whatever? And he was like, yes. And the girl was like, oh, I hope your daughter gets away from you.
All right, well, that's maybe like but I think, let me ask you guys this though: if I said statistics shows that there was more black fathers in a time period that there were slaves, and I said I think that time period was better for black fathers, right? Does that make me a racist? Because
hold on, I'm sorry.
I gotta wonder where you pull that source from, man.
So,
I
know he's got to leave, but again, going back to what I said earlier, I would encourage you to go back and watch a bunch of his old debates where he'd go on the college campuses, because he was really effective at using the Socratic method to ask people questions to challenge their own beliefs. And that's
we got a learned person here. That's what I'm talking about.
He also did have his own
show.
He had his own show. He had his own podcast. But that was his main thing. He would go to college campuses and he'd use basically the same thing that Socrates did back in ancient Greece. He would start asking questions.
Hey, Rose, don't miss your appointment and try to blame us.
I'm trying to say bye to all y'all.
Yo, real talk. Real talk, Obi. You don't think Jesus went to a lot of crowds of people, and people debated him, and he had radical ideas at the time?
Let me tell you
to these people.
I know for a fact he went through it, bro. All right, this man said me and God are the same exact person, and the Pharisees and Sadducees having no parts of it. That man listen, we thought Osama was number one on the hit list. No, Christ was that man. They were
Right.
they tried to throw him off a cliff after that. Like,
And they hated and they celebrated his death. Look where we are. They celebrated his death.
Hold on, wait.
I got a problem. I got a problem with comparing Charlie Kirk to Jesus, because Jesus was actually, a good person. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't like what he said.
No, that's fine. For
the record,
No, it's a figuratively.
I will say this. I don't think he deserved
not
to die.
literally comparing him to Jesus.
Charlie's not coming back.
I just want to say
he's
this.
not coming back from the
PPG, I'm
dead.
just going to say this real loudly. Be careful what you're saying.
Well, okay. Let me just say.
Reword it. Think about it, because there's a lot of people getting fired over their. Just
I
be
got
careful.
no job. I got no job. You can't fire someone who's got no job.
Hey, listen. You're on.
Real quick, everybody. I gotta bounce. I love all y'all. Seriously, stay vigilant, and I'm not saying that to be funny. I'm serious, man. You get shot for having an opinion.
Head on
Cowboy Show.
That's facts, bro. That's totally facts.
Yeah, man. All right, Rose. I'll talk to you, brother.
All y'all have a good one. Yeah, I'm being in the chat.
Okay.
Listening and arguing with y'all.
Be good,
All
Obi.
right.
Yep.
Later. Oh no, I want TPG. So here's the thing. So TPG, just state what you didn't like. Like, let us know, like, what did you hear that he said, and even if you heard some, what didn't you like? What made you not like him?
So, really, at the end of the day, what I didn't like about Charlie Kirk is he just said, I honestly thought he was kind of a grifter. The best way to put it. I think he said outrageous things to get people's attention to buy the show products. I think South Park did an excellent joke about him, where basically everyone's now a conservative Charlie Kirk wannabe, because guess what? That makes money. Charlie Kirk was worth millions of dollars, I read online. It's like, how is someone worth this much money, and all he does is spew political points that, if anyone else would say, it would have gotten canceled. But because
I think you're wrong on that, but yeah, you're totally wrong on that. Why do you think Charlie Kirk is a grifter? You have to back that up. See, this is why I'm like, you can't call somebody something and not back it up. Why do you think he's a grifter?
Because he was saying things that were outrageous, and he probably knew they were outrageous, and he would sell products on his channel. I mean, come on.
It's not outrageous. Listen, I'm gonna be real, everybody here. It's not outrageous when you're speaking truth. It's truth. People don't like the ugly truth, and it's truth, brother.
Truth hurts.
This guy was smart as hell, and even if he was black, Asian, Mexican, it doesn't matter. The point is this: is like he's very read. He's very well read and spoken, and intellect, dude, is high as hell. Right. The point is, he was talking to our youth, colleges, and all that, trying to open, I'm not him, obviously. I don't have the right words, but I'm just saying, like, he had everybody really critical thinking skills were coming, like, getting higher.
I'm not saying he deserves.
Thinking, like, wait a minute.
Sorry.
He was trying to get kids to open their minds. Because
just have an open dialogue, and he let everybody speak, bro. No matter if you were trans, gay, left,
if you
right,
disagree
middle,
with them, that's
whatever.
who he wanted to talk to. Because your mind is like a parachute, man.
So let me ask you a question then. So M3, you and me, we was having a conversation on the phone last night.
Yeah.
So I said, save it for this. So right now, I feel like we're up in the air. So TPG didn't like him, but he feel like he was outspoken, and he was, and he did that shock value to make money. I feel like he's intelligent enough to know that he spoke in a certain way. He was very intellectual, but he knew he was definitely saying stuff that got people attention, and it made people want to come and debate him, right? But I don't know about him selling products and all that. I don't know that much about him, but TPG might be right. My question is for you, M3. So tell me why you're an intelligent guy. Just give me like some points where you feel that you heard some stuff and why you felt he was racist.
Okay, yeah. The first thing I was going to go off was the pilot thing. Like, for him to say that you have to, like, everybody's aware of what you have to go through to become a pilot, right?
Yeah, but what I will say about that is I don't think so. If you say excellent, right?
No. I'm not talking about excellence. Okay. But he said he ended his phrase with I sure hope he's qualified, right? So I'm like, my first thought was, what, were you at the airport? And then they were just like, oh, we need somebody to fly the plane. I'll do it.
The word he used was qualified.
Yeah, the word he used was qualified.
Okay.
For him to say that, and I've heard that he's intelligent. Why would he, like? You either have to be racist, if you are aware, like what you're saying, or you are unaware of the requirements of being a pilot.
What was the question?
So maybe for him to say that for shock value, at worst he's a racist. At best he was he was ignoring what it takes to become a pilot. In that instance, I have more of the back up. But if he and the middle ground is he's just callous and he like the shock value thing. He's just a callous person that just doesn't care what
he was trying. I honestly believe his strategy was, when you actually think about it, like it's actually a genius strategy. It's get people enraged, and when people are enraged, they're engaged, and when they're engaged, they watch your stuff. They they get mad. They get mad, and when people are mad, they're invested.
And that's the whole thing, TPG. Most of those debates, those people resulted to the insults, therefore losing the debate.
But nobody has shot Marilyn Manson.
That's what people don't realize.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing is, so if you look at what Razor Tech said, right? He said if people don't like his debates and they don't have to watch the videos or go to the debates themselves, but to kill somebody is extreme. I think the thing is, though, we live in a society where it's tribalism, right? We argue video games, and I swear, if we was in person, sometimes somebody punches somebody in the face, right? So just imagine everybody has this whole win-loss thing. Oh, take a L. You're a loser. You're a winner. I won. And so the highest form of winning is to literally remove that person, right? So I feel like the thing is, and again, I've said this many times years ago, anybody who write a post on Facebook, anybody who like a status, anything you do to be in the public eye, you could be scrutinized or you could be applauded for. Now, we do got some crazy people running around. I myself isn't big on the whole term mental health. I think some of it is cop-out, but that's another show. But we got some people who have some issues mentally, right? And so for somebody like him to be, and they say that I say the three things you don't talk about is politics, religion, and I say parenting because you can't tell nobody how to raise their kids. So for him to be doing politics out in the open, like there's a clip of a lady, she said to him, what do you want to gain from all this? He said, I love to have people do critical thinking. And so she said, so you're not afraid of, being hurt? He said, no, I got death threats. I've had to rush out of buildings before, but this is what I love to do. So what I'm summarizing and to say to, in the chat, Razor, is that people who get radical, the end all be all is to get rid of the opposition. So unfortunately, it's not as easy for somebody to just turn off what he's listening to. Because again, you catch yourself. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. One of my favorite guys was Jerry Springer. He was like my idol. He made me like want to be a talk show host, right? Because it was so polarizing. It was the craziest stuff. So you see a car crash, it's hard to look away. Why do you think people run around videotaping people fighting, right? So long story short, Charlie Kirk, I'm sure he's intelligent. The little I heard, he was definitely intelligent. I didn't think he was racist. Maybe some people, maybe M3 might have more stuff, and I'd be like, oh, snap, I think he's racist. No, I just didn't hear it. Oh, real quick, I'm almost done. So I just think that he's smart enough to know that today's society, people love clicks. People clickbait. Things is about monetization. Things is about views. Like, no one wants to just be the guy talking to 5 people. Like, you just don't. You want to talk to, and if you're going around to schools, he's smart enough to know there's certain verbiage that's going to get people to be like, what did you say? Now I want to tune in. So, but the bad side of that is there's crazy people out there, and they're willing to make sure their side doesn't lose, take the L, the proverbial L, and in order to do that is to get rid of the person who might be giving them the L. But I just want to say that out there. Sorry for being a little long.
Jerry Springer, his show was like a car wreck, but he would end every show on some kind of moral message.
Yep. And his final thoughts.
A couple of things I'd want to say on, like, Charlie going to college campuses. It was designed to get kids to open their minds because, like I was about to say earlier, your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. So, like, that's the point to get young people engaged in the political realm. And as far as like shilling merchandise, it doesn't matter if you're a band or a wrestler or like whatever. Everywhere you go, every city you go to, you're going to be shilling merchandise. If people like your message or if people like your act, they're going to buy. Like, and even the Joker said, if you're good at something, never do it for free. So I mean, why if you're good at something, why not make some money on it? You know, if the kids like what you're saying, sell them some T-shirts and whatnot.
Love
So,
the quote energy.
I'm a goddamn joker. I can't disagree with the joker, though, man. But,
my second point was it's when I first heard the whole black pilot thing, I was thinking like I scoffed it off as I usually question somebody when they like I was like I said like either he probably did it for shock value, but then he said something else and I was like, well, wait a minute, did he really say that? And then I found out yes he did. Like he said what he said he said more, especially when he said about Martin Luther King, but he was like, well, we made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Finish that thought, though, M3.
And I was thinking, like, wait a minute, right? Like, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt with the other thing, even though my options was he was either unaware of what it takes to be a pilot, right? Or he's a racist. But when he said that about the civil rights thing, because there was with the Civil Rights Act. Why did it even have to exist, right? Like, there's reasons why it had to exist, but do we know why? Do we all realize why it existed?
I think he asked that question to challenge our own thought process on why did things get so bad where we felt like we needed to clarify this. Why did Martin Luther King feel the need to clarify that, you know, my children should be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin? You know, how bad were things that he felt the need to say that? Why were we as a people so fucked up that it came to that? You know, it's just something that we never should have put out into the ether. It's something that shouldn't have needed to be a thing. It should have already been like a common decency should have already drifted in that direction. You know.
So what Energy is saying? Energy is saying it was more like a statement, it was more like a question to the youth, and M3 is saying when he said it, it was more like a statement that's what he believed. But I think that is what he
part of his quote was that he said Martin Luther King was an awful person. It's like,
to add on to that, so when my wife had looked it up yesterday, it was a long thing, I'm not gonna read the whole long thing, but M3 and I was on the phone. But what I took for that is I didn't take. So again, it's context. Is what did he say before it? What did he say after it? He was going to this whole thing about it made things worse for white people. So I didn't take it as he was racist. I took it as he was selfish. He was just like, look, white people lost a lot from that. He was like, you know, it made white people look bad. It's even today, people still bring up civil rights and Martin Luther King and just kind of throw it out there like every white person is bad. So I took, and again, I'm black, but I didn't take it as he was, again, from everything I read, I didn't take it that he was racist. I took it in that moment, I was like, he's kind of selfish. But I mean, he's white, so why would he? You know, he's saying why he doesn't want. You know, why he feel it made it worse for white people, and he was like non-racist white people. You know, so I felt that he wasn't racist. He was selfish in that moment. But anyway, we got more to add on.
Yeah, I got more, but the real like in following the Socratic method, do we all know how bad it really was for minorities after the Civil War? During Jim Crow, are we all aware of how bad it really was?
Well, none of us was alive then, so I don't think we know exactly.
But there's movies, there's books, there's things out there. Are we all ignoring how bad it really was?
Right.
Yeah, but to compare things today, when a lot of the anger is ginned up and manufactured by, like, the media. They will say things and they will twist people's words, and because the media, let's be real, the media is funded by the government, and the government wants us all dumbed down, divided, and distracted, because if we're all too busy fighting amongst each other, we're not paying attention to what they're doing to screw us.
That is true. I completely agree with that too. But no one directly answered the question. No one else directly answered the question, and that's why he can get away with saying what he said, because today, like most people today, like don't pay attention to what happened. There was like people were getting lynched. People were dying. Like when people say, "Oh, well, why did black people create their own financial system?" They did. They tried over 7 times. They were there. Like a whole city was bombed. Like people were kept. Like there are serious issues that happened before the civil rights movement. So like to even give black people a chance, like and to ignore the question is to ignore that struggle. Like why? Like the reality is, if we loved each other like Jesus, like how can why I get why Rose can't make sense of it, because if you're Christian, Jesus taught love. Like if we why did there have to be slavery in the first place? Who knows? But people chose financial gain and power over doing the right thing.
Well, I just want I for the record, I actually agree with you 100%. I always did find it hypocritical. People would sit there, "Oh, I love Jesus. We need to kill those damn Muslims." Like that's not what Jesus would preach. You go to church. I guess you're just not listening anymore.
Yeah, but who said that?
I don't know anybody that's said that.
Yeah, who said that, bro? You can't rant like that, bro. What are you talking about?
Back in the 2000s.
Oh, do you know how many Muslims really? It's on the internet. How many Muslims want to behead the Christians? How many Muslims want to take over per house
Jersey,
to have Islam in everybody's house?
Stop for a second. Let me explain. No, let me explain this.
Talking out of your butt.
Okay, just hold on real quick, TPG. Let him because
because I was trying to explain. I was trying to explain the point.
You're saying all Christians are racist. Bro, stop.
No. I was saying there.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Hold on, let him explain his point. Go ahead. He's trying to just explain what he's
trying to explain it by getting interrupted. Okay, so back in the 2000s, after 9/11, a lot of people were about pro-bombing Iraq, pro-bombing the Middle East in general, because of ignorance. We didn't know who was the enemy at the time.
Correct.
So that's where I have a lot of problems. Like where a lot of these Christian people. Hardcore right, let's just call them that.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. I agree. Not all of them, but a lot of them can sit there and listen to say they love Jesus and all that, but at the same time say some evil shit at the same time.
Real quick, because everybody's human. So the thing is, if you love Jesus and somebody walked up and hold on. If you love Jesus and I put me, I don't gotta say you. If I love Jesus. And my granddaughter is at the park, and a grown adult walked up and kicked her out the seat. God is I don't know where God is at in that moment, but it's not in my head. So the thing is, we're human. So it's so easy to say, "I thought you was a Christian." Same thing for Rose. But the problem is, we're human first before we even knew we was a Christian, right? You're taught to be a Christian. Yeah. You even gotta have a feeling to make you feel that you're a Christian. Some people just say they're a Christian. But what's evidently clear is you're human, you have emotions. And people will do and say things based off of their emotions. Now, we go back to Charlie Kirk. He was smart, and Maker said some stuff, he didn't think he was that intellectual. But I think he was smart enough to know that, yes, he was a shock value person, whether he was doing it intentional or not, but he knew his words had power. He knew he could go to a college and people would show up to debate him. People showed up to be his opposition, not because he was some nice guy, because he hit hard. And that's what make you be like, "Oh, I want to debate him," because why? A debate is somebody win or somebody lose, right? And if you can meet in the middle, cool. So at the end of the day, the whole Christian thing, unfortunately, we're human, and we just say we're Christians until something make us do something that you wasn't taught that technically would seem like you're not a Christian. But anyway, wait. If Jers wanna finish that, what he was saying,
because it's like this, bro. It's okay. So real quick, it's just a yes or no for everybody. Is anybody understanding what's going on in the UK right now?
Mm-hmm. No.
See, TPG, this is what I'm trying to educate you right now. I'm not smarter than you or anybody here, but if you really paid attention, what's going on in the world besides just USA and all the stupidity that's going on, besides Charlie Kirk and the violence, all the stupidity. If you look. Close your eyes on that and open your eyes to the world. A lot of radical Muslims are taking the streets. They're raping people. They're freaking running the streets with knives, machetes. Dude, they're very violent over there. And this is why you had 1 million to 3 million people, whatever, 100,000 to 1 million. I don't know the numbers, but they had enough. And they're really rising up.
They're putting signs in the streets to say, "Please do not rape."
Yeah, it's insane what's going on over there. And when the left people, whatever, and I'm gonna be real quick, it's not left versus right, Republicans versus Dems. This is evil versus good and right versus wrong now. This is enough, and people had enough of it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of black people, Spanish people, Asian people are for Charlie Kirk because they listen to reason. They listen to his point of view, they listen to their point of view, his, hers, whatever the hell. And it's like a lot of people, 80% of people are really not well informed to debate this guy. Like this guy was well informed, man. He had his knowledge. It is Maker can say he wasn't into high, like, you know what I mean. But I would say, unfortunately, he's not here. But I would wish Maker can go ahead and debate him. I guarantee you, he would destroy Maker. He would destroy me. I'm just saying, like this guy knew his stuff.
I would rather he be here to.
I sent Cowboy the Civil Rights Act video. If he wants to pull that up, maybe we can, kind of rebuttal on what he was talking about. Maybe people can get a real idea.
My whole thing about debating is that I personally don't debate someone if I don't think I can, reach them. And with someone like Charlie Kirk, let's be real, he's cemented in his beliefs. He's not going to change his mind. So personally, I would have never gone and debate him, but doesn't mean I don't want people to at least try. Maybe they can reach him that I can't. And I just want to say this. I 100% do not like what Charlie Kirk said. I don't agree with what he said, but he shouldn't have been killed. Period. If you are encouraging political violence, you should. I honestly don't think you should deserve to vote.
So the
listen, I want to say something real quick.
To clear some stuff up real quick. There were a couple of people who did get a win over Charlie Kirk in debates. Yeah,
of course.
So wait, I wanted to say just on the debate. So I think that's part of being a debate. It's not that you don't come to the table thinking you're not going to reach that person, right? You're in a real debate. There's usually judges. There's usually people that kind of, But so Charlie Kirk thing was he's going to make his point. You're going to make your point, right? Now, it's not really for you to get him to believe you. Your point was in front of a public audience was just to speak your point. The audience, most of them was on his side, but the audience is they're listening. So there was a bunch of debates I've seen where they was like, the guy was like, look, you can't say nothing. You can't say nothing. And Charlie Kirk was quiet. Like, well, he had to look in his face like, okay, you got me. At the end of the day, I say this to anybody, don't be afraid to debate. It's not about changing someone's mind because your debate could be wrong. So, but you're going into debate, like me and my son like to say, I'm not saying I want to be right, but I damn sure don't want to be wrong. So if I'm going to say something, I'm saying it because I think I'm right. But it's the possibility I could be wrong. But going into a debate, you think you're right. You're debating because you feel you're right, but you could be wrong. So
you touched on something during that, Cowboy, that's exactly right. Debates aren't about swaying the person you're debating's opinion. Correct. You might. There's some points you make that might sway their opinion, but the debate is specifically designed to sway the people watching. Because there might be 400 people that watch this episode of your podcast this afternoon, and how many of them are going to shift their thinking depending on what me or FCAT or TPG say? Right. I mean, it's all about. It's not just the two people in the debate. It's about it's a whole.
No, yeah, I definitely want to say that.
I just admit, like, I don't know how to debate someone because I get too emotional.
Yeah, well, we all know you. We all know you very well, and you definitely get emotional. That takes a lot for you to say, so I appreciate that.
Energy. How many goddamn titles do you need?
Right. And if you would debate Charlie Kirk, more than likely you probably would have ran to the nearest bad thing you can say real quick and lose the argument.
Yeah, that could happen. All right, so let's move on. So it's crazy. We've been talking for over an hour, and we didn't even bring up any videos. But go ahead, Anthony.
I was gonna my last because those two alone don't make it didn't really convince me. But this last point I'm gonna make, I'm gonna repeat the last part because the way he said it, and he did say it. He actually said it. He said it on the show. When I watched it, convinced me that he was based on it. When I thought about the other things that I did watch him say, because the first thing what I say, what do they say? First happens once, it's just happenstance. Happens again, it's a coincidence. Happens the third time, it's better. He said, this is a direct quote. If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we'd have been called racist. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain power, the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. And this sentence I'm going to repeat twice. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously.
Yeah.
He said, and I'm going to repeat that last sentence. He said, you had to go steal, implying that steal a white person's spot, and implying that the spot belonged to a white person, but these people stole it. It's because they were DEI or affirmative action.
Cheers, I hear you're jumping to the bit for this one. You want to take it?
All right.
So listen to that in my head. I'm like, I don't know if I'll say that's racist though, but I want you to break it down.
Wait. He said steal a white person's slot. Like the slot belonged to a white person. No one was hired for the job.
Okay.
But they stole it from a white person.
Go ahead, yours.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're putting it together and he's saying you don't have the brain power, and that making it that.
Oh, I think I know what he's saying. So basically, are you talking about when he said who was it? Michelle Obama and somebody else.
He said, like, even if you remove the rest of that, he said you had to steal a white person's slot to be taken seriously. Can you defend that sentence?
Because they all flat out admitted that.
I really feel that Michelle Obama and whoever else, I forgot the name, are moronic. Definitely, them two, yes, they are.
That doesn't matter. So
what I'm saying is that's what he was saying, and I was just like you. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, Kirk, rewind this. So at first I was like, he did not just say that out loud, but I was like, there's got to be more to it, right? I was like, wait a minute. So I was watching TikTok. I'm scrolling through. I'm trying to find it, and this black dude was saying, for anybody who believes he was freaking racist by saying this, what he's saying is these two women got hired over their skin color or whatever the hell DEI was talking about, over a qualified white guy who wanted the spot or whatever the hell it was. That's what I'm saying. There's more context to the situation. Now, should he word it more with detail? Of course. I think he should have said, well, they could have got any other seat, white, black, whatever. But yeah, I think he should have been more sympathetic to that cause, but that's just who he is. He's just outspoken like that. And he was talking to those two specific women, I think, who I forgot.
Well,
who
yeah,
the
I
other
get
one was.
that. His opinion on them was his opinion. Hey, if he, I didn't look up their accomplishments.
So, they don't really have any.
They don't have any. That's the problem. That's where he said too. And like, for example, I'm not Charlie Kirk, dude. I'm not a really great debater. I don't know a lot of words. I don't know a lot of books. This guy read a lot of books. I'm sure you guys read books. I don't really read books unless I have to. But the thing is, yes, there you go. So I'm just saying, like, but I love what Charlie Kirk stood for. He stood for freedom of speech, right? He got killed for it. Now, a lot of people didn't agree with him. That's fine. You don't have to agree. That's the beautiful thing in this country. You don't have to agree. Right? We can all disagree, but why do we have to bring violence? I mean, look at the freaking woman on the train. Look at the girl who got shot. I heard, I was seeing on TikTok 335 times. I don't even know where it was in the world. I don't know if it was here or Palestine or something. She got shot, a little girl, 335 times. What the hell are we talking about? It's so sad, this world. You know what I mean? But going back to Charlie Kirk, Cowboy, I gave you the Civil Rights Act if you want to pull that up and we can.
Yeah. I just want to. Anybody else want to say rebuttal anything that Bree said? Because
real quick. I had something. Real quick, I had something. I actually disagree with that debate, but the one that I did agree with was the one on Surrounded, where he talked about how Kamala Harris was a DEI hire, and he had some pretty good points there. And I was just kind of like,
I want to see that one. I want to see that one because, like,
I just wanted to ask if anybody had anything to say based off of what M3 said, because I get what you're saying, and the way it is, if you're saying, hey, these black people, right, we say it like that, doesn't have the brain power to have this job, so you technically stole it from white person because technically you shouldn't have had the job. Now, for me, I guess, yeah. I mean, if you didn't have like, if you didn't say like this guy was gonna get the job, because if we know who was gonna get the job, then you could say, and that person was white, then it's like, okay, well, that's not a racist statement because I knew who you took it from. But if you're just saying any white person would have had it, if it wasn't for that, then yeah, that's a little more whoa.
It boiled down to the fact that a big deal was made when those women were put in that position, that they were specifically chosen because they were black women and not because they were qualified. You look at any Kamala Harris speech, and the bitch doesn't make any sense at all. If she made any sense, she would spend it. She spent more time cackling like the Joker than she did doing anything else. Because
but he made a good point.
I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the sentence.
Yeah, but he did.
She was not smart enough for the job. Well, hands down.
No, it's not that part. I think
smarter than the other fucking
listen. Again, I started off being more on his side, and I didn't personally hear that part. I would like to look it up. But if he did if he did end it by saying you stole a white person, you know what I mean? Like he did. Again, I feel he knows what he's doing. But I feel like he didn't have to, or maybe he could have worded it different to say you stole.
The problem is that the politics is. Dan Bongino says it all the time. Politics is two things. It's snapshots and it's sound bites. A lot of times you only have 2 or 3 minutes on like a news program or whatever to make your point, get in and get out of there. So you don't have a lot of time to break down like the intricacies of what, like, there's a lot of stuff that's talked about in politics and on TV that it's a lot more nuanced than that conversation allows for. So, I mean, that's and anything you say like that can be taken out of context will be taken out of context.
Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question? Energy.
Mm-hmm.
He was intelligent, right?
Yeah, by all accounts.
So he was intelligent enough to know that sentence was gravely inflammatory.
Yeah. It might have been more than likely it was a combination of him not worrying about, because he said before that he's not worried about hurting people's feelings. I mean, Cowboy earlier, I'm not here to babysit a grown man's feelings. And that's at the same time, there's also the factor of in the moment, a lot of times your mouth will work faster than your brain. I mean, you see it with Donald Trump all the time. I mean, he'll say some shit that it's like, whoa, what the fuck did he just say? And it's clear if you read into it. He meant one thing, but the way it came out of his mouth is like, well, what the fuck is that man talking about? But
let me real quick. Hold on, Anthony, real quick. Let me ISO is about to leave. I didn't say what's up. So ISO was in the building. He's about to go. Good stuff, ISO. I seen Casper came in the building as well, and I know CMG came in the building earlier as well. So definitely like give a shout out, but obviously we're kind of like, going through it. All right, so I mean, listen, I don't want to go on this point, but I definitely am going to try to look that up because I would love to actually hear what he said before, during, and after that sentence, because it'd be
that sentence is on the Charlie Kirk show, July 13th, 2023.
Okay. And from you, do you listen to a good bit before and after?
I think I posted it in the Discord, Cowboy. I think it's in the Discord. I think that video's in the Discord on the general chat. I believe.
Busting my door. This is crazy. Dog animals just bust up in my door. I need to close it more tight. What's up, man? Guys, check out the new addition to the family. Let's lighten it up a little bit. Say what's up, Spitz. Yeah. All right. All right. Anyways, so here, let's do this. I'm gonna play the video that Jers put in for me. Let me see. This is what the Charlie Kirk destroys college student and civil rights, correct?
Yeah, should be.
That one? Okay.
I hope that guy didn't do, like, I hate when people when like they show videos but they over talk every time. It's like let him do it and then you rebuttal afterwards. But I just found it real quick just to see if that's the right. Hopefully it's the right one, that it's not too edited out. Hopefully it's just a straight debate.
We'll take a look. We'll skip around if we need to. All right, so check this out, guys.
Hiding his face, challenges Charlie on the Civil Rights Act. Charlie doesn't flinch. Parts of it went too far.
Something I don't find very interesting about you, something I find kind of repulsive, is that I believe you said that the Civil Rights Act was bad and that we shouldn't have that.
Thanks to the Civil Rights Act, if you have white skin color, it's much harder to get into a college than if someone has black skin color. Much harder. You have to get higher test scores. It's a much harder.
Oh,
so real quick, I think this is hold on. Listen. Let's not let emotions get us when we start saying crazy stuff. But what I want to say is, this is kind of what I was saying. I think for me, I didn't consider him racist. I think this might have been what my wife had sent me, where I was reading it. This would be more for me kind of selfish. He is white. So he should want what he wants for him being white. I just say that, and I am black, so there's no point for me to take up for him. But anyway, I'm gonna finish playing it, and but let's try to let him because we could, as I'm playing it, if you guys start talking, it's gonna cut in, so we might not be able to hear everything. That's why I paused it. But I'm gonna unpause it, and let's just kind of. I'll pause it every now and then so you guys can say something. We're not gonna watch an 8-minute video, but so I'll unpause.
Pool, largely thanks to the precedent set by the Civil Rights Act. Not to mention all the trans stuff, test scores. It's a much harder pool, largely thanks to the precedent set by the Civil Rights Act. Not to mention all the trans stuff, and they use the Civil Rights Act to justify it.
Charlie's not guessing here. Before the Supreme Court, thanks to Trump's justices, axed race-based admissions in 2023, white and Asian applicants needed SAT scores 100 to 200 points higher to crack elite schools. Harvard's own data confirms it. That's not justice. It's discrimination with extra steps.
You're familiar with the term equity, right? Where different people have different circumstances.
It's Marxism. I reject
Okay. Well, whether you reject it or not, you have to understand is that when you're, for example, you're born in like a black neighborhood, you're born in like a very poor area like that, with like very low economic opportunity, very, very poor schools or very low ratings, where the average test score is much lower. When you're in that environment, you have the whole system up against you, right?
Okay, so are you a student here? I'm guessing you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm a student here.
Are you a pretty good student?
Oh, yeah, I would say I'm a good student. I have a pretty high GPA.
Okay, let me tell you what I'm going to do. By force, white man,
okay, yeah.
I'm going to take your GPA, I'm going to give it to a woman of color.
Okay.
You're cool with that?
I mean, yeah, I can just work back up. Like,
there's no working back up.
I can pull myself up by my bootstraps.
No, there's no working back up.
What do you mean you can't work back up? That's the whole point of conservatism, isn't it?
I'm going to keep on taking it from you because that's equity. And you're cool with that.
What? But that's not
This is equity in practice.
Equity isn't taking. Equity is applying the equal standard.
If you give, how do you get? You must take, and then you give.
Wait, what do you mean?
That which is given must first be taken.
The kid pivots to equity. Poor black neighborhoods need help. Charlie counters, lowering standards doesn't solve poverty or fix schools. It's a weak excuse. He's right.
I want anybody got anything to say so far?
He's breaking down the difference between equity and equality, which is actually really smart.
But it also ignores what life was like for black people during Jim Crow.
At the same time, we're talking about today. We're talking about the Civil Rights Act has been bastardized and taken advantage of to the point where now black students applying for college need much lower test scores than white kids, and white kids need much lower test scores than Asian kids. Like Asians, it's damn near impossible because only like 20 of them can get in.
Don't go to college. Don't go to college. It's a fucking scam. That's my.
I agree. But for people trying to apply, the difference between equity and equality, if it was all equal, then the kids with the best test scores would get in, no matter what their skin color, no matter what their gender, no matter what all that other shit. The way it's designed now is, you might need a score of 140 to get in as a black student, where a white kid would need 260 and an Asian kid would need a 400.
I agree with
believe it or not, TPG.
I get
just
why
said college is a scam, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Oh, I actually agree with Charlie Kirk on something.
But on the topic at hand, I mean, listen, that I do agree that listen, we can't act like the world wasn't at one place and where we got, but even me being black, I do feel like, okay, at some point, how do we just move forward and be like, okay, that was the American history, but we are here today, like, you know what I mean? So but I can't do anything about it. So if the schools are saying, hey, a black person can have a lower score, and it is unfair, but I do understand what made them do that. So I think
it's the soft racism of low expectations, if you think about it, because you're in essence saying black kids need the help getting into college because they typically don't test high enough.
It's kind of like due process. Is when we feel like I guess the country has this thing where I forgot what's the actual term of it. What is the term for where they kind of want to like, okay, we want to make up for the bad stuff that happened.
Repercussions.
So
I think you mean respirations or something like that.
It's the repercussions. No, but again, like I said, the difference between equity and equality. Equity is going to put everybody on the same level as the weakest link. Equality is going to give everybody the chance to actually work their ass off and achieve whatever they can.
And you know, the thing is, two people, somebody could agree with one side, somebody agree with the other side. So it's an interesting debate. And I'm gonna be honest, I would rather be debating the side Charlie was on, just because I think that, you know, what's fair. If you just drop us in today, what's fair is if we're all even. But I get that the system is saying, hey, well, at one point it wasn't fair, and this is what made people education not be as high to be on that level. So we're gonna bring it down for some people. So I do understand that. George, you think there's anything else we need to play on this video specifically?
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Then I have to get out of here. I actually have to go to the store. But I will say this: Charlie Kirk, basically, I believe in this video, what he's trying to say, to summarize it for me, dumb it down for me, is that he wants equal rights for everybody. Don't, like, for the white man, 200 points, black man, 150, Asian guy, 250. I think he was just saying that's bullcrap. We need to have an even playing field for everybody of every color, every race, every background. So that's where I kind of align with Charlie. You know what I mean? Like, people like kind of twist it up and say, oh, he's for white people only. Look at him. No, that's not the case. He wants even playing field for everyone. That's what I'm saying. I implore everybody who hasn't watched Charlie Kirk to really watch. When you have time over the next few months, watch 100 of his videos, and you might change your mind about him just a little bit. Not all the time. You might disagree with something. That's beautiful. Great.
I still disagree with him on a few things.
Yeah, so do I. But that's what I'm saying. But you know, I don't know. But yeah, people are gonna think what they're gonna do, and they have their own opinions. But you guys have a great one, man. It was a great talk to all of y'all.
Definitely, man. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for shooting me some of the videos too, Jers.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Jers, hold up before you go. Hey, Jers. He just left. I was about to mess
real
with
quick, quick question,
right, anyway.
Cowboy. Are we gonna get Obi back on here and get into kind of like the religious videos and talk?
Well, I don't know if Obi's listening. He literally just wrote something right now. So I see Jersey. He wants equal.
No, I was saying like if he can get back in, we could play like his religious stuff he said.
Oh, you talking about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Obi, if you could, I think he had to go do something. But Obi, if you could get in, FCAT want to play some videos that might be to your liking. But here, let's play one of them. Throw one of them on.
I'm playing Lego Horizon right now. I'm distracted.
How is that game?
It's actually pretty good. But it's about
there you go. It's in private.
I got it. I've been playing the hell out of
this is just like a tease for Obi.
Nice.
If he wants to join in later for the religious stuff.
Okay. You know what's crazy? I like every video just because I'm a content creator before I even watch it. Now I see how people was getting in trouble for liking videos. I'm like, maybe I can't even like videos anymore. How, you know, the one guy from Bungie, it was the guy from Bungie, right? He liked
Obi did say he just got home, so he jumped back in.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about the sucker punch situation.
Was it sucker punch? Yeah, maybe it was that guy.
It was a sucker punch developer's tweet that other people liked. That's what I'm trying.
Oh no! I'm talking about there was somebody who liked on Blue is another thing where people could actually see what you liked. Where on Twitter they can't see it. So somebody liked the tweet, and then they got in trouble for liking the tweet.
Right. It was a lot of devs other than Sucker Punch. It was Sucker Punch, Bungie, Bethesda, all kind of devs. Right.
Yeah.
All kinds of devs.
I was just saying, my thing is I always like stuff because I'm a content creator. So I feel like at least I can do is give you a like. I'm not going to subscribe to your channel, but I give you the like. And then I'm like, well, can I even do that now? I don't even know what I could be liking the video for. It might be like, oh, Charlie Kirk should have.
But anyway. The video for Obi. Play the video.
I will say that anybody, as far as the social media stuff, anybody that's celebrating somebody's death because you disagree with them on anything, be it politics or anything else, you're part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? I don't know if I'll say you should lose your job because that is also drastic. But I feel like, dude,
I don't want to work with anybody like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, how do you send a clear message?
We might disagree on what color the wall should be painted and not poison my damn soda at work. Or something.
No, you're right, because that's what I was going to say. How do we make a strong message to be like, whoa, that's kind of not cool? But then again, isn't that America? And that's what's crazy, right?
Well,
Isn't that just like...
Do we want to talk about this just real quick, the whole sucker punch situation? Because it does kind of tie into
Yeah, we're gonna get to it right quick. We're gonna
Well,
play this
if you want-
tease video.
Hold on, wait, because Obi said he just got home. So if Obi
Yeah.
can get in there, EA said play the video, I'll jump in. So why don't we go to the sucker punch thing if TPG want to bring that up, and then give Obi a little bit of time.
Okay. Well,
that's
it's
fine.
not
Do you have
only
it?
it's not only the ghost. No, I don't have it. We can talk about it. It's not only the Ghost Yote, it's also Helldivers too, as came into the discussion. So Ghost Yote, Dev, celebrated Charlie Kirk, Dev, everybody got mad at her, she got fired. Now the Helldivers thing, apparently there was bullet cases that had the Helldivers like arrows on it, and it said "Catches fascists," and just conveniently that morning, Robert F. Kennedy literally said he wanted to go after video games, violent video games, which is kind of
right.
convenient.
Well, okay, so my personal first off, let's first the sucker punch thing goes. I think the developer should have been fired because, listen, man, you know on social media these days everything is being watched. And if
Hold
you're
on, wait. And for the people who I meant to say this earlier when you mentioned a grifter, but some people listen. I just learned what that meant like 2 months ago or not that long ago. So for some people, so just tell people the gains that Sucker Punch make, because they might not know who the hell Sucker Punch is, and they might be like, "What are they talking about?" But you can say the game.
Sucker Punch is the developer of Ghost of Tsushima, also the developer of Infamous, and the developer of Sly Cooper, except for Sly 4. And basically what happened is a developer put out a tweet saying, basically they were happy Charlie Kirk died, was murdered. I don't remember the exact quote. But then the developer got a lot of hot water for it because, well, you're not supposed to do that kind of shit online. And I guess like the day after they got fired. Like sources were actually confirming they were fired.
Sony announced that they were fired.
Yeah, Sony also announced they're fired. And I think they also put like a statement like, I don't know if they put out a statement, but I heard like there was a statement made like they don't condone this kind of stuff.
Right.
And I agree with it, but 100%, because you have to remember when you have on your, your bio that you work at a certain studio, you represent that studio.
Correct.
So it's like you make them look bad. So if you make me look bad and you work for me, guess what? Your ass is out.
Yeah, and the thing is, listen to what he said. He did mention Sucker Punch, but the umbrella company is Sony.
Yeah.
Those PlayStation games. Kind of
And
like
correct me if I'm wrong, but any call to violence is a violation of terms of service. So if we were to do it, we would be banned from playing the game. So why should the people making the game not
Be
be
safe.
held to the same standards?
Yeah, and I agree with the decision. And some people, I guess, like now some people are calling for like developers who work at other studios as heads because they like the tweet from Blue Sky or something. I'm like, that's where I get. That's where I think it's a step too far. Like, you shouldn't fire someone because they liked a tweet. I mean, maybe they liked the tweet and they weren't really thinking about it at the time.
Well, it could have been what I said.
Yeah, it could have been Cowboy, right?
Y'all literally watched me like that video before I pressed play. I didn't know the context of it. I didn't watch it yet, but as a content creator. But again, if you see a post and it's about Charlie Kirk, you kind of know what you're gonna. I'm assuming. But then again, FCAT been sending me videos nonstop, and when I go to and they are a Twitter video, and I literally like it and then press play. So, and I don't even know what it's going to be about. So, I guess maybe take your like back. I don't know.
Like I said, my opinion is that liking a tweet shouldn't get you fired unless it's really vile, like hurting a child or something. But like,
but I think if you're liking a tweet that's saying
it's not on the same caliber as making the tweet, I guess.
No. But what I'm saying is, if you still are, it goes to what Energy said. Energy made a great point. It's like, dude, I don't want somebody like that working at my job. So like, and I think it's loose. It's still on the same lines. Whether you made the tweet, but if somebody said, "I'm so happy this guy got murdered,"
if you
and
like
if you like that, it's kind of like, whoa.
Yeah.
So it's not as bad as you put the tweet out, but it could symbolize that you agree with the person who did put the tweet out.
Just like my analogy earlier with the Jesus thing, when Jesus died, after Jesus died, everybody was celebrating. People were even shunned for liking him, having an affiliation with him, anything. Like, and we're seeing this all play out again. Like, it's crazy to me how we're seeing this all play out again.
Well, I mean, this happened many times, not just with Charlie Kirk, but because I feel like you're comparing Charlie Kirk, like
you can't. You're comparing Charlie Kirk to Jesus because he would really like that.
I mean, he is. I get what F got to say.
Well, I mean, Jesus did miracles.
There's a whole bunch of people in the middle of all of this.
Jesus did other stuff other than that. I'm saying, like, when he talked to people or how people hated him and wanted him dead and things like that. You know, that's the OG right there. That's the OG martyr.
Well, look, here it's talking about martyr. Well, look what Jenna Hayes said, and say what's up to Jenna Hayes in the building. She said, Cowboy, looks like freedom of speech has its consequences. And that's the thing I said earlier, is that the moment you write on a post, hell, we even now, if you like a post, right? Anything you could do that the public could see can be scrutinized or applauded for. So that's what we just have to, like, this video right now, like, I hope I don't lose my job tomorrow, but you know, stuff like that could happen. So we have to be aware of what we do. Also, M3, I don't think what I didn't say was I do have a pop in, pop out policy. So if you have to go at any point, everybody know from the door, like, people just, like, you can literally leave and come back or whatever. So you know, if you have to go anywhere, you know, but don't feel like you have to stay for the whole thing.
And from a business standpoint too, look at it from Sony and Sucker Punch's perspective. If they got somebody like this that's liking and supporting messages that are a clear call to violence like that, how is that going to blow back on the company? How is that going to affect the sales of their games? How is that going to affect people wanting to play anything in their back catalog?
And especially in today's era where this is where never before, like, now, like, people will boycott your game for one thing. So the last thing you want is another reason for somebody to say, "Oh." I mean,
I've already before all this stuff, I already wasn't planning on playing Ghost of Yote because of some of the stuff that the company's doing. But you know me, Cowboy. We've talked about it many times. I've boycotted Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. My man Energy was a fly. Like, you couldn't get.
Dude, Assassin's Creed would come out and I would platinum that game. But the last one I played was Valhalla. And that's because the messaging in their games that they as a company, they claim to be about inclusion and this and that and the other. And they made a big deal about shadows, including trans characters and everything else. But if they really stood on those principles, they would have included those same concepts in the game that came out the year before, which was set in the Middle East. They didn't do that because they knew that the Muslim people weren't going to allow that shit to fly. So, I mean, if you're about your principles, be about your principles, but don't go rewriting history in a franchise that prides itself on getting stuff as historically accurate.
But to be fair, in Ghost of Yote's case, it's fiction. Like, they're not saying it's accurate at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Ghost of Yote is a different story. Like I said, there's stuff that is going on in that company that I don't agree with, and that's why I was.
Well, tell me, Energy, like, what's about?
Yeah, a lot of it had
the problem.
A lot of
the woke stuff,
all the woke culture stuff. Yeah. I'm just not down with it. I'm not interested in playing a game that's going to preach to me the whole time I'm playing it. I want to play video games.
I still feel a certain type of way when I hear the word woke used. I
want to know, like, how is Ghost of Yote going to preach to you? How's Ghost of Yote going to preach to you? It's a girl getting revenge for her family being murdered. Is that preaching? Or is that like a basic revenge story that everyone can relate to?
Wait, what's woke in that game?
I really can't. I
was reading articles. Some of the stuff the developers were saying, it just came off the wrong way to me.
Okay, yeah, because
Isn't the voice actress like Isn't she
She's
something
a
that
she's
they
an
have?
outspoken
Yeah,
activist.
she was running her mouth too. That's just like Rachel Zegler.
that too. That too.
So I don't.
So yeah, Ghostly Yote's got a lot against it, going against it right now. I don't know. I mean, hopefully it does sell well, and it shuts
I
up
hope it's a good game. I hope it makes a
all
lot of
this
money, but I
narrative.
just won't be playing it.
I
Yeah,
just wanted to shut up all this narrative. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't care for the first game, so I tried to like it, but it's just not my game. So I didn't even watch a trailer yet of Ghost of Yote. Like, I didn't even watch like when they did the whole showcase. I didn't care to watch it because I didn't play the. I tried to play the first game. I got about 5 hours in. The second time I tried to give it a shot. It's just not for me. Some people love it, but anyways, let's move past that. So
when woke got the definition of woke got changed.
When I played
the definition of woke has changed more times than people's underwear.
No, yeah, definitely M3. This woke that like I never was into the woke thing, so I thought it meant something different in the game, and people went crazy. And I'm like,
it's another word that got bastardized by politics.
Just like the word crash out. Crash out used to be you're going to sleep, right? Then it turned into, oh, you had too much energy drinks. Now you're crashing out. Now it's you're having an emotional freak out moment.
Let me say this real quick. There's a wrestling chat. I'm gonna make it short. That is me and a bunch of people in, right? And like we got into this thing today where somebody was doing the whole pause thing, right? Or the whole no homo, no diddy, right? And they were talking about Drew McIntyre. And Drew McIntyre, I guess, made a post about Cody Rhodes. And he said something like, I'm gonna have your ASS, right? And so like, I'm gonna, like back in the day, you'd have said like, oh, I'm gonna have your, you know what I mean? Like I'm gonna beat you up or whatever. People was like, bro, he should have changed the words. I said, this is my thing. When I was younger, we would see like older, and M3 noticed, we would see older guys trying to dress young and everything. We used to be like, bro, I don't never want to be that guy older. I'm trying to act like I'm younger. Yeah, so now there's a lot, it's like high school. High schools get all the new terms, like some younger people get the terms. So yeah, so some people's like, what, they've been using the pause and stuff for like 22 years. I was like, yeah, 22 years ago, I still was an adult with kids. But what I'm saying is, like the whole woke thing, and like I remember my kids was doing the MC Hammer, the Hammer dance. I was like, dang, the Hammer dance. And like yesterday, I was like, when did they change the Hammer dance? So long story short is, there's always going to be nuances, and they're going to take something that you knew, a dance, a word, a term, and the young people, or maybe because my friend Mike was like, there's older people that still say pause and no homo, no diddy. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the people that's older and was like, they still want to be hip and be young. I just come from the era where I was like, bro, the day you start catching me trying to be like my kid or my daughter who's 18, 19, so I think that's the thing.
You literally become that meme of Steve Buscemi trying to be a young guy. Hello, fellow youths.
So the thing about
anyway, so I think that's what happened with the word woke.
So the youth are going to change words. They're going to make new slang all the time. That's one thing. But when politics gets involved in that, then they're going to take a word and they're going to bastardize the meaning, and they're going to shift it to make it. They're going to change the entire word definition, everything. Yeah. The point I was trying to make is when I'm reading comic books, when I'm playing video games, when I'm watching movies, I don't want to be preached to. I want to escape reality. I want a good story told. I want a fun game to be played. I don't want to pick up the example I always use. I go back to Mockingbird from the Marvel comics. I don't want to pick up a Mockingbird comic and see her wearing a shirt that says, "Ask me about my feminist agenda." Fuck your feminist agenda. You're a super spy. I want to see you kick the shit out of Hydra. Like,
but Eric, just because you don't think that's a good story doesn't mean other people don't think. Therein lies my point. How many people bought that issue of the comic, or how many people looked at it and said the same thing that I did? I don't want to be preached to. I want to see a good spy story. With your logic, so the Lion King preaches a message then about
the Lion King is a retelling of Hamlet.
Yeah.
And Disney stole the story from a
By
Japanese
your logic,
cartoon.
any movie that has a message about being a good person and doing the right thing is a political message.
That's not what I said.
That's what.
Yeah, I think one thing we got to take from this is being an individual, right? So here's what I don't like. I like that I'm me, and if I don't like it, I'm personally not going to watch it. This is what I don't like, whether any of you guys agree with it. What I don't like is when somebody go on the internet and say, I don't like this movie, you guys shouldn't like it for this reason. So what I like to talk about, my son, it was driving him crazy, but I call it an online campaign. Hey, now we're going to review bond this game because for some reason. Now I feel like if you personally don't like it, then you could personally not play it or watch it. But now I don't mind if some other like-minded people say, I agree with Energy. I don't want to watch it either or like it either or read it either. But this is the day and age where people don't fact check, people don't do their homework, people don't investigate. And so because you're I'll use this term, an influencer, I'm just going to listen to you and allow you to influence me to do what you want to do. And I think that's what's happening that's really bad in the world.
The whole thing behind it is they replaced Jin Jikai with a woman.
Okay,
and that's what they took issue with.
Okay, no, well, here's the thing that people don't kind of forget about that. The game takes place 200 plus years as, after Ghost.
And the voice actress is...
Unless you want to play... Unless you want to play as a fucking actual ghost or a crippled old man barely fucking take a piss while breaking his hip.
Then I might like it. But I think this. So let's back a little bit. I think when video games and cinematography, movies really got that I can remember where people was really getting annoyed. I didn't have a problem with it. I actually had some pushback. I was like, dude, I got 3 daughters and a stepdaughter. Like. A mom and but what people didn't like was in the end game they had a scene where all the females gathered together and was going to rush out and fight the bad guys. I remember that bothered so many people. Bro, they had this whole girl moment in the movie. I was like, oh wow, I didn't realize that bothered people. So I think that was one of the height of now when a character get turned to a female or something, it was like a big deal. Now, I get if you want to also make Captain America a female, they're like, well, that's crazy. My thing is this, because I don't make video games and I don't write comic books and I don't write movies, who am I to say what you should or shouldn't do? Now, I'm either going to watch it or not. But that's just my point as being an individual. So I don't care to tell everybody to not watch it because I don't like it. Because you might find some entertainment and enjoyment in something I don't, for my selfish reasons.
That scene was the most hysterical scene in the movie to me because as soon as it happened, they clearly did it for a big girl boss moment. But the first thing that happened was Thanos punched Captain Marvel in the face with the Power Stone, and she was so I laughed my ass off. But like you just said, Cowboy, with the whole swapping genders and swapping races and swapping all of that, stay true to the source material, man. I keep going back to it. People bring up this argument every few years about a movie with a black Superman. Why do we need a black Superman? Superman's been black he's been white since the 40s, man. Why not make an interesting story with Jon Stewart or Icon or Static Shock or any number of other black heroes? Look, Black Panther was a great movie.
There has been a black Superman, but he wasn't Kal-El. He wasn't Kal-El.
Steel. After Superman died in the comics, there were 4 other Supermen that popped up, and Steel was one of them. I get that, but my point is, we don't need.
There was a black Superman. He was from Krypton. He was black. He wasn't Kal-El though.
Yeah, meaning he wasn't.
Yeah, we don't need to make Kal-El. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to make Kal-El a black guy. Well, we can tell an interesting story with a character that was already designed as a black. Like I said, Icon would be a great character to bring in and make a good movie out of because nobody knows about him and he's an interesting character. Why not?
Listen, just make a Hancock Part 2. You got a black Superman.
Or like I said, Static Shock. I would pay to see a good Static Shock movie, man.
Do we want to go into the videos, the crazy?
Yeah, let's go into some videos. But let me ask Obi, I don't know if you're coming back or not, but we're just gonna play this clip. And then Obi said, I love when the kids say cat. Yeah, that was another thing where it was that's not my word. So I just don't say that.
Well, this video is the religious stuff I was talking about, the crazy stuff that happened there, the shooting itself, the people doing the hand signals and things like that.
Yeah, let's get into it. But let me play the one video that you whoever. I had it on waiting for so long.
Yeah.
I don't remember which one you got?
Yeah, I sent you that one earlier.
Okay, so let me play this
the
one.
religious one.
Yeah, let me play this one.
I have 30 seconds left to live. I'm dying from a gunshot wound. But what would you actually want to tell me if I have 30 seconds left to live?
Boy, you got 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, you're about to meet eternal judgment. And there's only one way that you can get bailed out of that. And it's not all the good things you did or the moral scorecard. It's whether or not you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And that's the only thing that's going to matter. And so you got 10 seconds left. You're dying from a gunshot wound. And you ask the question, who is Jesus Christ? And the answer to that singular question, who is Jesus Christ, is the most important question for everyone in the audience. Not how much money you have, not how much good stuff you do. It is, who is Jesus Christ? You might say, oh, Jesus was, a teller of good tales, or Jesus was a good person, or Jesus was a historical figure. None of that's going to cut it. It's whether or not you repent and you ask Christ to come in as your Lord and Savior. That's the only thing that will save you from eternal damnation.
I have 30 seconds left to live. I'm dying from
I just thought that was pretty some deep stuff.
What was the point of that video?
I just thought that was pretty deep message, and if Obi wanted to discuss it or anything.
I mean, I don't think it's really nothing to discuss. That's what a Christian should tell you. Like any Christian should, that would be their answer. Not any, but I mean, that's pretty much, if you're like a diehard or he was pretty big into Christianity, that's literally like, if you had 30, like everybody pretty much should say that if you're a Christian. But I don't know what Obi's going to debate or have to say, because he would be like, all he's going to say is,
so your position is just a pretty generic Christian.
Because the thing, what he didn't say, but he's getting to is, if you got 30 seconds before you die, it's only two things. Are you going to heaven or hell? So the only way to enter heaven, unless you want to go to hell, is you have to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior. So that's why he gave that answer. There's literally not even a conversation. We don't even that's the most I don't even know what to say video ever, because if you're a Christian, that's what you would, that verbatim would be like, yeah, I mean, that's okay. So, but no, I mean, so I don't think Obi would even have anything to say about it. And
I was just saying, because I don't know if he knew about the religious stuff he said, because you said he only heard about the racist stuff.
Okay, I got you. Okay. I apologize. I get what you're saying, because he heard, so he didn't, because he did say, how can you be a Christian and a racist? So yes, you're a good point. You brought that up because that is like the ultimate thing you could say as a Christian, right? Is to help somebody come to Christ. So let's
also made it a point. Charlie's also made it a point many times.
What's going on with everybody? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was trying to jump in and it cut out. So I seen that clip. I did, for the record, FCAT, I saw that clip. When I saw the clip, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I always say, I'm not trying to be funny. I always say that, because and I'm not being funny. It's just me, FCAT. I'm not the average person, man. Like I ask too many questions, man.
No, so the crazy thing to me, he talked about the judgment a lot. Like I was talking about it with Cowboy. He mentioned that somebody already in heaven can vouch for you or take your place as a sign of grace. And I was like, yo, that's some
No, that's not what he said. FCAT, that's not what he said. What he was explaining, you're doing what Vet just did. For the record, Vet said Cowboy is against Charlie Kirk. First of all, you shouldn't do that. Like, all jokes aside, if you were joking or not. And he said, is what Cowboy is saying. He said Charlie Kirk was not a racist. So first of all, I've been on Charlie Kirk's side this whole video. Two, I never said Charlie Kirk was racist. So, Vet, I know you joke around a lot, but don't put words in people's mouth, because people will read that and be like, oh, snap. And they won't watch the video at all. They won't rewind it. They'll be like, damn, did you hear? That's how I get fired tomorrow at my job.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. Tomorrow, man. We all be like, yo, he didn't do that.
yeah, you shouldn't do that. But anyway, no, FCAT, what he was saying was, Obi, so FCAT, you're misunderstanding. He was explaining what is grace. So he said grace is this. You literally did nothing to deserve to go to heaven. He was making an analogy. You did nothing to deserve to go to heaven. He was saying how Jesus died for our sins. But let me explain it. This is what grace means. You did nothing. You don't deserve to go to heaven. But somebody literally would give up their spot in heaven, Jesus, so you can make it to heaven. So that's all he was saying. He wasn't saying that in heaven people actually give up their spot, go to hell, so you go to heaven. He was just saying that that's pretty much what Jesus did. You didn't deserve it, but Jesus died on the cross so you can go to heaven, because that's what Jesus did. So I just wanted to.
Oh, he was referencing Jesus, not like other people. Like,
Well,
like somebody in your family can't like step up and be like, "Oh, I'll take his punishment."
No, because he was just making an analogy, and he probably just figured that's what it means.
Oh, see, I took it the other way.
No, no, that's not what he was saying.
I took it the whole left side way. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah. So FCAT, I saw that video. I thought that video was pretty awesome, man. I'm not gonna hold you. I always ask this one question. I'm not being funny. This is the question I ask everybody I meet. Or I say it's more a statement. You're gonna die. This is exactly what I said. I'm being dead serious. You're gonna die. What then? And everybody looks at me like I'm crazy, but the way I live my life, I think that's the most important thing that you're gonna ever ask yourself. Truth be told, not how much money you have, in a sense, like he just said, not your car, not your social status, but truth be told, when you die, when them lights are cut out, what happens then? And that's the way I live my life.
You know what's deep is Charlie Kirk. I watched the video today. He actually asked this guy who was an atheist, and he said, the guy said, yeah, Charlie Kirk said, so what happened when you die? He said, nothing, you're over. He said, man, that's kind of like dark way to think. He's like, why would you say that? He was like, it's over. He's like, so you don't want to meet any of your friends or family? You don't, he said, the thing with, if you're atheist, he said, he felt like it's kind of dark. He was like, but wouldn't you want there to be something extra? Wouldn't you not want this to be it? So the atheist guy was like, no, like he felt like Earth is it. We got the best we could do right here. So why not make the best out of it? And that's still a good answer for him as well, right? Hey, that was cool. Why not want to make the best that you can out of your life that you have right now? You don't believe there's something else.
I do kind of believe that side of the thing, because I believe that it's a subconscious state, and it's whatever you think you believe where you where you go, and you just live in that in your mind.
Wait, so explain that. You're saying that when you die, what happens?
You just live in a forever subconscious state.
Kind of like the Tom Cruise movie where he's stuck in the program.
Yeah. You just become
Vanilla Sky?
You just become
Yeah, that one.
Which movie is it?
Vanilla Sky.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
No, that's fair. Listen, anybody could believe what they want to believe, but I think what Obi's point is and Charlie Kirk's point, there's a darker side of that. So here's the thing. Would you want there to be life after death, right? And the guy made a good point. He said, no, he just think this is it. So I'm not falling for that either. He wanted to live the best life he can right now, here on Earth. Cool, good stuff, right? If he dies and nothing happens, cool, good stuff. Other part is, if there is only two places to go, even if you didn't believe it, which one would you want to go to? And that's always the like, ooh, man. So again,
hey, for the record, I'm back. I was talking to my friend. Funny enough, we were actually talking about religion. And if I had to pick one place to go, you know what? I would have picked limbo, because nothing's better than being in between.
So the thing for me that's very weird is, and I promise you, I'm not trying to take it. It's just very weird. Albert Einstein, right? A theory of relativity. You don't need to know the math on it. You just understand the thesis behind it, which is everything is relative, right? So as you're saying, when you die, you return to what? What do you return to?
It's a little more complicated than that.
Energy
doesn't
cease to
I know.
exist.
Trust
It
me,
just
I know it
changes
is.
form.
I agree with you. That was M3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, M3. Trust me, I get it. Listen, I've read it. I understand it to a degree. The thing that I say is like, man, to Cowboy's point, if you have a choice between a good place and a bad place, better yet, I heard it said like this: if you can get arrested for doing the wrong thing here, what can happen when you die? If it's real, right? Wouldn't you want to? Now, I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying it's very weird to me when I understand that my soul, whatever you want to call it, your heart, your mind, I understand that's eternal. And that's what I'm speaking of when I talk about the theory of relativity, meaning I am relative to this planet. A lot of Christians got it wrong, truth be told. They think they die and they spend the rest of their time in heaven. No, go read it again. Your ultimate goal is back to the earth. They don't understand that. But the point is this: if your soul is eternal, I'll put it to you like this. Everybody knows this. Say this and I'm gonna shut up. Right now, if everybody has a smartphone, if I take all your smartphones and I smash them on the ground, what can you do? You can call AT&T, Verizon, Google Pixel, whatever phone you have, and you will get a new phone through your insurance company within a week. And then you will do what? Download all your information that was uploaded into the cloud. Your computer, your brain, we just haven't figured that out yet. You are a computer, and when you die, your soul is being uploaded somewhere. No ifs, ands, or buts.
So Obi, I got a counter to that I always thought of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say this, Obi. Last week was really cool, and I thank you for that because it made me want to do this. And it was so cool that M3 had hit me up, and I said, "Oh man, you would have liked." The reason why M3 is here today is because of you. Which is funny.
Oh wow!
So the reason why he's here is I was telling him, like, yeah, I had this show where a friend of mine was on, and I forgot y'all even met each other and played each other in Tekken. So I said a friend of mine was on.
He's a good
friend of mine. I was in his wedding, he was in my wedding, and I was like, he was talking about God and science, and it was really cool. And he was like, "Why you didn't hit me up? You know I love to talk about that stuff." And I talked you up so big. I was like, "Oh man, he knows his stuff." I was like, "Man, he was really sharp." And so he was like, "Oh, I want to be," and I said, "Oh, and we're going to talk about this anyway." So I just wanted to give you credit. I love your credit where credit's due, and I appreciate you. Last week was a good show. Now,
yeah,
but this is where I want to go.
Be there and open. Hopefully,
nobody
out there is mad at me and wants to hurt me. You know what I mean? Like,
no, that was only TPG and a couple other people in the chat. So,
I didn't want to hurt him.
So here's something I got for you. Okay, so just follow me on this. Hope I don't lose any people. So I'm human and I have doubts as much as I have beliefs, right? So one thing was crossing my mind and I would love to hear it explained, right? So if everyone who dies and accept Jesus to be our savior, again, we got to go to, it's deeper than that. Like you said, we go to the Bema seat, we get judged and everything, right? But if and when we do make it to heaven, okay, y'all following me so far?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear a thing you just said. I'm not being funny. I'm like, it was quiet. What is happening? I'm sorry. Give me, no, I'm being dead serious. Give me the quick version. My bad, bro. Like, I'm like, wait,
okay.
What?
So, if and when you make it to heaven, we'll skip how you get into heaven because Charlie just did a great part of telling us how, right? If you make it to heaven, who are you? Okay, we hear your soul is going to be there. You don't need the body, whatever. The question is, I'll do it this way. Are you, or are you a new version of you? And what makes you?
I'm about to bless you, Cowboy. Cowboy, I'm about to bless you. Check this out. Now, I'm only speaking of if you believe in the Christian Bible. I'm only telling you what it says. Okay, you will know exactly who you are. Why? How can God judge you if you don't remember? Remember when you punched Obi-Wan Kenobi in the face? When you beat him in Tekken? Jumped up, said his mom was fat?
So listen, I'm talking about after that. I said and when you make it to heaven. So
hold on, hear me out. Yeah, when you're there, hold on. So when you're there, you will have what's known as a resurrected body. Now, what are you resurrecting into? Your soul, which is here, is going to be uploaded into your resurrected body, but not everybody is going to have the same glory. Not everybody's going to have the same resurrection body. People are going to have different glories, different powers, or whatever it may be. Why? Because what people don't understand is if that man died on a wooden cross in Judea, AD 32, then every time you sin, past, future, and present, it's already been paid for. So as a Christian, you should be working for your inheritance.
Okay, so hold on, let me jump in there.
Discover that.
So that's not
all over the place.
Okay, so that's not where I'm going. This is where I'm going. If I get to heaven, am I me? Meaning, what makes me me? So I think what makes me me is my personality, right? Like, how would I know you're you if you aren't you? Like, am I going to visually be able to see you and say, oh, that's Obi? Are you going to speak to me and I'm going to hear your voice and say that's Obi? Are you going to tell a joke? Or are you going to be like, oh, I remember I used to go to this church and I know you're Obi? So jump in. How am I me?
All right, I have to believe you're going to be exactly who you are in some sort of resurrection glorified body. Let me explain why.
Okay.
This man Jesus goes up to a mountain, and he had his 3 friends with him: Peter, James, and John. Peter, Andrew, James, and John. It was 4 of them at that point in time, and they were talking about they saw Moses. They didn't have smartphones back then. How did they know what Moses and Elijah looked like? Good question. Very good question. So you have to be you, Anthony, Cowboy, whatever, based off of however God has created or designed you. Because if they knew
hold on.
and Elijah,
all right, so let me jump in there. Okay, so this is my point, because I needed you to say again, that's your thoughts from based off what you read in the Bible. So how am I going to be me, right? And I get to heaven now, bro. What if my ex-wife, all of my wives are in heaven? So like, are we just cool? Do I not look and be like, damn, that's my ex-wife? Like, because then how is that? Because the real me would be like, damn, my ex-wife had a fatty, bro. I ain't in love with her or anything, but yo. So go ahead, jump in there.
Can I say something real quick on there?
Hold on, go ahead, Obi.
Cowboy going to heaven.
I'm explaining to you how it's happening, what's going to go down. Like your ex-wives, the ones that supposedly hate you, they're your jury for your judgment. They're going to be there.
well, the court is fixed anyway, so yeah, they will be there, but the court is fixed.
I want Obi to jump in there from what I just said.
All right, so listen, man. What you're asking is basically based off of 2 things that you do or you may or may not believe in. Once again, your destination, our final destination is not heaven. Let me make that very clear. When you get to heaven, you will probably be preparing to come back here. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's a bunch of verses on this. It says, like, enter your chambers, don't look while the Lord's wrath may hide just a little bit. That's going to be you in your room doing whatever you're supposed to be doing. Now, why do I bring this up? Because when you come back to earth, you're going to be,
show that again, energy.
Be with the Lord Jesus himself. Your wife isn't going to matter. Your ex-wife isn't going to matter. No, I'm not trying to be, they're not going to matter because they are going to be one body with Christ. Or some of us may be his bride. There's a difference.
There's another thing. Things in heaven is different. Like, they don't care about what goes on here on earth. Like, what we have is minuscule to what is up there.
So this is why I asked, who are you
when
in
you're
heaven?
in heaven, you're above whatever ideals or whatever was going on earth.
Right, but
I think
so my thing is, that's why I asked.
You're not going to know until you're there, but this place proves that it's like, I'm not being funny, the math proves it. This is a shadow of a reality of the real thing to come. We are, like, I'm not being funny. We are literally living in a simulation. I'm not.
Yeah, but listen, hear me out.
I wanted to ask if you believe in reincarnation.
Okay, wait. Let's not get there yet. Let me just finish my thing. Y'all can go into reincarnation and digital Digimon or whatever y'all want to do. My point was, when we do think of after this, right? It is kind of strange when you think like, okay, well, if I'm me and I have free will, so because my point is, do I get to heaven and you stripped away my free will? Because me and my free will will probably look at my second wife and be like, damn, right? So, but if I'm not going to do that in heaven, then is that even who I am now, right? But I'm just,
Cowboy, there's a book that, like I've said before, I'm not a super religious person, but one of my favorite books is called The Shack. Okay. And there's a portion in that book where the premise is the guy basically goes to a shack where his daughter was murdered in years before, and he spends the entire weekend with God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. And at one point, God brings him to heaven, and he's interacting with people that, like, him and his dad didn't have a great relationship. When he was a kid, he actually killed his dad by poisoning the alcohol that his dad would drink before he ran away from home. But when he was in heaven, there was a bond. Like, basically, they didn't even need to say a word to each other. It was just like there was an energy there. He realized his dad forgave him for what he did, whatever. But he could feel basically every person that he saw across the horizon. He felt like almost like a tether or a bond between those people. So I think I don't know.
It's funny you're saying that, dude. I watch a whole bunch of NDEs. I used to. I don't really anymore. And what you're describing sounds exactly like what they talk about. How like the one guy's talking about how he had a heart attack, and he said the craziest thing in the world was when he died, he could feel everybody's light around him. And he was staring at the doctor, and he said, "You don't understand. This doctor, when they brought him back to life," and he goes through the whole story, right? He says when they brought him back to life, he looked at the doctor and was like, "Are you okay?" And the doctor looked at him and was like, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "No, you don't understand. I know how much you cared about saving my life. I felt your pain and I felt you crying while you were trying to bring me back." But he didn't feel that from anybody else. And I was like, whoa. One more thing. Gary Busey. I just seen a clip with Gary Busey. It was really interesting. Because he died. It was his NDE. And he was saying, it was crazy. He said, your spirit is like no longer than like 2 feet long. And he was like, and it's very thin. And this thing with him it was amazing to see, is all I'm saying. So I'm shutting up now.
By Cowboy.
So I was gonna say is I love the way Energy said that based off of a book, because that's a good answer to my whole thing was not like a Charlie Kirk thing, but kind of like to a point is like, okay, so if we do have free will and we do make it to heaven, then like how are we us if like certain little things like, you know, TPG, I can't imagine him in heaven. TPG isn't TPG if he ain't in heaven screaming and acting kind of crazy sometimes. So I'm like, bro, that ain't TPG. So, but
like this, like
no, TPG's already busy playing the PlayStation 5 with The Last of Us Part 4.
all six of us die, go to heaven. We keep our free will. We have the choice to interact with each other or not, right?
Yeah, I think we are who we are. Like I'm always gonna be the loud firecracker type of dude. In your face, right? That's just who God made me. I think I'll be like that up there, but I think we will be able to recognize each other. And I only base that off of what I've read in the good book, truth be told.
So do you think you'll have lust in heaven?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. Okay, so let me hold on. Hold on. Let me back you up. Up real quick. So let me explain this to you. And I promise you, I'm not being funny.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What a lot of people don't understand is there's 3 things, okay? First, we come back to Earth. Then once we come back to Earth, that's kind of when we have heaven. And then there's what's known as the eternal state. A lot of people don't get that. So you can't really say, is there going to be lust in heaven? Because now you're asking, is there going to be lust in the eternal state? Absolutely not. Because what happens is he has to rule with Orion Odd and get everything together before he turns around and hands it right back to himself. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but I'm being very serious. I can tell you, I can pinpoint that to you and show you exactly where it's at. If you can read it and you would be like, what? It'll really make your head spin. You really start questioning, wait a minute, this is in the Bible? I'm being dead serious. It questions everything. I'm so serious. So when you ask if there's going to be lust no, there's not going to be lust in heaven. Why? Because heaven would be the eternal state. And in the eternal state, we're all pure.
Man, heaven sounds boring then.
And on top of that,
I want to ask you a question.
And on top of that, angels are they don't have their private parts down there because God took them away.
What kind of bullshit is that? How's this heaven?
So listen. M3, you got anything on this? Because there's a point in time in your life, man, where this was you know, the biggest thing ever. So when I met you, man, you changed my life just by meeting you, man. So anything?
But what I believe is really complicated. But
okay, not what you believe, but what's your thoughts on making it to heaven and all this stuff we've been just kind of chatting.
I don't have thoughts on heaven or hell because I don't want to go to either.
Oh, this is interesting. You have my full attention.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, Matt. I don't think we can hear you now.
Well, you got my attention, but I'm enjoying
there you go.
this
Yeah.
Cajun rice and teriyaki chicken.
Like even if heaven or hell exists, if I died today, or if I died tomorrow, like I maybe this might make my family sad, but I would ask God to just no longer let me exist. Like,
can't do that.
I know.
Yeah. So this is the crazy thing. M3, you seem like you're a very smart, well-educated man. Especially as I mentioned.
I would just ask him not to exist. It's not about like my stepson just asked me, said, yeah, it's like just said like you have to He's thinking under the thinking that whether or not I've accepted God into my heart. That's not the question. The question is like if am I given a choice? Like because true choice is like I don't want to be a TBG. I don't want to live in limbo either. I don't want to be conscious that I'm sinning. That I'm in. That
I want to see what's going on Earth though. I want to like. Yo,
I
no
longer want
Earth is like the best TV show ever. I want to see where the shit goes.
Yeah, well, people like I did spend some time as an atheist, right? And I'm no longer for the purposes of when I speak to people because I'm always take the viewpoint of agnostic, right? Like if you like I'm gonna engage in the conversation for you to convince me because I know enough about both sides that it's like ultimately religion is a choice, right? Because I can argue for God, I can argue against God. I can use science. Like most people think they know science, but really science doesn't disprove God.
Science is the great mystery of the world, the universe.
Well, it's the great search. You're searching for the truth. But in the end, like if I'm given a choice, right, like heaven or hell, and like it's like, well, Matt, based on your life, you've accepted me into your heart. Like here's heaven. I'm gonna ask, like, do I get is there a third option? Because heaven or hell is a prisoner's dilemma. Is the logical fallacy of the prisoner's dilemma. Do I truly get a choice on what I want? Now
hold on real quick, Matt. Let me jump in there. This is why I asked, are we ourselves? Now we don't need to go into anything. I know exactly why you feel the way you feel. We've been my best friends since I met you in high school. So what would be unfair to me thinking I know you is if we get to heaven and you just be skipping, I'd be like, whoa, you ain't Matt. Because I know you don't want to be here. But again, maybe God would take away certain things. So that's why I'm asking. Because are you? Like, are we going to be who we think we are in heaven? Now, maybe Energy said it's more like, you have a sense, you overcome things. You would, when you read the Bible, it makes it like everything is great in heaven, right? So maybe you wouldn't be you, but then is that not me? So I guess it'll work out somehow. I don't want to use the word magically, but it'll work out somehow gloriously. But go ahead, continue.
Actually, I have something on the subject with Charlie Kirk. When the FBI guy announced that they caught the killer, he also said, Charlie Kirk, I'll see you in Valhalla.
What?
Instead of heaven. And Charlie Kirk is a Christian, and a lot of Christian people took offense to that because Valhalla is a pagan
That's the
heaven.
Nordic heaven.
It's a Nordic heaven.
But here's the thing. To get into Valhalla, you have to die in combat.
Yeah. He did not. He didn't die with a weapon in his hand, unless the weapon.
He meant as warriors or something like that, or military. They also said military people say it to each other. It could be a military thing. I'm just saying, like, is there a debate there for the Christians to get upset that he said Valhalla?
I don't.
Well, real quick, hold up, before anybody answer that, I just want to make sure, Matt, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I don't think there's
no.
It's
Listen,
like when it comes down to it, Jesus
it's like,
Christ stood for one thing and one thing only. It's the one thing you don't find in every other religion. And I'm not saying that you can't find aspects of it. This man was always about love your neighbor, even the ones who beat the piss out of you. They stab you 5 times, you turn around and let them stab you 6. The other thing I find very interesting about Christianity is it's the only place where you can have a relationship with the Father. They pray and say, Father, Father. I think that's very interesting. So let's recap. Love the people, even the nice ones, and even the ones who stab you and kill you. You're supposed to love them. And at the same time, you can call me Father.
Hate the sin, love the sinner.
Really weird, really interesting. And that, if that's not your message of Christianity, in my personal opinion, that in the gospel, Jesus Christ died for your sins, was resurrected on the 3rd day, then I'm not being funny. I mean, you can say anything you want, but that's not the true values of what that book preaches, in my personal opinion, from what I've read. So there's no reason to be mad that they said Valhalla. Why? Because even Paul says that. Hey, listen, if you don't eat pork, but you go to your friend's house and they're eating pork, guess you're eating pork tonight. Like that's exactly what he says.
Well, you ain't
Right?
eating.
I mean, I'm paraphrasing it, but that's what he says. Right? He says, "Let there be no division amongst you in these things." Okay, so you need to be united in what? The essentials. But in the non-essentials, you want to call it Easter, I want to call it Passover, you want to call it Christmas, I want to call it whatever. Jesus' birthday. Cool. We're
Resurrection
not gonna
Day.
argue about that.
Let me loop
We
loop
don't.
that back into something Charlie Kirk made it a point many times to say. He
That's
made it a point
interesting.
to where, you know, our movement is, he was clearly a conservative. He said we need to bring more people that we don't agree with and more people that we like whose lifestyles we don't agree with into our movement, because who cares if somebody's gay? Jesus
Yo,
said,
I've been saying that for years.
hate to sin, love the sinner. Just because somebody is gay and we don't agree with their lifestyle doesn't mean they don't have things of value to bring into our movement.
And not only that, it's like, yo, they're a person. Like at the end of the day, they're struggling with something. And I'm not saying they are, you know what I mean? They're struggling with something the same way I'm struggling with smoking cigarettes, or I'm struggling with watching porn, or whatever the case may be. We got to stop hating people, like for real. We got to really be able to come to the table. Democrats, Republicans, racists, prejudiced, blacks, whites, Asian. We all got to be able to come to the table and look at each other and say, yo, I love you. I don't care what you did. I love you. And I'm here to help you.
The only time we're gonna get that, Obi, is if they admit that it's both sides doing it.
I think Ben Shapiro said it best. We as
because-
people need to quit looking at each other as a potential threat and look at each other as a potential brother or sister.
Right. That too.
Because I like the way
And I-
Ronald Reagan put it. When we get that alien threat, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because you won't have time to be calling
it's
people
still coming.
N-word and-
It's still coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like, what do you do then?
the closest time we
Still
was to
coming,
that,
bro.
we were talking about it earlier. The closest time we ever been to that was 9/11. TBG was hitting on it, but yeah, 9/11. Man, I never seen so much unity because everybody had a common threat. That was crazy.
Yeah, but then the government put fear in everybody and told everybody that everybody with the job was a.
Well,
God damn it, people
I think
stop
the problem-
and get along with each other.
I think the thing is, unity can never last for so long because the humans, our thing is we have tribalism. For some reason, we need something to be greater than something else. That's just the way we
I said
are.
it the other
My
day,
sport-
Cowboy, on your survey. We all want something to fight for, some reason to be.
Yeah.
Like we all need some purpose, some kind of like again, kids these days they don't have World War II or Vietnam or Desert Storm or any of that. So they got to make something to fight for. They got to find something to be passionate about.
And think about it. If somebody's my hero, they have to be my hero because there's an opposition, right? And that's just where our mind works. It's like, who's the greatest football team? You could name a team, but I'm gonna ask you, well, who did they beat? You know what I mean? I'm gonna say, why is Xbox better than PlayStation? You're gonna give me a reason why it's above it. That's just a human thing. You know, we always need something to beat a failure.
I gotta bounce, man. I gotta get up out of here. But listen, I love all y'all. In all seriousness,
You too, man.
please don't let there be any division among any of y'all. Y'all friends, your family. Life is too damn short. You know, call your moms, your uncles, your daughters, your kids. You know,
only
and just
division
love
that's
on them
acceptable.
because hey, you could just be walking through a Walmart and get blasted nowadays. So,
Well, Obi, I have to say
for real,
this.
for real. I love all y'all. Y'all be blessed. Y'all have a safe night. And Cowboy, thanks for having me on, bro.
You got it, man. Take care. But I will say this to Obi. I hope he watches it back. We're cool now, but tomorrow night, Energy, I'm coming for that. And they can say pause or no Diddy or whatever they want. Energy last week, Energy this close.
You
this
can come all
week,
you want, but you ain't getting it.
all right. I want you to just as long as you keep that energy.
You was that close, but you know what that close only counts in?
I know. All right, so guys, let's bring up some other stuff. So, what some people,
I gotta go. But yeah, I'm thinking that like none of this stuff would happen if we loved each other more. Like there wouldn't be all these shootings because somebody would have took whoever's doing these shootings aside and say, hey, like we should love each other. Like why do we have to do this to each other? Why do we have to destroy each other? Do we have it? Why would it take aliens for us to come down for us to unite and become one people? Like we accomplish so much.
You saw Independence Day?
Well, imagine this thought. M3, imagine this thought. Imagine if the shooter was like, wait, if I kill this guy, I'm going to take him away from his 2 children, which is 5 and under, and wife, and the guy's only 31. Imagine if that just crossed his mind. He might have been like, damn. And then we talk about intelligent. Apparently the shooter, what we didn't mention yet was he was caught. And his grades was like out of this world. He got a scholarship, went to college, and dropped out in the first semester and took up a trade. So
he was also a furry.
It's interesting. Huh?
Yeah.
Another thing, what if the aliens is a test of our will to come together to eradicate, to get rid of them?
You know how I know the shooter was, we'll say, ignorant. The definition of fascism is the use of violence to enact your own political agenda. Imagine engraving "Catch this fascist" on a bullet, and you shoot a guy with that bullet when he just wants to sit down and have a conversation. The self-awareness is, or the lack of self-awareness is baffling.
Well, let me say this though before you go in, 3, and it's an energy to your point. So they there was a AI video of The View, and then they had some guy in the middle, right? And it almost got me at first. I was like, wait, they did not stay quiet to let him say all this.
Yeah, I've seen a
but
few
he
of
was
them
like, he was like, so you mean to tell me you guys didn't see this coming? When you always say the side that Charlie Kirk was on, it was like a dictatorship. They was one step away from Hitler. They went, yeah. So it was like, I mean, I can't say I didn't see this coming. I'll say this every time something crazy happens.
That is true, Cowboy. But the other side has said stuff as well to insinuate violence as well.
No, I get you. We're not on it yet. What I'm just saying is, we could get to that. What I'm saying, see, that's the thing. I don't. And when we're having a conversation, I don't want to just say like, well, you did it too, because you don't get anywhere. So my point was just saying that it's crazy that to think that if a guy had the gun in his hand and thought about this guy's kids and stuff, would it stop him? But no, because he was so far gone. But so again, it goes back to the bullet and what he wrote on there. He felt so much that this guy, what he stood for, is going to make the world worse. It's going to could lead to World War III. So again, you get somebody who's deranged, crazy, or just I like to say radical, right? He's that radical. He was doing something for a cause, but it's like it goes back to taking a life isn't the way. So what I'm saying though is I'm not shocked because people they cease to amaze me. This world is so crazy.
We're quick to label people is the problem, really, mostly. Yeah. I think it is what it is, because people can be like quick to be like, you're a Nazi, you're racist, you're this, you're that, and make you look like you're the bad guy, or you're the single person, you got leprosy. And
the thing is, I don't even think they 100% mean that. I just think it's the culture we're in to be clever, say something to shock value, interrogatory.
Somebody's going to take it seriously.
Yeah, I just think that's the culture, to just be super extra, say the craziest stuff you can, because it's such a get view, views. But anyway, M3, thank you very much for coming on. Man, we definitely miss you on We Wrestle Wednesdays, but definitely take all the time you need. You're just running for some A weapons anyway. Tell them energy. Tell them energy.
Yeah, that ass whooping will be ready when you get back.
Exactly. It's gonna be here. But we love you, man, and I'll hit you up on the phone, so we'll talk. And then 3, this is definitely, man, I like to just do this where people could bring up topics. So if you ever think of something and you just want to throw it out to the world where other people might chime in, come and join us, or just pop in a chat and say, hey guys, bring this up, talk about this. You don't even have to come on the show if you don't feel like it. So
okay.
And again, you could always do this as well. Let's say you might not have your good haircut, so you don't want people to see what you look like. Look, FCAT, I've known FCAT for about 80 years now. I don't know what his real voice sound like or he look like. So, come as you are.
Yeah,
okay. That's a great song.
So, but yeah, man.
They say
yeah. All right, man. Have a good night. Definitely, man. I love you, bro.
Say hey to the fam.
right.
Will do.
Later.
And happy birthday, kiddo.
Let's pull me up, and we're gonna start off the speculation, crazy Twitter conspiracy tinfoil stuff. So here we go. So apparently, this guy right here had this. They're saying he had this
device
gun, which you can just squeeze it, and it shoots. And he kind of pulls on his sleeve right here as soon as you hear the shot or whatever, and it looks like he's putting something away down here.
He was that dude in the grassy knoll thing.
Yeah. Well, his movements are kind of suspicious, but I mean, you have to question this for if this really happened, because or if it's AI kind of thing.
So the video does look like that's what happened, but I feel like it's a coincidence. I just think he probably scratched his arm at the same time, or maybe it's AI. But go ahead, play it.
Well, there is videos where it looks like there's something in between his fingers that looks like the end of this thing right here. And I mean, all you gotta do is just squeeze it, and it'll fire a bullet.
Well, then what was the point of him rubbing?
Do you also believe in magic pixies are going around and granting people's wishes?
Now listen, let him. Did you see the video yet? Hold on, TPG. Did you see the video?
Well, I saw the video actually of Charlie Kirk getting killed.
No. Did you see the video he's talking about?
No.
All right, so you gotta wait to see the video first, man.
Well, we don't need to pull up any videos of him getting shot. I'm just describing.
No. But I thought, don't they got the video where it just show him? It just show him focus on him.
It's out there. You can find it. I don't want showing that and getting knocked by YouTube or something.
No, but it doesn't. From my recollection, it doesn't show him getting shot. It just shows him press the button, or what looks to be a button, and you hear the sound. Okay, let me watch it real quick.
Yeah, it looks like he's squeezing the thing and then pulling his sleeve at the same time or something like that.
Okay, you're right.
Okay. Here's the thing, man. FCAT, there's 100 coincidences every day, and none of them mean anything.
No, it does look like it though.
We talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier. Everything was shot with cell phones, so you don't know what is AI.
Well,
and then what people put on
but
Twitter.
Wasn't he recording? Wasn't he recording himself?
Yeah, his crew records him, only him.
Okay.
So everything else is either school cameras or cell phones.
Okay.
There was no media coverage there. There was no news people there, like the Trump shooting.
Charlie did these things all the time, so there, a lot of time the news wouldn't show up.
So there's another guy who was also making movements at the same time. He was hiding this gun under his armpit, and they're saying that this is kind of like if the first one didn't.
What about the guy who? What about the guy who shook the guy's hand and it looked like he handed him something?
Yeah, that was another conspiracy one. But this is was considered a cell phone. This is a cell phone gun.
No, TPG. If you haven't seen any, you kind of gotta chill, because if
but everything could be a coincidence, man. Doesn't mean it's a conspiracy theory. I heard a conspiracy theory that Charlie was actually killed by the super far right.
We're not saying we believe it.
He's not saying
I just said it could be AI.
The segment off
Twitter
saying, "Hey, let's put on our tinfoil hats and look at some of these real quick."
Yeah, this is from people off. I said it. This is from people off of Twitter or saying these things.
Yeah, I'm sure if you give them levity, you give them validation, it gets spread.
No, but listen, here's my thing. TPG, here's my thing. If you seen the effing video, then I would appreciate your thoughts. If you didn't see it, it's easily to be like, what do you mean it was crop circles in the backyard? Like, bro, did you see it? No, I ain't watching it all. Like, how are you commenting? So I agree. I'm with you. Even watching the video, I'm like, bro, I said it in the beginning. I said,
This sounds familiar, Cowboy.
I just don't want to show any videos because it gets graphic and all crazy, and we'll be up here like looking like idiots.
We've had this conversation before with TPG where he had like this whole debate on why this game, like he went on for like 30 minutes about how this game sucked. And then Cowboy asked him, "Wait a minute, have you even played it?" And he was like, "No."
No, I know we did it for the Trump shooting. We did it for the Trump shooting, but Trump didn't die. Like an actual person died in this incident.
Sure had
Like,
bad aim.
oh, you want to talk about the funeral thing, TPG? What about the his wife posting
let me
the?
show you this one real quick. Hold up. Look at this one. I'm muted and everything.
Oh, this is the handoff.
Yeah, the handoff. So like, some of the stuff is weird. Now I know people pull up anything on the internet. He could have owed the guy money, and he could have been giving him his money back. But it did look strange, you know. Now I don't think this.
Okay,
is the same.
yeah. What's suspicious about it? It's really like, okay, yeah, you clearly see something in the guy's hand, but that could be anything.
It could be an
But
intel report.
it's that extra movement. That extra movement
They
of
look like they're both security. It might be some kind of report or something.
They could have easily AI'd that piece of paper in his hand.
Yeah,
like
but
that's
hold
how
on.
good AI is now.
It could be
Yeah,
a
but
can of
now I
Copenhagen.
gotta actually stop. So technically, this isn't even the
Like
when he got
I
killed.
saw
looks like
videos,
money.
Hold on, wait.
Cowboy. I saw videos where his ring went from one finger to the next. Like that, I was like, that's AI.
Yes, AI. But hold up, wasn't he wearing a white shirt anyway? So this
That's
ain't
what I was
even
thinking too.
Yeah, this doesn't even matter because he was wearing a white shirt.
maybe else an
Yeah, this
inside
is a
job
totally
the whole
different
time, guys. Maybe else the far right is getting rid of the problem.
What did I mention earlier? I forgot.
Oh, you were talking about what was the other thing? Oh, the funeral. The people getting into
Yeah. No, the wife. No, what
Yeah,
the
she
wife
posted a
posted.
video
She
of,
did
like,
a
her,
video,
holding his hand.
and his hands kind of look like yellowish mannequin plastic looking, and everybody thinks it's fake.
Well, that could be a bad camera, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel
But
like
plus
none of those
embalming,
videos are that great.
absolutely.
Plus, when you're after you die, your body starts decomposing. Yes, your skin color does change.
Well, I don't think that fast.
A lot of people thought that was fake. They thought that them dragging him to the vehicle was fake.
Not everything's fake online.
Well, the thing is, after the shooting, you would think they would have NCIS and all investigating the tent. The tent just sat there; nobody went to it. Now they're replacing it. Look, now they're replacing it with concrete, and apparently putting up a memorial for him there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
And so people saying that's suspicious.
I didn't think.
I mean, they could have just been left.
Okay, so to me, what's the most suspicious thing is that literally before he was killed, someone wrote a book about him already being killed.
That was very suspicious.
Yes, and it was
Yeah.
published
The book
the
called-
day he got killed.
No, the day before.
Oh,
It was,
really?
It was released. It was released on the 9th. He got shot on the 10th. And the book was called
There's all kind of stuff like that. Even with the shooter, there's like all kind of suspicious stuff. Like apparently they got all these messages from Discord when Discord already released a statement saying that he didn't say anything.
Back on the 10th thing you were pointing out,
Yeah.
that very well could have been them just cording it off and not letting anybody touch it until the FBI got there.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they do in most investigations.
And now they have these new text messages which look like it was written by AI.
I don't know.
Wait.
Did the AI actually literally write down, "Yes, shooter, I am planning to do such thing."
No, they got this conversation between him and the trans boyfriend or whatever.
Trans
And-
roommate, from what I heard.
Yeah, whatever. And
The boyfriend already came out and admitted.
the text messages themselves look like it was written by AI. Like I read it and I was like, this looks like AI wrote this.
I mean, there's a lot of suspicious
Or
stuff about the whole
chat
thing.
GPT.
I feel the guy didn't deserve to die like that. His kids didn't deserve to see that. From what I heard, his daughter was actually there.
So let's talk about the things that the FBI had to walk back. Y'all heard about that?
Garbage.
No. They had one guy. They had to let him go, and they had to walk back a whole bunch of stuff about I forgot. They had to walk back a lot of stuff.
Listen, man, it's an investigation. You gotta do what you gotta do.
No, the thing is, they want, the mayor said, "Oh, I was praying that it'd be somebody not from here or from another country, insinuating like something." But when you find out it's a white guy, now it turns into, oh, what political affiliation he believed in. It's like, why does that matter?
Well, it sounds like to me, this guy grew up as a conservative, but he was
indoctrinated.
The way his family
they say indoctrinated into the trans.
They're like, the last couple of years, he's been going down this dark rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't the same person when he was younger. And that's the part I'm worried about the most. It's just like, we're seeing a lot, and I'm not trying to, bring race into this or anything, but we're seeing a lot of white people getting radicalized. And when they get radicalized, they get unstable. So my concern is that really mental health and, gun control, but gun control is a whole different problem.
I mean,
I think we should actually put more money. I think we should put more money into getting people help. I think we should have more money in the healthcare system, mental health.
So I'll say this. I think
here's my crazy take.
Something like this. You go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, my crazy take. I think they have a patsy. You cannot tell me otherwise. I think they have a patsy.
Don't they always?
They always have a fall guy.
Well, I was going to say this. I feel like, for a big event like this, now granted, Charlie wasn't the president, but he had some type of status. It's like, dude, how you don't, like, going forward, y'all need to have, like, a sniper on the roof or something, man.
He wasn't a politician, but he did have
Well, wasn't he at the Republican
he,
convention?
He had his own security team, but there was only a couple of like 6 local police there kind of supplementing.
Yeah, I feel like you need to start having somebody on these roofs, man. Like, somebody need to have a scope where they could look far out and they literally just go back and forth.
Or if there's only one building on the whole place, somebody should be sitting up there watching the door.
I'll pull up the video. Sorry.
No, Energy, what'd you say?
I said if there's only one building in the whole area, somebody should at least be sitting on the roof watching the door.
I agree.
Yeah.
But wasn't this like 3 buildings nearby, but like only one?
There was a bunch, but somebody should have been on that roof.
Cowboy, pull up the UFOs that were there.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Look, apparently they caught UFOs there at the Charlie shoot.
Those were drones.
No, it looked like a bird.
They didn't have any drones.
It looked like a bird to me.
Look at him. How can you dislike
went
that
from the balcony real fast when it heard the shot.
Oh wait, Spitz is a boy or girl? I'm trying to remember. Cowboy.
A boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then they have the one picture of the 2 people on the roof. They have the picture of the 2 people on the roof.
Dude, well, kind of caught me shocked about the whole thing. Really, I was like, someone posted online like, "Hey, there's a guy on the fucking roof," and no one from his security team
that too
did anything.
Did anybody bring that video to the security's attention? Because
he saved it to post to social media later for the engagement. They don't go run to the guys and tell them.
As somebody who's worked for security, you can't be everywhere.
No, what I was going to say is the moment they saw somebody in the roof, they should have called 911.
They should have called 911 and stopped the event right there.
No, call 911 to either run into the nearest security guy or yell it through the crowd. Somebody's on the roof.
No one's on the roof.
And Charlie hold on.
I don't know about doing that. That's mass hysteria, and that could cause more chaos. People getting trampled.
Okay, so
because the person on the
He
roof very
wouldn't
well
have
could
had a
have been.
shot then. He wouldn't have had a shot if
No,
people
no,
were
but what
moving
if the
around.
person? What
Here's the
energy?
deal:
Go ahead,
if you have somebody yelling somebody's on the roof because like without knowing any details, that very well could have been
that could
somebody
cause
that was working
hysteria
event staff.
and a riot.
Like you don't know who's on the roof.
But
or
he
why.
was in a
It
prone
could have been.
position.
It could have been
He was in
a
the
maintenance
prone.
man. It could have been a maintenance man
Right.
from the building that he was on, like fixing
And-
air conditioning.
But the
And
way
then imagine if
that
the
you get
maintenance
in that
man-
moment, in that moment, there's no way to tell.
Yeah, and imagine if
And
the
you sneak
maintenance
onto an
Yeah,
event
that is
coordinator,
true.
like, hey,
But I
so
mean,
this,
I question the
someone's on the
prone
roof. Are
position
they
though.
supposed to be there?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just playing
well,
devil's advocate.
What I was gonna say is, imagine the maintenance man just get shot.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, because
somebody in the
the
crowd.
angle of the video I saw of the where someone says it was the shooter, it's like clearly they're like kind of hunched down, like they're laying down, like they're it's like
Yeah, the
clearly
prone
like,
position. It's called the prone position.
Something that this guy and the guy that shot at Trump have in common is clearly they're not professionals, because a lot of pro assassins are not going to use a rooftop. They're going to be in a building.
I know, wasn't
They're
it
gonna be
Trump
backed
when,
off
like,
in a
the guy
room.
was
They're not gonna
literally,
be
like,
they're not
right
going to be
there?
hanging out a window. They're not going to be sitting on a rooftop where they can be spotted. They're going to be somewhere where you don't know where the shot came from, or like you're not going to see the flash. You're not going to see like.
Yeah, like that guy we just saw in the video. He could have been a pro assassin for all we know. You know.
Oh man, all this shit's just like, don't kill people, folks, just because you disagree with them.
Did
You know,
y'all see
I
the
don't go
video?
over there and say I'm gonna beat the crap out of Cowboy because he thinks pineapple belongs on pizza. Come on, man.
Cowboy's just a freak.
Did y'all see the video
Sorry,
of the
he's just a
guys
weirdo, just like the rest of
making
us.
the baseball signs?
Pineapple is good.
Energy is apparently got an obsession with leather.
Do we
He
have that
keeps
one?
taking those belts.
So here's
Yeah,
something
like that.
interesting.
Yeah.
Here's something interesting you guys might not have thought of.
Didn't see my trench coat.
What about the guy who was the last person to speak to Charlie? You guys ever think of that?
Yeah, he's fucked up right now. Like he's questioning his whole
Oh, the
outlook
one
on it.
asking the question. I think
So,
the
yeah, the
question
guy who
was
was asking the question.
I think the question was the setup for the shot. I
No,
think
the
these
kid-
kids were working together, organized this,
And
the trans question was the signal to get ready.
Well, in this video, he does explain,
I
yes.
totally believe
I
it.
don't think the shooter could hear
It's
that.
tinfoil stuff coming from me, though.
I don't
Okay,
think the
so
shooter could
in-
hear
in
what
this-
was being said, but this kid in the interviews that I've seen, it's pretty clear he did.
Yeah, in this video, he does mention that the FBI, obviously they hit him up and they
Yeah,
did
Dan
everything in
Bongino
their
said this
power.
morning on the news that they were questioning him. They were.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't going to leave any stone uncovered. If there was a possibility that they were going to check into it.
Yeah, trust me. Yeah, but here I'll play a little clip.
But I mean, can you hear me?
Here I'll play a little.
Yeah, if you're organizing and setting it up with a bunch of people, everybody has the same have to have the same story alibi,
Right.
for it to
No, I get
get
that.
away with it.
But
right?
here, let me play a little clip.
Well, my name's Hunter.
But that's tinfoil stuff.
I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk in the middle of the assassination at Utah Valley University.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
What brought you to the event that day?
I make videos on Charlie Kirk, and I made this video about the statistical analysis on trans shooters. And sort of the point that I was trying to make was that it's sort of a statistical outlier, that they're extremely underrepresented when it comes to how peaceful they are. Obviously, that question, pretty ironic given when it was given. So I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that, at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it.
So yeah, I mean, he was, That got to be crazy. Not on his conscience, because he didn't know that was going to happen, unless FCAT is right with his conspiracy tinfoil hat. But imagine, like, it happened and you're the person that actually was speaking. Like, that's rough.
Dude, you know what's it's so funny because that kind of reminds me, like, I'm not trying like to be like weird or anything, but that kind of reminds me of what happened with the Ultimate Warrior, right? He talked, you know, when the day before he died, he's like talking about his legacy and everything. Then the next day he dies. Charlie Kirk, before he dies, he's talking about gun violence and shooters and what happened.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Ultimate Warrior thing was one of the strangest things I've seen in my life. I was watching it and I was like, bro, he acting like he about to die or something. I literally said that. And he died the next day. I was like, no. Like, it's almost like the doctor said, you got about 16 hours. And he was like, all right, look, I'm going to hit WWE up. I'm going to let them see if they let me on. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of crazy for this guy. Now, here's another thing. What about his wife?
From what I know about her, she was actually in the back when it all happened with the kids.
So, I mean, going forward.
Oh, she's already said she's not going to let his movement die. She
Yeah,
flat
she's
out said, you think this silenced us? It didn't.
Well, here we go, because I got the clip. So here, let's hear just a little bit from his wife.
His wife's a warrior.
Yeah, man. Let's see. There we go.
What's this assert?
All right, come on. You come out now. What's up with my YouTube? It's like, nah, we don't want to show that. Okay, there we go. Oh, because I guess it was just waiting for her to walk out. All right.
Jesus. Good evening. My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice. I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically.
Let me just kind of get to a little bit.
To save, have shown their love
Yeah,
for Charlie here. Charlie
a lot of
always
people
said
think
that when he was, since they play on Saturday, so go Ducks.
Hold on, okay, hold on real quick.
Charlie always believed that God.
check.
It's
What are you gonna say? Go ahead.
A lot of people think this is fake and staged. They think that she. So when they first met on a date on their first date, well, actually she came in for an interview for the job, and he said, "I can't give you the job because I want to date you." So they started dating. So she never got the job. So people think this is her getting the job, basically, like in a conspiratorial way.
Oh man, that's a funny one.
As Christ loved the church. Have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart.
Trying to get to when she was like.
And we know that for those who love God, all have no idea.
There we go.
What they have done. Most important one of all. The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done. They killed Charlie because he preached a message of patriotism, faith, and of God's merciful love. But they should all know this. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country.
Can I say something?
In this world,
taken out of context, that sounds like a very real threat. Like it almost to me, it almost sounds like she's kind of calling for a civil war.
It's a threat that she's not going to shut up. She's not going to stay
Yeah,
silent.
well, if you listen to the rest of what she's saying, she's making a threat, meaning like she's gonna start speaking. The guy that's gonna take over. The
I know,
show.
but it's just like taken out of context. That actually sounds like she's pushing for a war.
Yeah, yes, and there's been this narrative
The only
that
way you can take it out of context is if you don't hear what she says next, right? That's literally because to take something out of context is to hear the whole thing and you kind of like misconstrue it, right? But she actually didn't finish yet. So if somebody just watched this and like, bro, you heard what she said? They'd be like, oh, what she said? She said, they have no clue what they did. You'd be like, oh, what else she said? Well, I don't know. That's when I stopped the video.
thing is, Cowboy. The thing is, people have been. There's a certain people that have been pushing for a civil war for quite some time now. And
I'm sure. I'm just saying that because she didn't finish her statement, we can't even say out of context because she didn't even. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, to take something out of context would be to listen to it entirety and then take it out of context. Like, well, that's not what I meant. But she didn't even get to, oh, I'm gonna be I watched the whole thing, so I got, I know what she's gonna say next. But again, I paused it because he asked me to pause it. I'm just saying. Anyway,
you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die. All of us will refuse to let that happen. No one will ever forget my husband's name, and I will make sure of it. It will become stronger, bolder, louder, and greater than ever. My husband's mission will not end, not even for a moment. And one of Charlie's greatest talents was his ability, this phenomenal ability to choose great people to follow him.
And so I'll just paraphrase. She's going to get into mentioning the people who's going to finish doing the show because this thing was called Turning Point. She's going to start speaking and all that stuff. So kudos for her, man. I mean, she was pretty put together. Again, FCAT, you might get here with tinfoil hat. I thought she was pretty put together for losing her husband like not that long ago. But she did a great job at like being really strong and holding it together. Shout out to her.
So the kid, the assassin is officially facing death penalty.
All right, let me say later, Obi. Take care, man. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Thanks for even joining. Go ahead, FK.
I was saying the assassin officially is facing the death penalty right now.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, it's not being cooperative with the police.
Hold up, will he be getting he will be getting the death penalty?
Utah is a death penalty state. He's up for it.
He's officially has it.
They're going to push for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Trump said that's what should happen before they even found him. But what I'm saying is, are you guys saying that like he's not convicted yet, right? He's
in
Utah,
the prosecutors are going to push for it because Utah is a death penalty state.
Yeah, and they have a firing squad. They do firing squad or the electric chair.
I have a quick question here. So all this blood and vengeance people are now saying they want. Would they feel the same way if it was a person who was leftist, like
Yes.
let's say Kamala Harris?
I will say
don't
that
know.
as somebody who
I don't know
saw
about
Trump.
that, man. I don't know about that.
I don't want to see anybody take Kamala Harris out. I want her to keep talking because every time she talks, she looks stupid. I want her to keep arguing her ideas because every time she does, our side looks better.
I think people are people. So people. So here's the thing. This is the problem. So your question
you can
is to
say
think
if she's on the other side.
a Republican or a Democrat, you would no longer be a human. No, humans are vengeful. Humans are mean. I don't care. Somebody's going to want revenge, and people will be calling for. Now, our president did say it first. Like he was like, "Look, whoever did this, they should face the death penalty."
He's the one that announced that Charlie died.
Yeah, it all depends. Like, would somebody else had said that? That I don't know. But I think there definitely would have been people who are Democrats that want somebody to die just as much.
I don't care if it's Charlie Kirk or if it's Kamala Harris or if it's Logan Paul. If somebody is going to kill any of these people, even the ones I don't like because of their ideas or their beliefs, I believe they should get the death penalty. Yes, absolutely.
You know what? You know what? Energy just for that. I'm making Logan Paul win the cruiserweight title.
Shutting him
Because
down.
maybe he's humble. That's just who he is. He's just humble, man.
He's humble. All right. Anyways, but let's do this.
He's so
What we
humble, he
didn't
has to say
show-
he's humble.
what we didn't show is let's get a little bit into the killer. So
I just want to find out, well, give everybody an idea of who Tyler Robinson is. I don't want to make him famous, but I think it's important we find out, we let you know who he is and what led to this moment. I mean, first off, we find out that he's 22 years old. And we see video online before they were able to take it down of this guy's grades. His ACT, SATs, literally perfect. His grades in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, off the charts great. He reads on camera a letter that says you basically have a 30.
real quick, I gotta explain this to Maker. So at one point in time, I was super into church because I was an atheist for 36 years, and I went to church, and I felt I was, you know, I'm so late to the party, so I read the Bible in a year, blah, 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 all that stuff. So isn't killing against the Christian values. God wouldn't want you to kill somebody, or Jesus, but it does say obey the laws of the land. And what that means in the Bible is the president has been appointed to be the president. There's governors that's been appointed. There's all these people being appointed. So the laws of the land is literally, because our laws, we do have, the death penalty is a law, right? It is actually in our establishment. So is it against you just running out there killing somebody yourself? Yes. But is it against him being tried in court, lose in court, and then being given the death penalty? No, that's not against the Christian values. Because
And neither is killing in self-defense.
Oh, let me add in the first guy that they took into detainment. He was actually there for 9/11 and the Boston thing and all these events where something bad happened, and now they're saying he had child porn or something. They're arresting him for child porn. And if you pull up this thing that I just put in the private, this is the kid that was stepping on the visual. And apparently he was wearing the same clothes.
Yeah,
as the shooter at the place.
Man, we didn't even finish this video. Let's see a little bit about this
2,000 scholarship to go to a school. So you think this guy's heading towards a scholarly life. They said he was quiet. But he had friends in high school. Well, something went wrong. Can you imagine the smartest guy you know only lasting a semester in school and then ends up at a technical school? And there's nothing wrong with the technical school. But when you have a person who's a brainiac, who's diving into the books, gets a perfect score on reading, you don't think he's going to be an electrician, and ends up moving 10 minutes from his house. 10 minutes from his house, an apartment. He lived with a roommate, and we got to look into the roommate. That he almost never left. In fact, the neighbors said he only came in and out, would never say hello. So what else can you tell him? No criminal record. No one saw anything about him. But we did hear about some unbalanced talk about his political leanings. The family and friends said he became more and more political and angry in recent years. Also, an interesting anecdote today. When the whole Benghazi thing came up, you watched here, and there's so many questions even today. Evidently, he would blow his friends away. I think he was in 8th and 9th grade with how much he knew and the conspiracies that were out there. And the friend said, how does this guy know all this? Well,
so long story short, he was he just got consumed. I'd say he's a fanatic. I'm telling you, like, even when we talk about video games, there's people who like, hey, I just like to play video games. There's people who like, oh, I think PlayStation is better. There's people who got a PlayStation towel in the background and oh, never mind. There's people, but then there's people who know, like, who they know all the, everybody, right? They know, Tim Warren. I don't know all these people names. So they get so consumed with information and knowledge, it can push them one way to the next. And I feel like when you see a lot of the people that's like die hard, super fanboys, man, sometimes they know a lot, and sometimes they're on the other spectrum and know not that much at all. So, anyways, but that was the shooter. Just didn't want to go too much into it, but just brought that up since we're getting all into it. And FCAT, say that again, FCAT?
Do y'all believe in like the whole Illuminati Freemason stuff?
I don't know enough
y'all want to mess
about
with
it
that?
to even believe.
Like that's super tentacle. Like
I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that's real.
You can pull up this link that I have.
Well, I'll pull up the link that you show about the kid. But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that exists that I don't even know about because I just don't even venture into that. You know, but yeah, it got to be, like I said, my favorite word in human dictionary is the word interest, right? And not, you know, interest, but not interest like how much, you know, on your car.
No, there is.
But
there is.
That's something got to get me interested to kind of dive in. But here, let me play your video.
Yeah.
And,
but also to add into that, there's people that believe Israel was behind this. I don't know. I mean, y'all believe that.
Where is the sound? Is the question. Said sound is all the way up. Now this is the guy who was pretty much trying to desecrate
Yeah, so he's wearing, apparently he's got the same shirt, same jeans and everything as the shooter that they caught on the school cameras.
Mm-hmm. They grabbed the hell out of him. They're like, "What you doing?" So what was he doing to it? Was he kicking it?
He was just stepping on the flowers, being stupid.
Being a disrespectful little asshole.
He just ruined his life doing that, man. Now you got people like FCAT with conspiracy theories and all type of stuff.
So,
young man, do not desecrate someone's gravesite. That's just rude.
Steven Crowder's been saying it all week on his show, and I kind of agree with him. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for going out there starting trouble, but I am advocating for a hair trigger defense. If anybody comes at you, like making it clear that they're coming at you in an aggressive manner, don't play no games with them.
If someone calls at me in an aggressive manner, they're gonna find out real quick how fast I punch.
Hey man, listen, that's just the reality of it is.
Man, I was
already at that mindset anyway. Cowboy, you already know some of the shit that I've gone through in just
I know, brother.
months of security. There's one in particular. If I see him on the street, he's getting choked out on the spot.
Right. But the thing is, you know, the thing is, there's always consequences and repercussions. So we just always got to be aware of that. And the thing goes both ways, right? So somebody piss you off, they might get punched in the mouth and lose all their teeth, right? But somebody, you know, then the world, here's what's unfair with the world. Back in the day, you could shoot the fair one and get up off the ground, no matter who won or lost. Be like, all right, cool. Nowadays, somebody get mad because they deserve to get punched in the mouth, and then they want to get somebody to shoot you. You know, it's
and
just
nobody can take that L anymore. It used to be you can go throw hands and buy a beer and shake hands and hug it.
Yeah, you used to be able to say, yeah, I really deserve that.
Yeah, but now everybody to let their ego get
Now we have to
involved.
be sensitive about everyone's feelings, and you gotta make sure that everyone has a fruit snack ready, because in case their blood sugar gets a little low.
That's probably where things kind of went a little. I think participation trophies probably ruined this country, but that's a whole nother.
No, I don't disagree with that. Don't disagree with that. I want everyone is special. No one is.
No, I think it's important to know why you lost. You know, and you'll be a poor loser if you think you should have won.
One of the key things I think this generation doesn't learn is that they don't learn how to take a fucking loss.
If everybody
gotta
wins
take
just by
L's, man.
participating, there's no competition. There's no reason to get better.
You want to get in? You want to get into the Ukrainian girl or the Tyler Perry thing?
No, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that for
Okay.
I'll leave it for another day. Yeah, once we're done with Charlie Kirk, I'll just make this just only about Charlie Kirk, and
Now let's complain about the younger generation, how they have to stick cops that's on their brains. Now I know how my grandma feels.
Anything? What else? Is there anything else we wanted to add? I wish I could show that whole little thing where he was shooting, because it really did look like the guy was pressing a button on his sleeve.
Yeah. And it looks like the other guy has something underneath his armpit.
Some James Bond gadgets and shit.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Then they had this other dude with a white shirt, and looks like he's doing a gun motion with his hand.
Oh yeah, they said
It was in the audience. There was another guy. There was another guy who was in the audience who was running away with a gun. But I mean, I don't know. You don't know it's AI because people on Twitter, they'll do that. They'll put crazy stuff into a video and be like, "Oh, look, this is real."
Then there was the one guy they said was at the thing where Trump got shot at and was also there. So I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. FCAT been going through a crazy rabbit hole. He been sending me videos nonstop for like the last 2 days as we was building
The
up.
rabbit holes are freaking crazy.
Oh man, yo! Last night I went to. Oh no, it was over the weekend. A buddy of mine, he came to Tampa, celebrate his anniversary. So we drove out there to meet up with him, right? And my phone's just going crazy, so I didn't check any of it. By the time I got home and finally had time, I'm like, yo, FCAT put like 20 different things in there. I'm like, man, I got some work to do. Oh man. Well, look, man. You guys got anything else on the subject that we want to add? I mean, we talked about the shooter. We brought up his wife. We talked about him extensively. We talked about did you believe him? You didn't believe him. You thought he's racist, not a racist, good guy, bad guy. We end up getting into is heaven real or do you go to heaven? I mean,
there is the Israel thing. Apparently he came out against Israel or something. He started talking bad about Israel, and the next thing you know, he's dead or something.
Oh, I know what. Hold up. I know what I want to bring up, but I gotta see if there's.
Oh God, are you gonna talk about WrestleMania?
What?
Yeah,
Where is
WrestleMania.
that?
Going to Saudi Arabia, man.
Charlie Kirk.
No more Charlie Kirk. I'm sick of giving this.
Yeah, I got one more thing.
Sick of giving this corpse more attention than the live.
It came right up too. Okay, y'all got to see this. Now, this is one of the most ironic things, I think, of the whole thing. I'm using the word ironic, but look and listen to what he said. This is crazy. Now, talk about dying on the sword.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal.
Agreed.
So we need to be
very I will say everybody's muted.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, all right, yeah, my headphones just came back on too. After the video stopped, I didn't hear anything.
Cowboy, you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I was just saying was I was rambling on when y'all couldn't hear me. I said that is wild, like to the T. He said there's a certain amount of gun deaths that we need to have a year in order to make things better. Talk about dying on the sword. Now, what I hope is that something changed because of his death. Even if they start doing plexiglass, like you go on campus and they got a big plexiglass that go up high and pretty much it's impossible to shoot somebody. Like, when COVID was around, you go to the store, they had a big plexiglass in front. Hopefully something changes.
I think they need to
I
put
mean,
these events
he
up.
also said we need mass shootings to keep the Second Amendment.
Well, he just said
No.
gun. This is what he said. He said
He
gun.
said gun this to remind people that we still need guns to protect ourselves.
He didn't say mass shootings, but he did say.
I think he says school shootings.
Look, he just said it right here.
Some gun deaths every single year.
No, he said the
that we
word
can
gun
have
deaths. Listen,
the
FK,
second-
listen.
Fortunately, some gun deaths
To
every
keep
single
the
year.
Second
So that
Amendment?
No, listen, bro. I'm playing it. I just played it. He said, unfortunately, we need some gun deaths. Is what he said.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he just said it right now. Listen.
Of unfortunately some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Every
That's
year.
it.
No. See, I could not disagree with something more. I literally, why the fuck? Why do people need to die to keep the Second Amendment? Don't you think?
Because if nobody dies, then nobody's going to think it's important enough to keep around.
It's
And
not important. Why do you need a gun? Why do you need a gun? I'm sorry. I've been playing.
If we take, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you one question, TPG. If everybody in America gave up all their guns tomorrow, what's to stop the government from coming in and basically forcing their will upon all the people?
Okay, that's a big kind of
Yeah.
wow. That's big kind of wow.
Every single
the
time in
thing-
history, every single time in history that the people have been disarmed, the government subjugates them.
So the thing about the
Wait. In the
look.
UK, only the farmers, only the people on farms have guns in the UK. Energy. The government.
Now let's
First off,
remember, guys.
think
Look.
this is a-
Let me say. Let me say this real quick.
Giant
Okay, go ahead. Hold on.
misconception
Hold on. Let TPG get his little rant off. Go ahead.
Hey,
TPG.
first off, there's a giant misconception when it comes to the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says you have the right to bear arms when you are in a well-regulated militia.
Negative.
And
There's
even
a
then,
comma.
they
There's a
did
comma
not
there.
actually. They did not actually force. They didn't know what kind of weapons we have. Why does a teenager? Why does
It doesn't
a
matter
teenager
what kind-
need a AR-15? Why?
Because technology
Yes,
advances. Because anybody that's going to come at you with any kind of weapons, you need
Dude,
something that's going to
there's so
equalize that
many
force.
ways to handle a situation instead of shooting a motherfucker. One, how about
Okay.
fucking just disarming them? How about
Okay,
just
somebody.
breaking their arm?
Okay. Look, oh my God, I can't.
Okay,
Do you know how
you just
easy it
said
is to
that.
break someone's arm?
Real quick.
All right,
Let me give
listen,
this in there. Let me.
Somebody
Real
is-
quick.
Guys. Somebody
Real
make
quick.
a point.
15 feet
Hold
away.
on,
you're
FCAT.
gonna
Hold on,
keep
FCAT. TPG said something that Energy want to rebuttal. You totally got to wait your turn on this one. Hold on, let him go.
How many people have walked into Walmart shooting up the place? What are you going to do? Break their arm from all the way down at the other end of aisle 15? No, you're going to need something of equal or significantly more powerful force to combat that. You're not just going to.
Oh my God.
You're not going to use
You only
hand-to-hand
get-
combat on somebody with a gun,
Listen.
especially if they're outside your
Evil.
range.
Evil.
Okay,
The
first
Second
off,
Amendment. Look. I'm gonna make this clear right now. The Second Amendment was written when there was muskets around.
It
They
doesn't
meant
matter.
it as the British were invading during the American Revolution. They meant it
Our
for the
founding fathers
British.
also knew that muskets weren't going to be the only guns around forever.
Really?
I mean, for God's sake,
Really?
it's legal to have a cannon, for God's sake. My neighbor has one.
You legally own a tank,
Okay.
by the way.
Yeah.
You can legally own a tank.
So if you can own a tank, why can't you?
In what fucking world does someone need a tank?
Well,
When
I
did we
think the
start-
thing is, so
when did we start
TPG.
feeding into
It's
the
better to have it and
Jesus.
not need it.
So
We
TPG.
didn't see an automatic weapon
Hold
till
on,
the
wait.
Japanese War.
You kind of have to move to a different country because America is all about doing whatever the f you want. But
And it's
that's
always
false
better
freedom.
to have something and not
so,
need it. I don't have the gun because I
I
want
would
it.
just
I have
like
a
to
gun
get-
because I might need it one day, and I'd rather
I
have
would
it
like
if
to
I
get
need
my
it.
opinion out there without being interrupted, but I'm just gonna say this. I don't think that we should allow the American citizen to have access to fully automatic assault rifles.
We don't.
I don't think we should encourage children to learn how to own a gun at 13. In some states, you are allowed to own a gun at 13. You can't smoke, you can't drink, you can't even fuck, but you can own a gun.
So
I mean, come on! You're telling me your penis. You're telling me your
TPG,
penis
hold
is
up.
more dangerous than a gun.
You know the
Hold
best
on.
way.
No, wait, real quick. We gotta say something real quick. TPG, there's no law against having sex at a certain age.
Yeah.
First off, fully automatic
Legally,
weapons
there is
are
one.
illegal.
Yeah, legally.
Fully automatic weapons outside of military use are illegal in this country. Second off, what was the point you made about fucking kids and guns?
Kids and
The best way to keep a
guns.
kid from shooting anybody is to teach them gun safety at an early age. My daughter was 3 years.
You mean
Listen,
like how? Yeah,
no,
so like
my
how
daughter.
this guy,
My daughter was
how
3
this
years.
guy
Listen,
was
listen.
TPG, he's telling you gotta hold up. Let him.
My daughter was 3 years old, and when we would come home, I would look at her and say, "What do we do?" And she would look at my gun and say, "Now we got to unload it." So I would take the magazine out and say, "Is it unloaded?" She goes, "No, you got to take the one out of the chamber." So I'd pull the one out of the chamber. I would pull the slide back, and I'd look down the magazine well, and she'd look down the other end. And if we could see each other's eyeballs, she knew that weapon was clear. And I would tell her, "Now what do we do? Now we put it up when we don't mess with it unless we need it." And I'd ask her, "When do we need it? If somebody's trying to hurt us, what if an animal's trying to hurt you? Then you need it. What if when else do we need it?" She would tell you if a person's trying to hurt you, if an animal's trying to hurt you, or if an animal is tasty. That's the only 3 times you need it.
Okay, my point.
All right. Well, real quick,
At
TPG,
3 years old. At 3 years
okay.
old.
Okay, hold on, real quick, TPG, before you do that, real quick, hold on. I just want to say what's up to my guy Black Dragon. He just popped up. What's up, Black Dragon? Matt was actually on here earlier. We went to high school together, but Matt was actually on here. You should come on one day. What are we talking about? We're pretty much talking about Charlie Kirk. Yes, you are correct. You said you have the same energy, whatever. He literally just, but the clip, I'll play it back real quick. He did say he believed in a certain amount of gun deaths a year. So, I mean, he did say it, and that's kind of what happened. So,
worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Now, I'm sure he did, when he said that, he didn't think it would be him, but I'm sure he thought it's possible. Like the video I seen when the lady said, "What do you claim to get out of this? And are you not afraid?" And he said, "I mean, you know." So, anyway, go ahead. Are you guys done? We're going back.
And also,
Okay,
I think the point he was trying to make right there was also that the Second Amendment, granted, if it's active, there are some people that are going to take advantage of it. There are some people that are going to misuse it and abuse it. That's with anything. But just because one person is going to use a gun for evil does not mean the rest of the good people should not have guns to protect themselves.
And I agree with that, but the problem is we see more bad people with guns than good people with guns.
Okay,
where
do you see that statistic?
The shooter was a model example of what everyone says that everyone should be like. He was raised around guns. He knew how to fire them. His father was a police officer. He was, well-educated young man. He was everything that the Republicans say you should be. And what did he do?
If there are more bad people with guns, then tell me why it is that the only time that 99% of mass shootings happen in gun-free zones where people are not going to shoot back.
Because they know to take advantage of that situation.
Exactly, because in an area where everybody's carrying a gun, you're not going to start ripping off rounds.
You're saying that elementary school should just allow people with guns to walk on campus?
Yes. No, not just walk on the campus, but I think there should be teachers that are armed in the classrooms. There should be police officers at the school. There should be people that are trained in the use of firearms.
I didn't know sending my 5-year-old is essentially the equivalent of almost sending them to prison.
If my 5-year-old's math teacher was a Green Beret, I would rather he have a gun in there in case somebody did walk onto the school shooting.
Or maybe we should actually be focusing on mental health and escalating the country's.
I agree with that, but that's not going to fix all of the problems, because some people with mental health issues either, number one, aren't going to get the help that they need because they don't want to go for the help, because you can't help somebody that does not want to be helped. Or there's always going to be cases like in Florida where the cases slip through the cracks because the laws that are on the books don't get enforced by the people that are supposed to be enforcing them. There was a guy that shot up a bowling alley in Florida. He got a gun when he shouldn't have had one, but the person that sold him the gun didn't fucking check like the law told him he should.
That may shut down all the mental
Yeah, and the problem is not to. The problem isn't to write more laws to restrict people's gun rights. The problem is to enforce the laws that are already on the books.
The problem is we need to find the root, what's causing all this, and try to actually fix it instead of just
not just one
point
problem.
point it and blaming everyone else. That's
There's not just one problem. It's
I will say that's what I was trying to get at.
It's the chemicals in our food.
Find the root problems and heal.
It's the media amplifying problems way bigger than they need to be. It's chemicals in our food. It's different.
Okay, so can I ask
microwaves
this?
and the fucking radiation emitting from our cell phones. I guarantee you that has an effect on our brains.
So can I ask this question? I just want to ask this actually directly to the panel. Do you think violence in media does have some role to play? Like there's some level of glorification?
No.
No.
I've been playing Mortal Kombat since I was a kid, and
Yeah.
I've never gotten the urge to walk down the
Yeah.
street and rip somebody's heart out.
Yeah, them going after video games or Marilyn Manson after Columbine.
Let me answer. You guys been talking for a minute. So I do think I did the thing energy comment on it. I said, do you think we're in the United States we're being desensitized to violence? I think it's a whole, right? I don't think it's just, oh, you play Call of Duty so you want to shoot people. But I think as a whole, you grow up with violence in your entertainment. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I see some game that's kind of kiddish, I mess with Nintendo all the time. Like, bro, Mario ain't got no kids by now. Like, I always want violence in my video games. I get extra excited if I'm playing a video game and my character could punch a hole through somebody or rip somebody in half, right? I'm a Mortal Kombat fan. So, yes, I do think we've been growing up. Society has been groomed to have violence, whether it's in your entertainment, things you enjoy on a day-to-day basis, weekly basis, whether going to the movies, like we'll go to the movies and be like, oh, comic book movies getting stupid. They don't got no violence. They make too many jokes. I say this, right? I want a movie like, not silly like Deadpool, but I want something like Old Man Logan where it's super violent. You're cutting heads off, right? I want more of a mature adult content, right? And I've always wanted this even when I was younger. Yes, I think social media being able to put everything out there and everybody can see what you do and see what you say. Now, good and bad. You could champion and be like the person, go out there, put all your stuff out there and be like, look at me. I'm that dude. I mess with all these girls. Society calls me the guy. Then you could be on the other spectrum. Look at me. I get no girls. People always laugh at me, make jokes at me. I'm in poverty. I don't have good clothing. Now I just want to distance myself. I think as a whole, the United States, because I can't talk about another country I don't live in. I think the United States, I could even go to rap music. I lived in the inner city where white people barely lived there. And the white people live there, people talk about racism. I've seen more white people get beat up than black people just for living in the neighborhood. That wasn't cool. So I think as a whole, the United States have an issue that isn't just one thing. Let's go, Purple Haze. I know you've been a member and you're regrouping. Purple Haze celebrating 38 months of membership. I appreciate it. Hold on. I'm almost done. So I think the United States as a whole, yes, has an issue. I agree with TPG and the guns thing. How do you stop gun violence? Just get rid of the damn guns. Then you won't have the violence. Now, is it getting rid of somebody's rights? Yeah, it is. But it's kind of like, what is bigger? You want gun deaths or you want somebody to be mad that they can't shoot in their backyard anymore? I say save a life. But the United States, hold on real quick. The United States, that's not what listen, that's a constitutional right that you don't want to take away from people, the rights to bear arms, right? So I get it. But my opinion is if we are too immature or it's too much mental, because we got all the excuses. Oh, it was a little kid, he didn't know better. Oh, it was a kid that was able to get into his parents' closet. The parents should have been watching it. Oh, he was a mental health patient, so he didn't know what he was doing. You see deaths over and over, and it's some excuse. Oh, we need more people to have guns to stop the person with the gun, and there's still a life being lost. So I think personally, if the United States can't figure it out, get rid of the guns. That's me. Yes, I think to answer this question, I'm almost done. I think as a whole, the United States does have a problem that has to do with more than just social media, more than just you're able to have guns, more than just you're young, you can show your kid how to clean a gun or whatever. I think we have a group of things. I think our issue is we are been built to be able to have whatever you want and do whatever you want. I think America's freedom is probably the biggest issue. Now, we're all going to fight for freedom and we love it. But I think our freedom to say what you want, where you want, how you want, there's almost no consequence or repercussions besides when somebody take it out on their own hands, like a vigilante style. Like, oh, I'm talking trash about you, I'll punch you in the mouth. Oh, you said my president is bad, blah, 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 you get shot. Like, the United States has a freedom problem. But again, on a double-edged sword, I love my freedom. I like to be able to do whatever I want if I wanted to. But freedom, so I think Jenna Hayes said it earlier, comes with consequences. So that's
I'm going to point out there that getting rid of the guns is not going to fix the problem, because the UK has already gotten rid of the guns, and there's an increase of stabbings and people throwing acid in each other's faces. So that's not going to make violence stop. We're violent by nature. Like going back to the Roman era, like there was a reason they had the Colosseum. Like people are fascinated by violence, whether they participated in it or not. So getting rid of the guns just allows people less tools to protect themselves.
Yeah, but energy. Let me hold on real quick. I want to ask a direct question. Energy, but you got to admit though, the violence in the UK versus the United States, you couldn't even compare it, right? You couldn't even, like, somebody getting acid thrown on and somebody getting stabbed. If you do their numbers, in one school shooting or one the numbers ain't even comparable, right? So you do take the good with the bad.
100%.
The lesser of two evils, maybe.
100% of mass shootings are stopped by somebody with a gun, whether it's a civilian with a gun, whether it's a cop with a gun, or whether it's the person doing the shooting themselves.
Right. Yeah. So if there was no guns, there would be no mass.
Taking the guns away from the good guys is not going to solve the problem.
Okay. If there was no guns, there would be no mass shooting, right?
There would still be stabbings. There would still be bow and arrow attacks. There would still be people.
I want to clarify something real quick.
Okay,
I will never advocate for getting rid of all the guns, because that's unreasonable. That would take more resources than it'd be worth. But the problem is, I think we kind of, in this country, because I don't know about the rest of the world, but I think we've kind of glorified owning a gun. I think we've kind of made it like, a masculine thing. Like, hey, if you own a gun, you're capable of protecting your family.
It's not a masculine thing.
Women
own guns.
Look what Listerting just said. He said, where are all the mass shootings in Canada? They have guns too.
I think it's a very American problem. We have an American problem that I don't know how we fix it. I think we need to evaluate our mental health care system. I think we need to evaluate, what does the Second Amendment cover? Does the Second Amendment cover AR-15s? Does it cover cannons? Does it?
It's not the government's place to regulate that.
But the government made it. The government made it. So why can't they clarify?
It's already clarified.
Yeah, it is already clarified.
What's the clarification?
Listen, in a certain state, you're allowed
there's no restriction on what you like. The only restrictions there are is there's no like fully automatic weapons, or like you can still have semi-auto and whatnot. But
yeah, and remember, people could buy a weapon and add. Remember the guy in the casino that was shooting in the casino out of the window? He actually added like the auto fire. Like he got a piece that you could clip on and turn that gun into, So there's always stuff you could do.
Now there's ghost guns.
Get it from stuff like that. Can you make it yourself? Real quick. Obi said, kid I worked with was amped to join military so he could play Call of Duty in real life.
Right. If we're ready to next thing, I sent you a link.
I just want to say, Energy, I'm not coming after your guns. I respect your right, and I'm glad you're a person that actually teaches your kids how to use guns safely, instead of what my dad kind of taught me. He was kind of like, hey, just don't aim it at your fucking brother. Okay.
There's 4 basic rules of gun safety, and if you follow all 4 of those rules, nothing bad will happen unless you own like a SIG P330 or 230 or whatever.
It shows a lot of people aren't following them rules.
You keep your finger off the trigger. You don't point it at anything you don't intend to shoot. You know what you're aiming at, and you just don't do stupid shit.
Yeah, but the
know,
problem
know,
is,
know the condition. Know the condition of your gun. Keep your finger off the trigger and don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy.
My
So
dad always
energy-
taught. My
the
dad taught
problem-
me
And
if your
treat every
finger.
gun like it's loaded. That's it.
So
Just like
energy.
My
The
dad taught
problem
me.
is. Go ahead, TPG.
Okay, my dad taught me if your finger's on that trigger, you better be ready to kill someone.
yes.
So listen, and to both of y'all points, the problem is people are putting their finger on the trigger ready to kill something. Those rules don't mean nothing to the person who said, oh, you said make sure if you got your finger on the trigger you're going to kill something. Yes, I'm intended to kill these people in this school. That's what they was intended to do. So those rules are, they're actually following their rules.
To keep your finger off the trigger is meant for people that if you hold a gun naturally and your finger is on the trigger,
Right.
then if you trip, you might accidentally pull the trigger.
You might
Right.
shoot
and you're going to shoot
yourself.
when you don't intend to. So you keep your finger high and on the slide, and the weight, like if the trigger's down here, you keep it up here on the slide, and you
Right.
don't fucking
Right, but
you don't touch that trigger until you're ready to shoot.
Right, but remember, you did say don't aim at something unless you mean to shoot it, and so that's the
Yeah.
problem. These people are aiming at people, and they intend to shoot people. So it's wild.
That's not the gun's fault. How many people die in car accidents every year? We don't take away all the cars.
Yeah, but
because-
listen.
He is telling the truth. He is telling the truth in that though. Like there
So
are
let me ask you,
more
Energy.
car deaths than there are gun deaths every year. So are we
Let
gonna
me
outlaw
ask
cars
you-
now?
let me-
We're gonna outlaw cars?
TBG, let me ask Energy something. You don't think when your kids are gonna play around with that gun and actually that may shoot another?
My daughter knows better.
No, dude.
You're sure?
If my
I'm
kid
positive.
gets anywhere near a fucking gun, I'm gonna snatch that fucking thing right out of his hand. Like, what the fuck do you think?
My
you need
daughter
this
won't even
for?
touch the BB gun in the. I got a BB gun in the laundry room. She won't even touch it unless she asks. Hey, Daddy, can we go Can we go in the backyard and shoot the BB gun?
I trust you,
parenting right there.
but I'm telling you right now, keep it like that. Do not let up. Do not,
Yeah, she was taught gun safety at a very
drop
young
your defense on that kind of stuff.
and she was also
Like,
taught that it's not a toy.
24/7, 365, that shit.
Listen, his daughter is the sweetest child, man. But again, the thing is, our kids are our kids until they get old enough to start making decisions on their own. So that's the only thing with human beings, right? Like, my one daughter has 3 kids, and she just turned 26. Did you think I thought that would have happened with her? No, and I taught her right? So the problem is the world is the world, and we're just gonna keep being, people of the world.
we're trying to
But
apply.
anyways,
We're trying to apply logic in a non-logic world. Come on, let's be.
so listen, Lizard Tank said, by this logic, I should be able to own a nuclear weapons. That is still bearing arms. It's 100% the government job to clarify what rights to bear arms cover. He said, this man has the most disingenuous arguments I've ever seen.
Nuclear weapons are that's a totally different issue because those are actually regulated by the Geneva Convention, not just our country.
And Ron wanted to know, are rocket launchers covered by the Second Amendment? And then Ron said, fun fact, Japan requires yearly mental evaluations and inspections for gun owners.
No, actually, I've heard.
I agree. I agree with
I want to say this right now. I think that's something we should.
I knew somebody that had a bunch of guns. They had the freaking tank shells, like they had everything. They looked like they were ready for the zombie apocalypse. I mean,
I have a question. Ambi, what's going on, Ambi? Thanks for popping in. Ambi said, when we try to pass gun regulations that follow those golden rules, they get turned down. Explain that.
What golden rules?
NRA. That's why. The NRA.
No, what golden rules?
Yeah, Ambi, what golden rules? I'm not sure either. But man, let me play this back.
play the next thing so we can get off of this.
I grew up around guns. I know what to do. It's like not everyone should also have access to gun. I'm not trying to be mean right here, but I'm not going to give the kid who has Down syndrome a fucking handgun.
And I don't think people are doing well. I mean, some people probably are doing that. I think the thing is we're talking about like people who end up get in guns and shoot people, right? When you look at it, those people are most of the times calculated. They know what they're doing. They were able to get a gun because they planned on the gun. They whether knew their parent had a gun and don't lock it up. I don't care if they was bullied. I don't care if it's mental health. They still was calculated enough to know how and to and where to get the gun and to be sneaky enough to end up using it on people. So
okay, I see what Amby was saying. Okay, so those 4 rules of gun safety, those are general rules. Those aren't government regulations. Those are basic common sense safety tips. Like don't touch a trigger until you're ready to shoot. Don't aim the gun at something you don't want to shoot. Know whether your weapon is loaded or not. That's just basic common sense.
Well, that's why I said, but the problem is
that has nothing to do with regulations. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think the government should be regulating what kind of guns I can and can't have, because
agree
well,
to
they make
disagree on
up the
that
laws,
one.
right?
Because as far as the question, why do you need an AR-15? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's to protect my house or or if I'm hunting or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, it's none of your business why I have it.
But that's a weapon designed for the military, and you're not.
No, not necessarily.
You're in civilian life right now.
Not necessarily. Weapons.
Hey, at the end of the day,
have three round bursts.
I respect your right to own a gun, and I encourage people to own a weapon. But I also think that we need to encourage the right people to own weapons, not the bad, the wrong people.
You know what my thing is, though? I'm such an individual. I don't give a damn what y'all do in your house. The thing is, what I realize is I am one person, and I can't control energy. I can't control FCAT. I can't control TPG. I think the problem with this world is when we feel like, oh, you took a L, you took a 1, is because we can't, if I can't have this conversation with just one person, right? Me and you. You know what we do? We try to get all these other people to join in. So that way, if I'm not winning, the people on my side could all join in and be like, no, we agree. I think the problem is we want to be in other people's business so much. We want people to bend to our will so much. We want, I don't like guns. I want everybody not to like guns. I want the government to ban guns.
I think it was one of the guitarists.
All show, Kelly.
There's actually a heavy metal guitarist, I think, that put it in perspective, the difference between the basically the political left and conservatives. Conservatives believe that what I do in my house.
Your mic, FCAT.
It's not. It's Cowboy messing with his microphone.
That's me. My bad.
Cowboy knocked his
slapping their
microphone
microphone over there. Goddamn.
But so conservatives generally agree that whatever I do in my house, it's my business and nobody else should tell me how to do it. Once I walk out that door, I don't try to force my views on everybody else. We will talk about it, we will debate it, but I don't try to force it on you. Whereas like the political left, it takes that mentality, I don't like meat, so you shouldn't be able to eat cheeseburgers.
But then you can't really say that when it comes to stuff like abortion, because aren't Republicans like mostly against that? And it's like, shouldn't that be the decision of the woman?
Most Republicans I've talked to agree that it should be left up to the states. It should be voted on locally. Like California is probably going to allow it, but somebody like Alabama probably won't. It should be a local thing. It shouldn't be a federal issue.
So more in favor for states' rights instead of federal rights, which
basically, yeah.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
So you know what's funny? I'm so out of the politics. I don't even know what I would be considered. I feel like I'm nothing. But,
Cowboy. If I were to put a label on you, I think you'd be a centrist that leans a little.
A moderate, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're in Mississippi, right?
Yeah.
Well, over here, Trump's about to send the military in to fight crime or whatever over here in New Orleans.
The National Guard. He's already done it to D.C. and Chicago. Yeah.
And here's the thing, I actually agree with it, because you know why? These states for so long, they've let the criminals run around, do whatever the hell they want. It's like, dude, you need to actually enforce the law here.
New Orleans is bad.
Of the 20 most dangerous cities in America, 19 of them are run by Democrats.
New Orleans is up there.
Yeah,
New Orleans is up
there. Baltimore's up there.
Seattle's up there.
St. Louis.
Around
wait. What did you say?
You get your car jacked.
I think of the top 20 most dangerous cities in America. I think the only one that's run by a Republican is Jacksonville, or at least that was the case 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah, it
I'm
is.
actually looking it up.
I stay clear of the city as much as possible.
Yeah, you might be in a red state, but if the city's run by a blue leadership, then it's typically a pretty dangerous place.
Man, I like ignorance is bliss, so I've been living a lot of whatever y'all talking about, but I don't even know who's blue, I don't know who's red, I don't know who's left, I don't know who's right.
New Orleans doesn't even have a mayor. We don't even have a mayor.
In the past, what, 30, 40,
got,
50 years, the only time that New York's had a low crime rate was when Giuliani was running it.
Bro, our mayor just got indicted. Our mayor,
for the record, Cowboy, I'm a donkey.
Got indicted.
I'm blue, but I'm a old school blue.
Well, you know what it is? You know what's hard? Is the thing is, I was talking about this with M3 on the phone last night, is wherever there's a lot of poverty, there's a lot of violence, right? And unfortunately, you know, that's all over, right? I'm not going to say one or the other, but that's just, you know what it is. So, like Energy mentioned some of the baddest places, whatever, and I think you said Jacksonville was on the list, right?
Yeah, it was.
So I used to live in Jacksonville back in '99, and you know, I could park my car. I was like amazed that I could park my car and leave my windows open, right? Again, that was '99, but I came from Trenton, New Jersey. Trenton, New Jersey, you know, now years later I'm in Jacksonville, so you said they're on the list. I don't know if Trenton would be on the list or not, but that would be ironic if Trenton isn't on the list, knowing where I came from. And if Jacksonville, and again, I didn't recently live in Trenton, New Jersey, but I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey.
I think it's kind of interesting how.
Real quick, but here's the thing, though. Jacksonville is the largest city in the United States land-wise, right? So Jacksonville, instead of it's the size of a city, it's the county. So Jacksonville is Duval County. So it's funny because I wonder, like, as long as I've been moved back here, there's some sketchy neighborhoods I drove through, like, oh, wow, you know, they won't want to get out of here the way it looked, right? But I wonder when they do the crime rate and stuff, like, how do they judge, like, the percentages of what?
For the record, Cowboy, the largest city in the United States is New York City with a
No,
population
listen,
8 million residents.
Hear me out. You don't listen.
It's the crime rate per capita.
City in the United States land-wise. Always make sure I add the land. So if you look at, so population, yes, but the land. So if you look at the land, that's what they're saying. The largest city in the United States land-wise.
Yeah,
the crime rates are typically per capita. So for every 100,000 people in the city, how many commit crimes?
I mean, I saw this freaking thing from my state where they were talking about, like, so why is the homeless rate like kind of equate to with the crime rate? And it's like, well, think about it. If you're looking to hire someone to, you know, sell drugs, who's the best person to do it? Homeless people. One, because the police never fucking check them, and two, no one really pays attention to them.
Yeah. Okay, you have this next video ready?
No, so I clicked on it, and the next video, is that the thing from Twitter where it shows that girl?
Yeah. No,
Okay, so
play the video that's on the post.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cue it up. And for people who are just tuning in, I'll play this one more time because I thought this was probably the most captivating thing that Charlie said.
So this next video is
This guy FK driving me crazy, boy. But anyway, go ahead, FK.
No, play it. I know you were playing.
All right. No, I just wanted to play this real quick and then go to your video. I just was saying that anybody who came in late and, you know, asked him what is this about, I was just saying this was the most captivating thing I think I've heard you ever say, being that whatever happened. But
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Wow. Anyway, let's pull up.
So this next video is Charlie debating an actual Satanist.
What?
He was this kid is a Satanist?
Yes.
Oh, you know,
So he debated Satanist.
Oh yeah, look at his shirt. Wow, I didn't realize that. All right, here we go.
Are you a Christian by any
Yeah,
chance?
very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There's not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
What makes Christian mythology real?
So that's not mythology, but that is theology. If Genesis 1:1 and the resurrection is true, anything in the Bible is possible. You're looking at the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle is creation. And then the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. And I say, how do you know that Jesus rose from the dead? Well, show me another historical piece of a story where so many people willingly died a brutal death for a lie. Every single person around him had everything to lose, and yet they went to the absolute death, from Paul to Peter to the half-brother of James, saying that Jesus is Lord, Jesus rose from the dead. Not to mention, if you were going to fake a story, you would not use female witnesses in the ancient world. In the scriptures, it said that the women were the first one to see Jesus Christ. If you're trying to fake a story, you would never do that.
It's interesting. So yeah. there's that.
So he said there's archaeological stuff to back up the Bible, which is kind of true. You know, they found proof of Pontius Pilate, they found the Ark of the Covenant, they found the veil of Jesus that he was buried with. You know, stuff like that, I guess.
Oh, Sierra, Thane is saying it's easier to be poor in a blue city due to.
I was just looking at that too. So
There's
politics
some truth
counts for
there is some
culture.
truth to
There
that.
are a lot of politics that their policies enacted actually enable more poverty and more leniency towards criminals. And again, that first thing that Lizard said about the higher population, again, crime rates are usually per capita. So if you have city A that has 50,000 people and city B that has 100,000 people, and both of them have 2,000 crimes, city A is going to have a higher crime rate because those 2,000 crimes is a higher percentage.
Yeah, because higher percentage.
As far as how many people would want to live in Mississippi, there's like probably not many people would say Mississippi is where they would want to live, but I will say that Mississippi is the one state where your dollar goes further.
So I've personally in my life, I've had a lot of people actually leave my state recently, and a lot of them are going to like the North Dakota, South Dakota, freaking Montana. It's like everyone wants
Arizona,
to go to. Yeah, they want to go to this. A lot of Republicans want to go to like more. Guess the best way to put it, peaceful states.
Like I said,
there isn't these large cities everywhere.
Your dollar does go further in Mississippi than any other state.
True.
Let me ask a dumb question. What side is blue?
What size?
Okay,
The Democrats are blue, Republicans are red.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know because he just said blue. I'm like, okay, I don't know. But so I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey, and everybody, one of their missions was to move out of Trenton, New Jersey.
Yeah.
So, no, literally, that's like everybody wanted to move out. Like even people who still live there. Sometimes you're like, you're an adult now. But it is what it is.
It's like they're like, hey, if I had a choice to get out of here, I would.
I'll say that, and my mom still lives in Trenton, New Jersey. So I'm just saying. And she lived in Florida and moved back, but she moved because my grandma was sick. Then my grandma passed away, and she decided to stay. But anyways, and she feels that. Anyway, it is. So but yeah, I mean, you know what? As an adult, you can move wherever you want. You should do your homework. Like when I was wanting to move to Florida, my wife wanted to move to Fort Myers. I wanted to move to Jacksonville, mainly because I used to live in the city. I knew a little bit of like the design of the city, and I liked it. It was so big, so I had like pretty much your own zoo, your own airport, multiple beaches, blah blah blah. So we decided to come here because historically they don't really get hit by hurricanes hard, but it is colder than further south of Florida. So,
hey, man, at least you ain't surrounded like volcanoes. I am. Jeez, when these fuckers go off, we're all going with them.
You got to run fast.
Damn. How you outrun a volcano?
But you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I originally was going to move to Florida in a bad neighborhood. So this is funny, but this is a true story. when we was looking into, I wanted to rent, and my wife wanted to buy a house, and I was like, I don't want to buy a house. I want to wait a little bit. So as she was looking, it was all these houses really cheap. I was like, damn, if it's that cheap, I'll buy a house. So for months we were looking and looking, just, you know, we wasn't ready to move yet. And as it got closer, it got more serious. I said, okay, let's reach out to a realtor that live in Florida, you know, and asked him about the areas and stuff because, you know, so once he told us, oh, those houses are cheap because of location. Now they're a realtor, so they can't really say the words ghetto or stuff like that, right? So I was like, what do you mean location? He was like, well, you know, all the houses you're telling me about are in, you know, the area isn't so good. I'm like, huh? So he sent me a map of zip codes, said, these are the zip codes you want to stay away from, and these are the ones, you know, you wouldn't want to. He's like, but the difference in money is a lot higher. And I said, no, you know what? We wanted to move somewhere that was cheaper, might be lower, you know, might be not the greatest place. Because I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey, I always lived on a nice street in a bad neighborhood. So I just knew, like, don't go down the street around the corner, but my street is okay. And as an adult, and I don't have to worry about kids because my kids are grown, we plan to live on find a nice street in a bad neighborhood so the house is cheap, and we could pretty much almost pay off our house from what we got from selling the house, and we would just get in our cars, drive to work, come home. Well, I work from home, so it is what it is. And that was literally our plan. So, you know, listen, sometimes people, unfortunately, I always say you end up living where your parents moved to, right? You don't have a choice until you get old enough and decide to move out. Then sometimes you get old enough and feel like, well, this is my city. I know down the street is considered bad, and somebody got shot the other day, and you know somebody I know got the car stolen, but I like where I live at. People have that mindset. Like, look at all the people who live in Philly. Not to come down on Philly.
I get that. I get that feeling. I understand that feeling because literally, not like a week ago, right across where I live, like literally just like probably 5 feet away, there was a actual freaking stabbing in a freaking park, and I posted online. I'm like, oh my God, this was literally right next to my place. And my aunt responds, yeah, that's what happens when you live in Everett. Crime everywhere. I'm like, yeah, crime's everywhere. You can't avoid it.
The cowboy will tell you, I live way out in the country, and I've had crackheads walk up into my yard in the middle of winter messing around with my mom's
Do you
car.
hear about the time a crackhead went up to Dave Chappelle's place?
Yep.
He was like,
Matter of fact, I had to walk outside and draw down on that guy to get him to go away.
The energy, you got all that land. I would think somebody would be trying to hide up in there.
Mm-hmm.
My dad's the same way. He's like, if a homeless person comes up to my place, they're gonna meet Jesus real quick.
Oh man. Anyway, guys, listen. I don't know what else we want to. Let me see. Did you got anything else? I don't think anything else is in there.
For 4 hours. Holy
But
yeah, it's been late. It's been late.
we did 4 hours. We made everything only on Charlie Kirk and whatever spent off from it. Energy. I didn't even know you was gonna be able to be here this long. So man, it's always a pleasure having you. And this is cool because usually we're talking about wrestling. But you know, thanks for popping in. You know.
Hey, anytime, man.
Definitely.
Thanks for having me.
Energy. I'm coming for 2 things tomorrow. One, I'm
things
taking
you
Logan Paul, and I'm winning that goddamn cruiserweight championship.
Logan
And
Paul's getting run down on, and you ain't even gonna make it to me in the 1v1.
And two, you already know I'm coming for that 1v1. You better hope Hot Pockets try to stop me because I'm coming.
My prediction is if anybody takes that 1v1 belt off of me, it's probably going to be Hot Pocket.
So I did want to ask you too, just a quick question here, because you guys are the wrestling guys. How do you feel about WrestleMania? I think it's 47, right? Or 2007?
It's gonna be Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So how do you feel about that being in Saudi Arabia?
I don't like it.
I don't care. But that's just me. I don't care about, listen, you'll know me. Bro, nothing really bothers me. You know why? Because nothing affects me personally. Me watching wrestling on TV, like I always watch wrestling on TV. Like I went to WrestleMania 40. That was cool because it was in Philly, right? Luckily I didn't get shot and stabbed. But, you know, it being it's going to be somewhere else I can't go to, so what do I even care?
I don't like it because WrestleMania is usually when people bust out some really cool looking outfits, and in Saudi Arabia, the females have to be basically covered head to toe.
That is true.
You could say that limitation actually makes them have to get more creative.
The thing about Saudi Arabia is they have the money and the oil.
Yeah.
Dude, they literally have a Dragon Ball theme park being built.
But then again, I also don't like the fact that I've got to buy ESPN to watch the pay-per-views now. So.
That's what bugs me too.
Well,
and I
well,
want to watch what Russell plays. Like, goddammit.
Energy. You really don't. We could talk about that. But I think the thing is,
yeah, Cowboy,
you know,
can you show me this way too on Discord?
I got you, bro. I got you. As soon as we get in,
I gotta see. Gotta see AJ Lee and CM Punk together. I gotta see those two.
Emo Pimp 1122, right?
Yes.
See, it's something about me and numbers. I'm gonna hit you up after this. You know, energy. So here's the cool thing about two people talking. I didn't even think about the outfit thing because I love when the women have cool looking outfits. So yeah, they are going to be limited.
Especially somebody like Jade Cargill. Like Jade Cargill's whole gimmick is her physique, and her physique is completely covered up in Saudi Arabia. Like,
yeah, sure.
Like the woman looks like a fucking superhero, and it's just muted over there.
You better get that super tight. You know how some superheroes have the skin tight outfits that show their body. So.
Yeah, but still, to get it as defined as she is, she's gonna have to spray paint that shit like El Gigante back in the day.
Yeah, right.
Quick question: in Saudi Arabia, are you allowed to have tattoos?
I believe so.
Because I heard something like tattoos.
That's a good question because nobody's ever said anything to CM Punk or any of the rest of them.
No one said anything to CM Punk or Rhea, but maybe that's because they're such a big name that.
I mean, Rhea's covered up anyway, but
yeah.
But there's still like Braun Breaker has a tattoo. I mean,
yeah. The only thing they censor from WWE is the women. You know,
Goldberg. Yeah, Goldberg has tattoos.
Oh yeah, you guys got to get on that My Island grind to get that.
Man, I'm gonna have to be on that damn My Island.
And don't forget the Attitude Era pack. I think launches tomorrow.
Nobody want to get on there for Gold Turd.
You mean Oldberg? Oldberg.
You know what I don't get? Why they don't never just put like the optimal version of the person? It drives me crazy when they put like they put the old Kane on there, or Kane when he was with Daniel Bryan.
I got to get on Community Creations and see if anybody's created a Brock Lesnar with split pants already.
Next year's games are gonna be crazy because they're actually gonna have Brock Lesnar back.
No, I heard
he's coming back in this game, and when they put out the pack later this year, the John Cena pack's gonna have Brock Lesnar in it.
Yeah, you heard that, TPG?
Come on, man. Damn right. I don't know.
Yeah, so.
TPG might be tempted to
hijack. But that man straight fucking split his blue jeans the other day. I was dying.
That was funny. All right, guys. Well, look, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna close this thing out. But man, I appreciate all you guys. TPG, thanks for watching. You did it. Hold up. Let's let FCAT talk.
Are you sure Purple Haze ain't gonna jump on you?
I don't know. I don't think Purple Haze want to talk about this stuff. We were talking about. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna jump up on this, but I wanted to say real quick, TPG, good stuff, man. You were definitely more cool, calm, collected, and I appreciate it because I know you have your moments where you have outbursts, but I know you self-control, and I appreciate that, and thanks for coming on. I know not everybody's your biggest fan, but I do believe that we can have issues. Like just recently, somebody said TPG's back on. I said, yeah, he comes on from time to time, and I went through the whole thing. But I believe that, we can have issues in life and we can get through them. And I feel like if anybody have a problem with that, they can not like you and they can not like me because of my decisions. But I feel like I don't want somebody to control me and who I am. So I did from the beginning was like, hey, you can't be on here for a little bit. And so that was mainly because of people, right? And I felt like, okay,
yeah, that's the thing. You got to take the CM Punk approach. If you don't like me, then guess what? That's a you.
All right, hold on.
If you don't like me, bite me.
I spoke too soon. Coming in.
Yeah, here comes the
purple. I was about to.
Then Purple Haze. Give it up.
We just got explained it for 4 hours.
You know, Purple Haze. Really, this what you gonna do to me? Really, Purple Haze? This how we're doing this?
There was like 4 extra hours you could jump in at any time, but you got to jump in at the last 5 minutes.
You know what? That's cool because I start doing the same thing to her. I'll be sitting there on Thursday nights when I'm free, and the moment she got that link, I'm like, oh, I'm just waiting. As soon as she's like, oh, we're going to wrap this up, guys. I'm going to wait. The only thing is she definitely don't give me as much time as I give her. She'll add this thing to another 4 hours. I get on her thing. She's like, all right, Cowboy, you've been on for 12 minutes. So know.
Cowboy is over there in the corner.
I don't think I mic fine.
Purple
You
Haze
know what?
is sitting there in the
I
corner like
swear
Brom
Purple
Breaker.
and F-Cat are in cahoots. I swear F-Cat's
I
like,
think you just
hey,
got on to
Purple.
mess with you.
For real, I swear Purple F-Cat be like, all right, Purple, jump in now.
And if I put out the purple haze sign,
I'm blaming
Bad
Andy
signal.
too.
I just realized
signal.
Purple Haze's name rhymes with Purple Rain, kind of.
I don't think your mic's
Purple
working, man.
Rain, Purple Haze.
You might get off easy, Cowboy.
Because
Your
rain
mic's
makes
not working.
haze.
Let me
But
see.
like I said, Cowboy's
No,
over there in the
Cheyenne,
Purple's live stream, like Brom Breaker, ready to drop out the spear.
Nah, I'm telling you, she already know I'm coming. We might not have. Okay, look, I'm ending the stream real quick before she can come back. All right, guys, thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys all. And with that being said, hey, Mama knows. Oh man, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for We Wrestle Wednesdays.
I was going to say it circles back to what I said at the beginning, man. Whether we agree or disagree, man, we all got to be able to talk to each other.
Hell yeah, definitely. Well,
Yeah, what we did today on this stream is exactly what Charlie Kirk stood for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, and FK, I appreciate you too, bro. As usual, always I just want to say that personally. Thanks for coming on as well. And you know, we did the damn thing. But all right, guys, I'm probably gonna play some more Lost Soul Aside, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, text me later.
Let's go.
Later. My bad.
I'll make you famous.
All right, I wanted to be dirty. I seen Purple pop in. I was gonna be so dirty and hit that button. But I see you coming. I gotta be real. I was like, all right, she popped back in.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
And now, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I think I'm talking through my mic or my camera. So
Okay. It's computers. I can't stand it. Ooh, that's why I can't be a PC person. Just the annoying stuff that happens to me on my trying to stream sometimes. I can't imagine doing that in video games.
No, for real. No, but I was saying, I didn't know y'all can hear me. No, I'm gonna try to push it to 4. I'm gonna try to push it to 4 hours. So let's go.
I'm just gonna randomly hit the. I'm gonna randomly just end the stream. But so Purple, since you're on here, I want to hear this. Now, here's one of the most compelling things that I've heard Charlie Kirk say. So I wanted to play this back, and this is the most wildest thing. So check this out.
Oh shit! I was gonna try to talk about games.
Dribble.
No, we ain't talking about games. But check this out, Purple.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
That's wow. He literally said at one point he think it's important to have a certain amount of gun deaths every year, and that's crazy. But anyway, Purple, you have anything to say on him? Because we really literally only talked about him.
Yeah, no, I think the only thing is like, so he's not like, you know, he really wasn't on my radar. I think if you're under 30, you know who he is, but I think you know, for a lot of us, it's not who we watched. But the surreal thing was like the weekend before his unfortunate death. I was watching a debate that he was doing. I didn't know who he was, but I was just like watching it from a standpoint of like how he debates, how the other person debated. And so when they said, you know, the breaking news, it was like kind of weird to me because I was like, whoa, I was just watching this guy, you know, and I kind of dissected his debate a little bit and in the other person's debate. So I thought it was just kind of weird to me. But yeah, I think from, you know, that comment, obviously, I think the saddest, to me, the saddest thing is, and we may never know this answer truly, is I truly hope, and I say this kind of in a mixed feeling, I truly hope he truly believed what he was saying. And what I mean by that is, I think a lot of these people, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, I could say name some people on the left, Young Turks, or, you know, any of these like what I call pseudo political commentator type of people.
Political influencers.
Yeah, but I call them pseudo political influencers.
Yeah.
Because like their number one thing is entertaining, right? Like I don't think, you know, out of everything people have been saying about, and I could say this about all of them, by the way, but we're talking about now deceased Charlie Kirk. Out of all the things that people say about, oh, he stood for free speech, he did this, he did that. How many clips do you have of him where he's talking about, I stand for free speech, I stand for like, hey, opening conversations, I stand for opening dialogue? That's not what he stood for. It's like saying Jubilee stood for that, right? The YouTube channel Jubilee. The truth of the matter is, no, he made a lot of money through entertainment, and that's not a knock, that's not a compliment. But that's the side he took. Like he took a very and don't. I'm not saying he didn't believe that and he was just doing stuff for the money. But the truth of the matter is, that's why he took the clips. That's why he did the debates how he did.
Yeah, what I said earlier was that I said, you know, people that blow up, typically, I brought up Jerry Springer. I brought up, you know, what's my man, Howard Stern. I just brought up like some people who like, when they speak, they say radical stuff or they hit hard, right? And they know that this is the stuff that get eyes on you, right? And so I said, and again, I didn't know who he was until he passed also. But, and I watched, you know, a few of his stuff leading up to this since then, knowing we were going to talk about it. But I think he is intelligent enough to know I do something in a different way than a lot of people do. Yeah. In my field, and that's I kind of, you know, I do, you know, because the whole thing we were going on like, is he racist or not? And so some people was like, oh, they think he's racist, some people think he's not. There was, you know, one clip where he was saying like, oh, civil rights shouldn't happen because there's, you know, so much bad stuff happening to white people. I personally think he was racist, but he's being very selfish. But I think he's smart enough to word it in a way that pushes buttons that make you, you know, invoke emotions, because that's what get clicks, that's what get views. Now I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything, but I think he was a figure, a smart figure in this day and age where everything is about media, everything's about exposure, everything's about views and likes, and you know.
Yeah, no, I think I totally agree. Like, so the clip I was watching, and why I kind of like he picked his audience well. Like they're trying to say like he went to college campuses. No, he went to like, to be very honest, mid-tier to low-tier college campuses. Like this guy is not someone who would, like anytime he stepped foot into like a serious institution or research institution, he does not have good clips from that. And so he picked his institutions well. He picked them where he had somewhat of a home court advantage. But that's all, like I said, that's all from an entertainment standpoint. It doesn't mean that also wasn't there to create a political movement. Like you could do two things. I don't think it's an either or. But I also think like if you had said the name Charlie Kirk, had he not died, like let's say he had not been shot horrendously, right? We wouldn't be saying, oh, he's a free speech advocate and he's blah 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 blah. Like we would be saying he's like a kind of a provocateur of sorts.
I disagree on that one because I'm with FCAT and who else was it? Like a few of us in the chat tonight have been following Charlie for a number of years, and
yeah, Jersey.
He's been pretty consistent the entire time that we've been following him.
No, I'm not saying he's not being consistent. That's also not saying he's not trying to.
I truly believe that he did believe what he was saying.
Then that's what I'm saying though. I hope he did. Because if he didn't,
I think the biggest thing, so Purple, where I thought you were going is, I think the biggest thing I hope he believed, which I do feel like it, is that he believed in Jesus, because he believes that there's another place to go. And so, you know, I don't know the guy.
Well, I mean, I think from a religious standpoint, sure. Like, well, I'm just saying from everything he said, because if he did not believe that, then he died for just entertainment purposes.
Oh, I see where you. Okay, I get it. I didn't see where you was going there.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I was trying
And I
to say.
think a lot of the reason he picked the colleges that he did, because a lot of your bigger name institutions, they have been kind of bastions for left-wing policies within the administrations, and a lot of them won't even let them on their campuses.
Energy. I think that's a narrative that's being ran. Like, what school did you go to?
I stayed away from college.
Okay, so
Because
I
I
guess
didn't think
that's
there
my
was.
point. Okay, so you're framing my point exactly. You're having to go. The best you have right now is secondhand knowledge.
Well, that's not to say I didn't do my research before making that decision.
No, okay. Well, what's your research? What institution did you go to and talk to people and do a poll?
Are we talking about recently, or are we talking about?
I'm just talking in general.
When I was in high school.
Okay, so you went to the college, and so which college did you go to and say, "Hey, this is a bastion of liberal ideology"?
University University of Mississippi, Mississippi State, Ole Miss.
Okay, so I don't think anybody would say Ole Miss with Bear Bryant is a bastion of liberal ideology. I don't think anybody would say Mississippi State.
It wasn't long after I went up there. They switched their mascot from the old rebel dude to a black bear.
Okay, so like again,
and Ole Miss was the first place in this state to ban the old state flag because it still had a Confederate flag in the
okay,
state.
so again, I don't think if you were to look up right now, University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, those are not the institutions that come up that are being targeted as woke from the current administration.
No, those are two of them that I researched before.
Okay, so but you said like you went and you found that the institution.
Yeah, your Harvards, your Yales, your.
Okay, but I'm saying you. I'm saying your best hand knowledge right now. You said you researched, you went to them, so we're having that. That's what I'm saying. Like, because you're now having to listen to like your Harvards, your Princetons, your most of the time academia, for better or for worse, is going to have a mixture of ideas, and it's going to be a progressive lens on ideas because it's questioning truth. That is what institutions do.
You can get a pretty good idea of what the school stands for, though, by the courses it offers.
Okay, but again, Mike, your statement was very clear. You're saying higher education, right, has a liberal bent. So then I asked you, okay, what is your evidence of that? And so then you bring up, well, when I went to institutions and you spoke about Ole Miss, Mississippi State.
But you asked me what schools I looked into myself.
Right, because you said you did your research, so I said, which ones did you go to? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what I'm trying to get at is, how would you know what course? So tell me, what are the courses at Harvard University that you looked at?
I haven't been on there in a long time.
Okay, so
most of your liberal arts studies, though, those are, let's face it, those are useless courses.
No, let's
like liberal arts isn't going to really teach you a lot of life skills outside.
So tell me, okay, well let's unpack that right now. Define a liberal art versus define a STEM. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. What did Charlie Kirk do? You said it earlier.
Yeah, he went on the colleges and he used the Socratic method to challenge young people on their beliefs and open their minds.
The Socrates, he didn't use this. Well, he debated. He debated. Is debate a STEM? Is a debate a science, technology, engineering, math course? No. So if we look at STEM, or we look at debate, we look at the art of rhetoric, we look at what Socrates said. Where did Socrates say debate lands on curriculum or in academia?
debate is something totally different than.
No, debate is the art of rhetoric.
Yeah.
The art of rhetoric lands within liberal arts. That is where you learn language. That's where you learn negotiation. That's where you learn influence. That's when you learn how to lead. That is all in the liberal arts curriculum. I get today, because there's a lot of misinformation on what that means, and we're going to find out really quick how important liberal arts degrees are when AI comes, right? Because AI is actually doing what? The things you can count, the things you can measure, the analytical skills, the things that took a lot of grunt work. That's what AI can do. So what they're saying AI can't do is what? The human emotion, the human touch, how to say something like a human, how to actually create an idea like a human, how to actually debate like a human. AI can't do that. So those are skills that are taught within the liberal arts institution. So when it's interesting you brought up.
But I'm talking like interpretive dance. Like, what is that?
Okay, interpretive dance isn't in a liberal arts class. That's an elective.
Listen, y'all got me with all this college stuff, man.
No, but what I'm trying to say is like I think there's a lot of misinterpretation.
For there to be an entire course dedicated to that, though, I think it's just a waste.
Okay, did you pay for the course?
I mean, technically, everybody that goes to that school is paying for the course.
Okay, did you pay for the course?
No, because I didn't go to it.
Okay, and so then show me at Harvard.
Yes.
Yes, but here's the thing. You're throwing out to me a lot of things that we've now said that you actually didn't go visit Harvard. Okay, fine. You now have said, I asked, hey, what are the courses that you looked at Harvard? You said, I can't remember, it's a long time ago. You then said liberal arts. We now have defined that you have not been able to define liberal arts. But if you actually looked at me and looked at what I told you, especially when it comes to Socrates, because you brought him into it, you will see that he says your sciences are measured up with your liberal arts. You need both to be a scholar. That's actually what he said.
He's mentioning anything about liberal arts.
No, he mentioned it all about rhetoric. We can look it up right now.
Rhetoric, yeah.
What do you think?
Socrates defined rhetoric as a liberal art.
What do you think? Why don't we look at Cowboy? You bring out your Gemini thing, and you say the art of rhetoric. Is that a STEM course or is that a liberal arts course? What is it going to tell us?
I mean, if y'all want my man Gemini to come up in here, he hasn't been in here all day. I know he's hungry.
Wow, that's a long time to be on the road. Where are you headed?
Whoa, Gemini, I didn't say nothing about being on the road. Purple Haze is in the building.
Yeah, Gemini's in a whole nother library.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Purple Haze is definitely a classic.
All right, hold
on. different room.
Yo, get it together, Gemini.
I gotta go to the Gemini that will remember us having a day. Hey, Gemini, do you remember us having a show a couple weeks ago?
Oh shit.
Yes, I remember our show a couple of weeks ago. We discussed a variety of topics, including Lost Soul Aside, AJ Lee, and even whether God is real.
There we
What would you
go.
like to chat about?
Well, Purple Haze is in the building with my friend Energy, and Purple has a question for you. Purple, go ahead and ask the question.
Gemini, when we talk about the art of rhetoric, is that more of a STEM?
What's your question for me today?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, Gemini. When we talk about the art of rhetoric, is that more of a STEM discipline or a liberal arts discipline?
That's a great question, Purple Haze. Rhetoric is definitely more of a liberal art. It's all about effective communication, persuasion, and understanding how language shapes our world. STEM fields focus more on science, technology, engineering, and math.
Okay, thank you. So when you saw that, so he actually defined what liberal arts is, right? It's about communication, persuasion, and influence, right? That's what it said. So if we talked about Charlie Kirk, when he goes to college campuses, he's definitely cosplaying as a professor, right? Because he's sitting up there in a suit. He's sitting up there looking like a professor. He
thought he was wearing a T-shirt.
Okay, well, I'm talking about with the clips, right? I'm talking about majority of the clips that we saw.
Yeah, most of the time when he's debating the kids, he's out there in comfortable clothes.
Okay, the clips that you just showed me right now, he's in a suit.
But that was during a debate. That was at a political convention.
Okay, well, we can find a debate one, and he's going to be in a polo shirt, looking as if he's a professor. I'm not saying he's going to be in a button-up tie and suit, because a professor doesn't look like that. But regardless, that's not even the center point of the thing. The thing is, we all have said that Charlie Kirk would stand up there in debate and try to influence to get his point across. When we talk about what is that discipline under, we just heard. Don't have to take my word for it. We just heard that that's a liberal arts. You had said earlier, Energy, and I'm not trying to like down you or insult you, but I'm trying to set up a level of basis of like agreement here, which is you said liberal arts degrees are trash, they're useless. But we now know that Charlie Kirk, what he's actually being said that he was actually popular for is actually a form of liberal art.
Okay.
So we can see that now there is actually an importance of liberal arts in discourse. So now the next question you said is, all right, so all the liberal arts classes, I think they're trash. And then I asked you, for example, you said interpretive dance. So I said, okay, who has interpretive dance as a college course? And I don't think you have an answer for that, right? I don't think you've actually looked at college courses. I don't think you've actually seen interpretive dance everywhere. What I think you've done is the same thing, because I went to an engineering school, right? So I understand the STEM side of things. I understand the side that says, like, hey, do your hard sciences, because don't do underwater basket weaving or interpretive dance, because that's kind of been the joke all along. But when you think about it, the people who actually are able to sell things, right? Salespeople, the people who are actually able to influence things, people who are actually able to defend in court or able to get laws struck down. Those are all rhetoric exercises. Those are all things that liberal arts people do. So now you can see, like, if we think about some of the top institutions and who they're putting out judges, right? So let's talk about the Harvards of the world. Can you tell me, like, where are the majority of the conservative justices on the Supreme Court? Where did they get their law degree?
Yale, Harvard, places like
Yes.
that. Yeah.
So the same ones you just
Princeton,
said.
like you said.
Exactly. Right. So the same ones you said were woke. So obviously they must not have been woke back then, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Like Ben Shapiro talks all the time about how he was able to get good scores in college because he knew that his professors leaned more left, so he would write his thesis or whatever the case may be as if he had a left-wing mentality and turned it in knowing that would get a passing grade.
Okay, so once again, unless we see Ben Shapiro's what class he took, what thesis he wrote, and how did he write we would need to see, did he write one that's more conservative, or did he write one that's more liberal, and which one did he get a high grade for? I think it's really easy to use anecdotal data like Ben Shapiro does, where no one can fact check that, right? It just so happens that that's an easy conversation to have. As someone who's written a thesis, usually what is he writing it on, right? That's the first question I have. Because then how are you actually going to write a thesis with a liberal bent or a conservative bent? Like, have we ever asked Ben, like, hey, Ben, what was your thesis actually on? Do we ever ask Ben, hey, Ben, what was your major actually in? No, what we do is we take Ben's thing that he said, hey, I took a course, and I said, because it fits his narrative, just like we say, hey, we have liberal arts degrees that are underwater basket weaving, and we have liberal arts degrees that are interpretive dance. We just take it as fact, and the reason why we can't double check or gut check that or push back on it is because A, either we didn't actually go to the schools to understand it, B, we actually haven't looked at all the courses to see, like, is that actually true? Or C, it's a lot easier for us to just listen to something that already confirms our bias and our feelings. And therefore, we're like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's called confirmation bias.
You can also put two and two together with just the behaviors of most of the students in places like UC Berkeley, and the fact that an overwhelming majority of these students are coming out completely radicalized and have no clue what they're talking about half the time.
Okay, so UC Berkeley again, great.
I'm
A
using
lot
them
of-
as one example. I mean,
Okay, but I'm gonna talk about college students in general, ages 18 through 22. I don't know one 18 through 22-year-old. Now, by the way, Energy, I don't think we've talked to each other before.
not a whole lot.
But you know, you seem like a cool dude. But 18 through 22-year-olds, not only did I encounter them in college, but what was my career for 12 years after college? The Army. I encountered them there as well. I have never met an 18 through 22-year-old who didn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. None of
I can
them.
agree on that.
No, exactly. Right?
There aren't
So-
very many thought leaders in that age bracket.
There's not. So now we understand. Like, so I think we can agree that trying to base someone's entire identity based upon what they supposedly learned or didn't learn at 18 through 22 is probably not a worthwhile exercise. Because we already know that 18 to 22, when you start to get up to like 45 and 50 and a little over 50, you start to realize you probably shouldn't even be able to vote at that age. You probably shouldn't be able to drink at that age.
I completely disagree with people trying to lower the voting age.
Yeah, well, go ahead. You could. But I just think we have a lot less sexual assault issues. I'm just talking from the military standpoint. Maybe I should say soldiers.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force. I get it.
Okay. So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
so
there are very few exceptions where somebody that young is actually coming out with good ideas and seems to have a pretty good grasp on the way things work. I think Steven Crowder was one example. I've been following him for quite a few years. And
I'm not saying there's
even
always-
from a young age, he pretty much seems like he had his shit together.
there's always exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
But you know, like we can always find that. But now I think we're seeing, like, we have a grown man, Charlie Kirk, going into an area with people who potentially, we already said, don't really have great judgment to begin with. Just probably a ball of hormones, a ball of like, hey, I'm not with my parents anymore. A ball of let me try out to say this so I can impress someone, or let me try to say this because I don't know who I am. And now we're going to say, well, those people over there are super whack, super liberal, super extremist. But then when we actually look at the metadata, when we look at, okay, what are they doing 5 years after graduation? What are they doing 10 years after graduation? What are they doing 15? We start to see, no matter what, if you went to college, if you were in the military, if you did a trade, you start to follow the same path usually, right? You somewhere along the lines, you start to have a kid. Somewhere along the lines, you start to grow up. Somewhere along the lines, like your metabolism slows down. Somewhere along the lines, you're not like the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed person you were at 18 to 22 when you were in the prime of your life physically.
Yeah, life experience has a way of.
It has a way of bringing everybody together, right? It has a way of not just like cooling down the heads on the liberal side. It has a way of cooling down the heads on the conservative side.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's where I think I would say, like, when we talk about the liberalism and the extreme liberalism in colleges and stuff, I think it's probably fair to say that that's probably been blown out of proportion. And it's easy to be able to blow that out of proportion, especially from people who don't necessarily have been in college, have actually went to look at those courses, have taken those courses, or actually followed the people as they went through college and left college.
I keep going back to the fact, too, that I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy named Yuri Bezmenov. He was a KGB defector back in the late 70s, and he actually warned us that other countries were going to start implanting radicalized professors in certain institutes of learning, be it elementary schools or colleges or whatever, because when you start with 5 or 10 and then bring in 20 or 30 more and just start strategically placing them, eventually it grows and it sows seeds of dissent within a country, because no country, let's face it, no country is going to invade us and overthrow us. It's just not going to happen. If they're going to take down America, it's going to be done from within. And the easiest way to do that is to get the kids to hate the country from a young age, right underneath the parents' noses.
Do you know who Lydia Gureva is? It's
Not
okay to say
familiar
no.
with
Yeah, okay. Lydia Gureva, roughly 10 years ago, I know this because I had left the military by this time, I was in New York City, was a Russian spy. A current day Russian spy. So not KGB, right? But we kind of understand Putin, KGB, same person, right?
Yeah, basically.
So
yeah, Soviet
she was
Russia.
a Russian spy, and guess what organization she had infiltrated to the very top? And I'll tell you who she had talked to and had their number and had many occasions with.
CIA.
Wayne LaPierre.
Oh shit.
Okay, who's Wayne LaPierre?
He's a
He's the former. He got kicked out, but he's former who? Former
MI6.
CEO of the NRA.
Okay. Oh damn.
Okay, so what you see there is, like, I'm not doubting, and anybody can go look this up. Look up New York City Spy Circle 2016, Lydia Gureva, and you'll see it. They did a whole thing on her, right? She became a celebrity when she went back to Russia. Like, we traded spies. I bring that up because the thing about spies is that spies don't just target one. It's a multifaceted thing. And so what we actually see is where they, when we think about who actually has, and it probably relates to this debate today, if we think about who actually makes the laws and who actually has quite a bit of influence in making the laws, will we say the college students or will we say the head of the NRA?
More of an influence, definitely places like the NRA.
Okay, so we see that
It's going to be organizations like that.
Right. So we actually see then that potentially they were able to, and we already talked, KGB, Putin, same person. Granted, Putin was still the same person he was 20-something years ago, that he didn't have to go to college campuses, right? He could go to the NRA, who specifically usually supports what? Conservative causes. And he was able to influence at the NRA.
Always.
Not always. But many times, if you were to look at the
More often than not, yeah, but it's
the political giving. Let's look at the political
kind of evening out here lately.
I'm not sure if it's evening out. I think we could pull up that. I think that's pretty easy to pull up right now, is the political giving for the NRA to Democrats and Republicans. I'm pretty sure we could show that. When we look at that, we see that he was actually able to influence a conservative cause. So I hear what you're saying. This KGB person from so many years ago said, hey, if we look at the college campuses and so forth, that's who they're going to influence. But guess what? We see that the KGB also said, hey, if we actually talk to these conservative people and we realize that we start to talk to them about their same language and talk to them about their same biases, just like anybody else, we can also influence them. That's what I want to make. Again, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, Energy. I think you're right. Like, there has been spies. There's been many instances. The number one country that has spied against the United States. Do you know who it is?
It's got to be the UK or, yeah, I think it's UK, isn't it?
No, not UK. But I think you're right. It's a country, the number one country with over 90.
It's going to be one of our allies, because I know
it's actually
UK, Canada, Australia, I think, US,
You're
Five
close.
Eyes.
You're close. It's actually a country that has over 90% of the spy cases that we have actually caught. It's a country called Israel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And so, like, again, if we look at who the Israeli government has supported recently,
And I think it's important too for anybody out there that happens to still be listening to this. It's important to say that we can critique the Israeli government without being anti-Semitic, because I don't think the Israeli government represents the Jews at all. So they're two different entities. But yeah, I'm highly critical of the Israeli government. I don't like Netanyahu at all.
all right, yeah, I'm not trying to. I think anybody should be able to practice the religion they want to practice, right? Or if they don't want to practice, I also support that.
I got no problem with Jews. I just don't like the Israeli government.
All right.
I
So,
don't think
like,
we should be giving them money.
So the reason I bring that up, right, is because we're talking about spies, we're talking about influence, and we're talking about people who've infiltrated at different places. we can see that right now.
Most people would either say Russia or China, but no, it's going to be one of our allies. It's
Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's
So,
probably Israel, and then close second would be Britain.
actually, Britain's not that. We haven't just caught them. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Either that, or we're just freely giving them all the information they asked for.
But regardless, all of them combined, it's 90%. It's like 91% for Israel, 9% for everybody else. So it's like at best case scenario, we're talking 1 to 10. If it's one person who had one country that had all the rest of the 9%. So the only reason I bring this up again is because you brought up spies. You talk about who they're influencing, and I think you can check everything I just said. Right, whether it's about the chick from Russia and the NRA, you could check who's the most spying people, who has spied on us the most, and who are they currently supporting, right? To say that if we're going to point the finger at radical colleges and how they're influencing them, and that is what's happening today, then how do we talk about how Wayne LaPierre was able to be compromised by an actual KGB agent? How are we able to say
the same exact way Eric Swalwell was sleeping with the Chinese?
Or the same way Tim Pool was, right? Yeah. Tim Pool. Let's talk about Tim Pool, right? So I think, again, this isn't necessarily to say like the liberals or the conservatives, Republicans, Democrats, older, younger. It's
a problem across the board, definitely.
Yeah. So if it's across the board, I think it at least needs to be said. Like, this is maybe not a political issue or a like, hey, you're more liberal, therefore you've been compromised.
For me, it's a case of just looking at behaviors and looking at trends. I mean, it seems like there's a majority of the people lately that have been radicalized that do lean pretty far left.
I mean, where are you from? Energy?
Gulfport, Mississippi.
Gulfport. All right. So I spent some time in Biloxi.
And Gulfport is a blue city, by the way.
Yeah, I spent some time in Biloxi. I know that's probably not saying too much, right? Anybody who goes to New Orleans probably spends time in Biloxi.
A little bit.
But what I would say is that I would venture to say that, I'm originally from Texas, just so you know, Houston, Texas.
There was a little bit when I was a kid.
And then I traveled just like you in the military. Been to Oklahoma, spent time in Oklahoma, spent time in El Paso, spent time in Arizona, spent time overseas, spent time Washington, New York, a couple other places. I would say people are different everywhere, right? That's why they live in certain places. And what I think is radical for someone who is a farmer in nowhere, Arkansas, right? Abstract poverty, arguably, right? No infrastructure, no real situations for jobs. I could probably say the same thing about a lot of places, Texas, probably say the same thing about a lot of places in Mississippi, a lot of places in Alabama. But I'm not going to say those people are radical.
Well, most of the people in those areas have a live and let live attitude.
I would also challenge that, right? Because if most of those people had a live and let live attitude, then we wouldn't have the situation that we're having when it comes to things that they don't like to have, right? Because if that was the case, they wouldn't be trying to overturn marriage equality for gay people in Kentucky. They wouldn't be making bathroom bills throughout the southern states. They wouldn't be making abortion, not just the act, but just the idea of getting sex education illegal. They wouldn't have a problem with that. So I don't think it's live and let live if they're in the any of these rural areas, any of the other parts of the country. I could say the same thing for blue states. What I am saying is, I think it's live and let live as long as you live like I think you should live.
Herbert, see my little guy?
I saw him. There's actually one like 4 houses down from me. I just saw it today.
Oh, really?
Bigger than yours though. I think yours is still a puppy.
Well, hopefully mine don't get as big as you think.
Yeah.
But go ahead, sorry.
No. So that's where I like, again, if we're going to have a conversation, I think, what was this? Cowboy, I forgot what you put in the poll there. About.
You mean the other one was just pretty much, do we think the United States is do we think we're desensitized to violence?
Yeah, and I think it depends. And I think, like, I had a comment in there, right? Wasn't saying either side. What I think there is the same thing we're talking about, what I just was mentioning, which is I think there is what I would call an empathy gap. And I don't mean empathy like the toxic word that Charlie Kirk would have said empathy is. I mean empathy about the way that Jesus in Scripture talked about empathy. And I would say that we have this gap that if someone doesn't look like us, we perceive them to be different from us, we perceive them to not have anything to do with us, we do not have empathy with them. I think that we could say this across the board. I think there's a reason why we have the United Nations and virtually the entire world, not just a lot of our allies, have now condemned Israel for committing 4 counts, not 1, 4 counts of genocide. Right? But a lot of people in the United States would be like, no, that doesn't matter. We care about the 1,200 people who were brutally slaughtered, by the way, by Islamic extremists. Like, I'm not going to say Hamas is not responsible. I'm not going to say Hamas is not a terrorist organization. But I'm also going to say that when we look at death across the board, that I have to also understand that genocide is also a crime against humanity. The reason why we have different results of this is because there is a lack of empathy. I would say the reason why we can look at Charlie Kirk and we have a day of silence in Oklahoma schools for him, which totally their prerogative if they want to do that. They had a moment of silence. Moment of silence.
I was about to say, holy
but
crap.
sorry. Moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, right? Which people on which our current president would say is due to political extremists on the left. But at the same time, same president doesn't really bat an eye towards actual lawmakers in Minnesota being killed, wife, husband, and the Speaker of the Minnesota House, as well as shot, which was the Senate Speaker of the Minnesota House. Same thing, he doesn't say anything when Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, the governor, his house gets bombed. Doesn't say anything, right?
How did that happen?
You look it up if you don't believe me. Governor Shapiro, Pennsylvania. Cowboy, if you want to pull out the Gemini just to double check, because you know Purple will say stuff. But
Hey, Purple, I already know. Hey, Purple,
I'm not saying that you're lying about it. I'm just
hey, Purple.
I didn't even hear
when
that.
I'm debating you on your own stuff, you be saying some crazy stuff. Now you know I'll be.
So let's just say, did Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, did his house get firebombed?
Okay. Hey, Gemini, did Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania house get firebombed?
Yes, there was an arson attack on Governor Shapiro's residence in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on April 13th, 2025.
That's
Yo, on my birthday.
So that's right. That's like that's an actual sitting governor. We already talked about the Minnesota people, right? People who were shot, right? So that's where I say. But there was no outcry. There was no like, hey, this is political violence. By the way, both of those were actually done by, I would say, crazy people from the far right. I'm not going to say that is an average thing of people who are Republican or conservatives would do, but I would say that is probably political extremism. But it's not interesting to me. It's not fascinating.
Are we sure it was one group or another claiming?
Yeah, no, we have it. You know, they have it. They caught both of them. You can look it up. They caught them. This isn't like a maybe, right? The fact that you haven't.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're properly attributing.
Yeah. I'm saying no. It's that's what happened, right? But my point is about
because like the dude that tried to stab Nancy Pelosi's husband or hit him with a hammer was like apparently a guy that he had over. Like, yeah, it was a weird situation.
But that's the same way.
Yeah.
Extremism, right? Extremism.
Yeah. Well, I think that was more of he brought a crackhead over for some playtime, and they did.
I don't think that was the case. I actually don't think that was the case. The case with Paul.
Yeah, that guy had a whole bunch of like Antifa flags and stuff on his camper.
But the thing about that guy snuck in and broke into the house. I don't think he was invited over. again, and he attacked Paul Pelosi, right? That's actually what
They both answered the door in their underwear.
That's not the case. Nancy Pelosi wasn't even there.
Yeah, that's what. No, I'm saying is him and Paul answered the door, standing right next to each other in their underwear.
That's not the case either. He waited until Paul Pelosi came home.
No, when the cops video, the body cam showed when the cops opened the door, they were both standing there.
Because Paul Pelosi had just been beaten upside the head, bludgeoned with
No,
a
they were
hammer.
talking to the cops for a few seconds before the attack happened.
No, they were not
Like
talking.
the cop watched it. Like I've seen the body. The cop
not
watched
energy.
it.
Energy. That's not. Energy. That's not what happened. Energy. That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
I've seen the body cam. They were standing
Yeah,
right next to each other, and the dude
energy,
picked up the hammer and swung it.
Did you read the court? Did you read the court case? Did you read what the actual prosecution brought?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I watched
so-
the body cam.
Are you sure that's the right body cam?
Who said seeing is believing? Purple.
Again, I think if you're going to be doing the thing seeing is believing, and that is actually not the circumstances that happened, right?
Cowboy, can you pull up that video? It'd be a Paul Pelosi attack.
Yeah.
Just ask Gemini what happened during the Paul Pelosi attack.
The body cam. You can pull up the body cam on YouTube.
Okay, we do both. So who was it I'm looking up?
Paul Pelosi.
Paul Pelosi? Paul?
Yeah. You might be able to put in Paul Pelosi hammer attack or something. Like it should pull up the video.
All right, yeah, it's like 3 minutes. So,
This is the just released police body cam.
hold on. Now I'm just putting it in. I'm pulling the first thing that comes up. So I don't know where this video is going or anything. Nobody's getting murdered or nothing, right?
No, somebody's getting hit with a hammer, but it's not like he's.
This is the just released police body camera footage, which shows the moments that David DePape attacked Paul Pelosi in his San Francisco home. And I want to give a warning because the video is about to get graphic.
All right, Warner guys, the video is about to get graphic. You gotta be 18 plus if you're watching this. If you're not, shame on your parents. They should know what you were doing right now. All right, let's go.
How you doing?
Yeah, he's in his drawers.
Drop the hammer. Hey. What is going on right now?
Yeah, without the jump on.
Ever 14, ever 10, back up, code 3. Give me your Give me your
I'm Ravana, and welcome back to.
Hey, Ravana, ain't nobody here to talk.
Yeah, that was it.
So that was it. So right. So the actual thing is he broke into the house. Right. Paul Pelosi was asleep. He demanded Paul Pelosi come. Where's Nancy? He then zip ties himself to Paul Pelosi. But before that, Paul Pelosi was able to get a phone call in because Nancy was in D.C. Right? She wasn't there. She was in San Francisco home. They come. The police come. Right? Immediately come. And then that's what you happen. But I think when you're starting to talk about like he invited him over, he had been over there, he's doing. I don't know what you had said before.
Yeah, that was the initial reports were saying that he invited the guy over.
Yeah, but that's not what happened, right? And so that's where I'm coming again. You just saw some dude swing a hammer at his head full force, right? That's not.
Again,
so,
they answered the door together. But
no, he didn't answer the door.
I didn't hear that they were zip tied together.
Yeah, they were zipped. That's what's going on right now. And so that's what I'm saying, though. Like, we have a lot of misinformation going on. There's not a lot of like, let's look into if that's actually what happened, right? Like, Right, you just saw right there. The dude swung the hammer at his head.
Yeah. But the
And
point I was
so-
making, it was after the cops got there. Like, it wasn't a...
It's like the same, but I think my point still stands, which my overall point was this, is that we have political violence on both sides. It's not a one thing or the other thing, right? And I think our response, or our lack of looking into it, I guarantee you, had the country or the people who are fixated on Charlie Kirk and what is happening in that trial were fixated on Paul Pelosi and what had happened there, I don't think you would have said what you said earlier, Energy.
Well, again, I don't think this was a politically motivated attack from the opposite side, because the guy that attacked him had a bunch of Antifa and rainbow flags all over his.
That's not what it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he didn't have a lot of Antifa and rainbow flags. This was very much so. Even if he did have it, does not take away that he's a political. He didn't, by the way.
It's not a political attack from a right-wing guy, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's,
can we look up
I
David?
guess-
Cowboy, can you look up David DePepe? Actually, get Gemini on so I can ask him. We'll ask Gemini.
Okay. Gemini, I got Purple Haze here, and she want to ask you a question. All right.
Fire away, Purple Haze. I'm ready for your question.
Hey, Gemini, David DePepe, the person who attacked Paul Pelosi, was he right wing or left wing?
David DePape, the man who attacked Paul Pelosi, had a history of right-wing extremist views and conspiracy theories. Is there anything else you'd like to know about the attack?
No, that's okay.
Thanks, Gemini. So look, I explained earlier, Purple. I don't know what the right side is, the left side is, or blue who's red. So y'all all
But everything I'm saying, I'm asking you to fact check.
Everything
right?
about this guy just got flipped in because, like I said, I've seen pictures of the camper and all this other shit, and it's like, it's not like that.
Energy. I'm not doubting it. I'm not, dude. I told you. I think. Hey.
Like I said, I was following this whenever it happened. I didn't follow it all the way through the court proceedings and whatnot.
Yeah, but it's not even a court proceeding. I think, but that's what I'm saying. I think, right? And if you actually read the bottom part of that statement, I said, you know, the internet's supposed to like bring us together, but we're finding more ways.
It really does divide us more than anything.
To divide us, and I think what happens is we start to get down. It doesn't give us things to help us come together. It gives us things to get angry about, right? And so I'm not saying.
That ties back into what I said earlier about basically the government wants us dumbed down, distracted, and divided.
Maybe, you know, I like to believe that there are good people in the government.
Yeah, but there's not enough of them.
Let me interject with you guys real quick. So I got something that Jersey had sent me earlier, and they get to play it. So I'll take the time to play this. So check this out.
Okay, y'all got me. I found a video of Charlie Kirk spewing hate, and he was being racist towards a black woman. So I gotta share it, just like how I share everything else.
How are you? What a beautiful kid that is. What a gift from God.
She truly is. She is the biggest blessing. Something that actually has me like on the fence of whether or not I go kind of like conservative or moderate. It's just seeing how
Give it up. That is a gift from the Lord, everybody.
I couldn't even hear what they were saying.
That was the person y'all said that was racist and hated black people.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but you can't turn hate on or off. And a racist person would never call you and your family beautiful. Like, that's who y'all said hated black people. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, the more I go down this rabbit hole, the more I just get, like, re-pissed off all over again. Because I just get, like, the videos of folks celebrating and all of that just come back in my head. And the people who were saying, I'm celebrating because he hated black people. I'm celebrating because he was racist to us. and I come across videos like that, and I'm like, huh? Like, and I already know somebody gonna say that was just a clip.
Ow.
You contradicting yourself because this whole time I've been preaching full context. Don't go off clips, and I just went off of a clip of him showing love to a black woman. But the point is, you cannot turn hate in your heart for somebody or for a group that y'all say on or off.
Have fun in school.
If you hate a group, you gonna stand 10 toes on that, and that man show would have stood 10 toes on something if he actually hated something. But all of a sudden, in this situation, he sees this beautiful family of this mom and kid, and he's gonna call them beautiful and gift from God. And you trying to sit here and tell me that he hated black people, and trying to tell me that he was racist to black people. All right.
So I guess maybe Jers added that because we were had a conversation was do we think Charlie Kirk was racist or not? And
so what I'm gonna say is this, like, right, and I talk to people about this all the time. TikTok, right, is still social media.
Correct.
TikTok is still, I think people understand things that go viral. I think when we talk about Charlie Kirk and you show me a video of that, the guy said it himself. He said, I want context. I don't want clips. And then he says, but I just went over a clip. So what I would want us to understand is what was the woman actually going to say in debate? And if I might be wrong on this, so I would I don't want to do that right now because I'm trying to get this Little Nightmares video out. But what I would challenge the narrative.
When did you put that out?
Tonight.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, listen, don't give me that. You came on here talking about you extending this for 4 hours. That was on you.
Yeah,
when you knew you had work to do. And it's certain people like me that want that work.
4 hours. Energy, let's do it. We can do this, Energy.
I don't know. I'm already getting the side eye from the wife.
I imagine you've been up. I imagine you've been up. But no, I would say look at the clip. Was she actually going to debate him, or was she going to congratulate?
I mean, the guy had a point in that video, though. Whether she was going to debate him or not, a racist guy wouldn't call her baby beautiful.
No, I think a racist. We've seen this. No, I think that's a straw man argument. I think that's totally a straw man argument. I think it's very plausible, right? Because what person, for one, when we look at college students, brings their baby to a debate, right? It's just like when was Donald Trump racist or not? No, he has black people there. He has Candace Owens. But we're pretty sure that Candace Owens says things that are inflammatory and would point towards.
Not everybody he had up on the microphone was a student, though.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is, but we
lived in the area. I mean,
but no, for one, when you would do that thing with Charlie Kirk, if you actually look into how Turning Point USA would work and how that actually happened, they would identify the people who would go debate him beforehand. It wasn't just like the person who was debating him, when he got shot, would say, "Yeah, I got selected beforehand."
Yeah.
So it goes to
he
say
would select the first 5 or 10 people in line.
Well, or they would identify the people who to go up and debate him beforehand. That's what I'm trying to get to. It was not like he
wanted people that disagreed with him at the front of the line.
Sometimes, but he wanted people who could give him a clip. What did I say from the very beginning? Charlie Kirk made his money by entertaining at the end of the day.
Well,
yes, you can entertain and influence at the same time.
Never do it for free. That's because I think TPG said something about him selling merchandise at these events. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, wrestlers and musicians do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not. Hey, look, I like to make a buck.
Yeah, if people like what he's saying, then they agree with his message, and I mean, by all means, buy some merchandise.
What I'm saying also is like
the guy had kids to feed.
No, I'm not. You sound like Allen Iverson, right? Or no, Latrell Sprewell said that. I got kids to feed.
Yeah. And he was the one that founded Turning Point. So I mean, he had all them employees to pay too.
But Turning Point is a not-for-profit, right? So, but all I'm saying is again. For the one clip you just showed,
right?
I could show you several, more than several. On the other side, where he's not talking to the person right there on the mic. where he's talking about very esteemed people, where he's talking about laws and stuff. I'm not saying, like, again, we will never know what was in that man's heart. We can. Some of us will say, I believe he was sincere. Some people will say, I think he was super hateful. Some people say, I didn't see the hate. I only saw the love for Jesus.
I will say that everything I've seen from him, he was consistent.
Yeah, I don't think consistent.
Let me say something real quick. Here's my issue with both of y'all. I feel like just a little bit of listening, right? It's hard to have a conversation when people have when people come to the table with a preconceived when people come to the table with how do I choose my words, affiliation or a like already. Like, you guys clearly are familiar with politics. You guys clearly have a side of politics. So I feel like
Wait. I've been pretty neutral the entire.
I'll
say that she's been pretty like down the middle.
But I didn't know any better. I feel, and I don't know any better, but I feel like I could kind of predict what side you're on. And I feel like I could predict what side energy's on.
Cowboy, you're doing the exact same thing. I asked you to double check every single thing I brought up.
I did.
Right?
Yeah.
I have not one time said conservatives are more extreme. I've not said one time liberals are more extreme.
But what I'm saying is, both of you guys, again, I said before both of you guys was either on here, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but you guys both have a certain side you particular like.
But Cowboy, if you're having a conversation, okay, like right. I think you're just making a comment. Now, this is probably the most opinionated thing I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you're just making a comment because if you actually were listening to the conversation that I'm having with Energy, would you say we're having a decent conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cowboy, you're trying to
because I said at the beginning of the podcast that I encourage people to do their own research, and it turns out some of the research we're doing right now is changing some of the things I knew before.
Yeah. And vice versa, right? I didn't say that this clip right here. I didn't say that that's fake. I said, like, I would have to seek some content. I want to get these chapters done with this 25-minute video I just did, though. But, I did say, like, hey, maybe that's true. I did not say Charlie Kirk was racist. The only thing I said from the very beginning is I hope whatever he preached, I didn't even say he preached hate. I didn't say he preached racism. I didn't say he preached he loved God. I said whatever he said, I hope.
So Purple, let me jump in there. So again, you're speaking, right? So I think a lot of times, when they say the term somebody from the outside looking in. So yes, you're doing a good job of explaining that you're being neutral. And I'm doing a good. Here's what's great with me. It's like when I would go out with my friends and they drink and I don't, right? And they come the next day, they telling these stories. I'm like, bro, that did not happen. They're like, what are you talking about? I was like, remember, I don't drink. So in this situation, earlier today, I didn't commit the memory. I don't know what side you call blue. I don't know what side you call left, right. So I'm just a regular person that don't follow politics at all. I'm listening to both of you guys. I listen to everybody all day on this 5-hour and 20-minute stream already. And I'm just saying, for my opinion, we can take you out of it. Fine. Take you out of it. I feel like people who already come to that. So if we have a table and we have a conversation, people are coming to the table who already have a particular, I don't want to say affiliation, but a particular side that they prefer. I feel like you kind of like, they are automatically, like, if you listen and you sit back, and you don't know anything. Like me, I don't know anything. You already feel like, oh wow, I kind of see that they like this side, so their mind was already kind of made up. Like because hold on real quick, because whoever didn't like whatever side, the whole day conversation, Jersey came on. Like the little I know, I'm like, oh wow, everybody who kind of was for him was for that side, and everybody who was against him was kind of against that side, and who was just in between kind of was like more quiet, like M3 earlier, but he was, he wanted to speak on the side that he thought Charlie Kirk was racist. So anyway,
he gave what I think he believed were legitimate reasons to believe that too.
Right.
So what I would say is this: I would say anybody. I don't think you're actually ever going to find someone who's truly neutral on everything, right? Because that is what I would call like. Let me say it like this:
I would
to be
worry
truly,
about that person.
what's that?
I would worry about that person.
Yeah, I think so. But what I would say is someone who's truly neutral on something, Cowboy. And I think you hit the nail on the head.
Right.
You have to be ignorant about something. You have to have no knowledge of it. It has not something that touches you. It has to be something that you are so removed from that you have not looked at, especially as an adult. It has to be something that you are removed yourself from, and you're now just coming to it.
I think the other side of that is the word I'm looking for is if you could try as best as possible to be fair. So I think fair means if you put aside what you like and you just think as far as right, wrong, moral, immoral, legal, illegal, what would be draw the line fair based off of everything you know. Now, there might be somebody like earlier today, somebody said something. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. And I was like, no, actually, that's not the case. I think it was FCAT, and he was saying, Charlie Kirk was saying, grace, people from would leave heaven and let you in. I was like, whoa. That's not what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I get what you're saying. If you have knowledge on the subject, sometimes it's hard to be impartial, right? Because if you have so much knowledge, it's hard to be just right in the middle. But I think if you can try to put aside your preference and try to be fair. And again, how to determine what is fair? Well, fair is just if you really want to go down the middle, you just think about it. Okay, so somebody drove my car, crashed and hit it, but technically I told them they could drive it. Who's in the wrong, right? So you really got to look at it. Well, cause and effect. What came before? So I feel like in life, to try to be fair, because I think my problem is a lot of people don't like me because I try to be too fair. People dislike me because I let TPG come back on the show. I'm just trying to be fair. I get that, what he said, blah, blah, blah. My kids didn't like me because I was fair because Sandy kids was a little crazy when they first came over, but they was younger. I felt my kids knew better, so they would get in trouble. So I feel like trying to be fair is a hard thing to do, but I think that is a thing you could be able to do even if you have certain preferences. But
so Cowboy, what I would say is one thing that I will commend you on is what you call trying to be fair, even in this example, right? Where you said, hey, I let this person use the car, they crashed it, but I let them use it. What I think you try to do is, how would you want to be treated in that situation? I think what you are able to do is you are able to look at them and give them a fair shake. Because I think you approach people, TPG, right? That's his name, the TPG, whoever it is. You could get in an argument with people. But at the end of the day, I think you approach people and you take them at like regard. And I think this is a very, I don't want to get religious here. I think this is actually a truly Christian value, by the way, right? I think you are able to see people, the humanity in people. You're able to judge them fairly because you see them as equal to you. I think my thing is, regardless of the world, we have lost that a bit. We have used the internet, something that connects us. We can all agree the internet makes us more connected. But because of algorithms, because of what actually gets clicks, because of it's very easy to showcase what makes us different, we then can start to say, well, that's not like me. That's not what I do. And then that now starts to say, well, eventually that's a very easy, slippery slope to be, well, they're less than me. They don't deserve the same thing I deserve. Or they haven't worked as hard as I've worked for that. And then that eventually leads to this point where you don't really care about them. Not you. I'm just saying you as the And so that's what I'm saying is in my opinion, what's impacting the world right now, is that we have lost our ability to see people for hey, we're all on the same rock, right? We're all trying to make it. We're all trying to live healthy lives. We're all trying to do the best for our family. We're all trying to just get by. We all feel like there's always someone doing better than us, but we also want to be recognized for what truly makes us us and unique. Like, I think that's everybody. I don't think that's one person who it, maybe some crazy people, right? But I'm saying the vast majority of people, that's what it is. And so if that's what it is, like, I don't think you can have someone who truly says, like, hey, you're sharing the same struggles I'm sharing. Let's see how we can help each other navigate this together, right? Or like, hey, I understand you make your living this way, I make my living this way. Or, hey, I understand you chose this path in life, I chose this path in life. But hey, I'm going to respect your path, you respect my path, you respect, hey, your lifestyle, I'll respect my lifestyle. And then work together. Like, we don't do that. But I think that's what's missing.
I think,
That's what I've been saying for 4 hours.
No, yeah, it's great. We everything you said, we covered that a lot. We kind of mentioned that a lot. But I think me personally, I said this earlier. I think people are less and less an individual, and I think it's kind of like a hive mind. So I think my thing is I've always liked to be an individual. I always wanted to be me, right? Like YouTube, I've been doing YouTube for years. If I wanted to be famous or popular on YouTube, I would follow what famous or popular people do. But I just want to be an individual, right? I use it because it just makes me happy. It's just fun, right? But I say that to say this. I think people often want to be a part of something for many reasons. I won't get into why, right? But people, whether they want to go to church, whether they want to join a gang, whether they want to be into politics, like people also on the flip side of that love knowledge, right? Knowledge is power. People love information. And I spoke earlier that there's some people who, I'll use sports, right? Some people, they just want to watch a show, right? They want to watch their favorite team. Then you got the people that I just watch every game because I'm a fan. Then you got the fanatics. They know every coach, all the statistics right now. There's nothing wrong with either spot. But I think the thing is people like to be a part of things. And we also in the United States and maybe in the other parts of the world, but I only speak about where I live at, is we have this thing where we want to win, right? And I said this earlier. I said Charlie Kirk. Listen, maybe he's going to these schools where he feel he could win. So he's picking a school where the majority of the audience believe it is on his side. So he already gonna, even if he get caught up, because I've seen a couple times where somebody stumped him and he kind of froze, but the crowd still was on the side. I was like, wait a minute, he couldn't even answer the question. They still cheering and he knew what to say to get the chair to make him look like he still won the argument. I was like, he just didn't. So I think the thing with life and with the United States is a couple things. We got this, even we see it in gaming all the time. Oh, you got an L, right? We can't have a conversation without somebody has to take the L, right? We can't just be like, well, I'm just talking about my favorite game, you talk about your favorite game. No, mine have to be better than yours. That's a human thing. We're tribalism. Our thing has to win. Our thing has to be better. And then the fact that we want to be a part of a team. We want to be a part of a group. So the problem is, one, we want to win so much. And two, we want to be a part of stuff where we can't just do it alone. We need a backup. We need a system to be a part of. And I think the reason why I brought up the hive mind is because sometimes you get lost not trying to be yourself, an individual, and you get lost trying to be a part of the winning team, that you start to think like the winning team. And I think that's why we have people that go out and do radical things. I don't necessarily think a lot of these cases aren't mental health, but it's somebody just feel like they're being radical for the cause. People might think it's mental health because who would do that? Somebody that think they're radical. That's all. Like,
a lot of these,
their brain was gone. They just want to do something.
Like people tearing up cities and stuff. A lot of them are just doing it because they can get away with it.
Yeah, there's people literally like me growing up. Like there's people that just back in the day, I didn't put everything on mental health. You would just be like, man, they just listen. It was a real life human emotion where you was that pissed off. You said, I don't care. I used to always tell my kids, don't have that I don't care attitude because you'll be susceptible to doing things you normally wouldn't. So I just go back to, I think, the problem is we want to be a part of everything. And sometimes, and you killed it with a lot of these kids at college. Look how old they are. if you took me back to 21, 22, 23, and even though I had kids and I was married, you put me into today, I'd be like, I didn't know nothing. I probably shouldn't have been doing half the stuff I was doing, right? So I
think that was the point of going to the colleges in the first place, because when you can start asking kids questions to get them thinking, like it.
Right.
You can tell somebody something all day long and they don't really think about it too much, but if you ask them questions, it forces them to think about the answer. So if you're asking college kids questions that are life related, or it kind of gets them to question, why do I believe like this? Why, it sets something up in your brain. It gets it to working. And I think that's the whole point of being at college anyway, right? Is to get your brain working, not to teach you what to think, teach you how to think.
But I still go back to what I was saying earlier. He still went there before stepping foot on the college with an affiliation to a side and a belief, right? And the people knew that. So he was going there with the mindset of, putting out his side versus one side. Again, he didn't want to just speak to people, instead he didn't, to speak to people that agreed with him. He wanted to, as you just said, challenge people. But either way, he was kind of like home field advantage anyway. So it was an interesting dynamic and situation that he was doing when he was going to have his talks and discussions on college campuses. Anyway.
And it was pretty much an expansion of what Steven Crowder started with the change my mind thing, because he would take a stance on, that there are only two genders, change my mind. And he would invite people to sit down and have a conversation to see if they could change his mind on the issue.
I think a lot of times people have their mind made up, though. It's like we said earlier. I want to tell TPG, listen, the point of a debate isn't to change the person's mind. It's to just put your point out there. Now, if they do change your mind, like with Purple with you, she gave a couple facts, and you was like, oh snap, I didn't know that. That's great. Yeah. But I don't think her point was to change your mind. Her point was just to show you what she felt was right. And put out the facts, and then you leave it.
And like I said, there was information that came out after I stopped following that issue. And again, it changed everything up here.
Yeah. Man, it's interesting because one of the things he said when we stop talking, that's when violence happens. Yeah. And so I don't know how much I believe that, but I think stuff happens regardless, and I think it is always good to try to make something better. But I feel like people are people, and they are going to do what they want to do. And then people have what they will quote unquote call bad days, and then do stuff they normally wouldn't do because they didn't care at that moment. So
at the end of the day, though, communication is key.
You're right. You're 100% right. It is true. I mean, I'm a big.
If we feel like we can't talk to each other, then we've already lost the plot.
No, yeah. I mean, this was my third marriage. I modeled my marriage on, one of my number one things is communication. That probably would have helped me previously in life if I communicated more. So, yeah. But Purple, listen, all I know is I need that video tomorrow. I don't care what time you go to bed.
I'm gonna try. My I think I got a migraine coming on, so.
Oh man. Well, Can you give me any type of I like surprises. Any snippets of where you anything you could tell me without spoiling it?
Yeah. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's just my eyes kind of messing with me right now. But I'm doing an iceberg video, which I didn't know what that was. But a video where you take what's observable by everybody, and then you go a layer deeper. I did that, and I'm giving my theory about what I think the game is about, and why I think that.
Now, is this based off of just part one or part two? The whole?
No, it's based off on both, and you'll hear this in the first 15 seconds, so I don't think I'm ruining anything. But I played Little Nightmares 2 first.
Oh, wow.
And then I played Little Nightmares 1, and I think that changed how I think about. I think that gave me a different lens than a lot of people, and I explain why that. And I go into that, and it kind of sets my entire theory of what I think is going on in the world, and eventually, I give some some predictions of what potentially we'll see in Little Nightmares 3, way at the bottom.
Wow. And that what is it? October 10th? It comes out.
The demo actually comes out in like 24 hours, but the actual full game comes out October 10th. Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, so they're gonna have a demo that's coming out.
Yeah, they're having a demo that's like 45 minutes. I think it's a time demo, so not like a, I forget what sometimes, but I think it's a time demo, and tomorrow. And so I want to get this out for my audience tonight, for sometime today, so y'all have like at least 24 hours, and then drop it for everybody else either Thursday night or Friday.
Is that demo going to be on console?
Yep. Console demo tomorrow.
Well, guys, if you definitely want to see that, here's Purple Haze link right here. Make sure you click it and know whoever's watching this back. If you make it this far, but definitely got to check out her channel. And I'm a big Little Nightmares fan, but dare I say, Purple is way deeper than me. And but this would be cool because I'm a kind of surface level in that game. I just thought it was a cool game that I could play with my wife. It had a good aesthetics, but it also felt kind of violent in nature, which I kind of mentioned earlier that I do like more violent stuff. But it still was cute, and my wife could kind of get into it a little bit. Not that she don't play other realistic looking stuff, but so yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this. As I'm a fan of the game and yours, Purple Haze. But
thanks. Well, we'll see. You know, it's the first time I've done it's like I said, it's a 25-minute video, so it's the first time I did that. Okay. Yeah, it's just a different piece of content I never really did, but it's something that was on my mind, and so I played both games like twice over the last 2 months each, just to make sure I caught everything and that I tied it together.
Do you now what are the, like, you know how I do my one take vid? I just kind of references as one take. If you made a series of these, would it be considered like if you had a playlist, would it be called Iceberg or?
I'm gonna go ahead and cut out real quick.
Hey, Energy, it's great talking to you, man.
Likewise, Purple. Thank you.
Definitely, Energy, man. As usual, brother. Thanks for coming on. I'll see you tomorrow for We Wrestle Wednesdays.
I'll be there.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
All right.
I can find the leave button.
Later.
Yeah,
I'll help you out. So Energy is actually the guy I met when Mortal Kombat 1 came out. I made a video on Mortal Kombat 1 because I'm a big Scorpion fan, and found out that he wasn't the real Scorpion in the game, so it kind of annoyed me, and he was just writing in my comments, and one thing led to another. Found out he liked wrestling. He started playing the wrestling game with me, and then he's actually the guy I drove 8 hours to meet in Mississippi. So when a year ago, I said, "Oh, I'll be moving to Florida, and when I move to Florida, I'll be closer to you. I'll meet up with you." And so we actually went out there for his birthday, so that was kind of cool. But
he's cool guy. I saw that video. No, cool. He served with me, so you know he's already up there on my list.
Yeah, but he was in the Air Force. He was in the Army.
But still, you know, he did his thing. So.
So anything special going on this week on the show?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to dive into, you gave me a topic, right? You gave me a topic on the Nintendo Pocket Pair, whatever that lawsuit's on. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I also want to talk a little bit about Nintendo third-party support. So it may be a lot of Nintendo because we have the Nintendo Direct, Nintendo third-party support, because there's been some articles about have they been helpful or not helpful. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. And I think there was something else. I think I had like 4 Nintendo beats that I wanted to hit. So that's 3 of them. And I can't remember what the 4th one is. But I think that's what I was going to kind of focus my
I didn't get to tell you this. I guess it crossed my mind. So I don't know why I'm always listening to you in the shower. It's kind of crazy. I'm like, all right, I'm in the shower. I'm gonna shave my head and be in there for a minute. So I'm gonna throw Purple on. And so last week when I was listening, and we've been doing something for some reason on Thursdays. Actually, I brought you up earlier, but I was like, listen, Purple. Every time I get a free chance to pop on Purple. But it was cool when I was listening, and I do want to say, I feel like your live streams feel like you're a teacher. Like you remind me of being in the classroom. I feel like your viewers are in the classroom, you're the teacher, and you'll start off with, okay, class, you literally start every show off. All right, class, this is what we're covering today. And, we're going to get into this, but we're going to go with this part of the subject first. Then we get into this. And in the audience, there's always a student that want to jump the gun. And I love it. You'll be like, whoa, wait, we're going to get there. Just hold on. We're going to get there. And I was literally thinking about it last week when I was listening. I was like, that's what you remind me of, like a really good, like, teacher. Like you really like, whereas my stuff might be all over the place. We get a little better at it with some of the structure, but your structure is really good. And you was like, I got 3 videos. You said it from the beginning. You was like, we might get into this. The video is going to take about this long. You literally played one video, got out of the video, had a couple comments on it, broke down some other stuff, did a video, and I'm just like, this is why I really, like, I already admire you as a content creator and as a person when we first met. But I just love that, and I said this earlier, the F-Cat, I gave him a big shout out, because he does bring a lot to my channel, and I always say anybody else could bring whatever content they want if you guys want to talk about whatever, but F-Cat literally come here, I feel like he got a book of stuff he want to get through, and I was like, sometimes I feel like the whole show is based off of what you came up with, F-Cat, but I always say I like to give credit where credit is due, even if I don't like somebody. Like, I feel like if you did something, you deserve the credit. So I just like to say it publicly. And I just thought, like, when I was listening to your last show, I was like, your formula is just really good. And it's so entertaining for me. And I that's why I like to comment a lot too, because also, as you know, as a content creator, that engagement is good as well.
Yeah,
but I love your rebuttals, and then I'm like, I already know Purple gonna say this and that.
I appreciate the last. No, first of all, I appreciate it. You are definitely one of the people who really helped me a lot along the way. But no, that last rebuttal, I was like, what are we? Because I was on the plane, I was off the plane, and I was like, what are you talking?
And what's funny? When you wrote that, I stopped and was like, do I gotta go back and read it? Because I don't even know. Because we're right back like hours away, and then I'm like, what was we talking about again? What was the last thing? It's like an hour.
Because I have like 2 videos that I haven't posted. Not Little Nightmares, but more. I just helped them because I was like, I don't know if these are. And so I was like, because you commented, I was like, what is he talking? I have to go back and watch the video, like, okay, and then I have to read your comment. Right. And then I'm like, okay, but then I realized, like, nah, I think you've always said, like, that drives engage. And sure enough, I've gotten, I think that video is pushing close to 5 now. So it definitely pushed to some people. And so, but yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I just, like, I'm too tired.
What's really cool is out of all the content creators I knew back in our day, you're the person I consistently watch. And even like when I'm like, man, I got free time, Sandy's not doing something, I want to watch something, I literally go to your channel. So that day, reason why I'm like a month late, I never caught that video. Like I always seen the thumbnail, and I knew I just never watched it. So I was like, man, I need something to watch. Like, so I literally was like, I'm going to your channel. And I went to live stream. I was like, okay, wait, I already started listening to that one. So I listened to that one. I was like, let me see what videos you made. And I was like, oh, I never seen that. So I'm like, it's a month late, but I'm still going to listen to it. So it's more than Purple. I do admire you a lot. And like, I just really appreciate you as a content creator and a person. And I got to meet you in person. So that's really extra powerful for me. And again, it was literally the best surprise that year for me. So, I used to enjoy dark stuff, and I just kind of like that part of me kind of changed a little bit, and then I didn't have the free time, and then he put like 80 videos out.
He makes the money though, he
definitely does. But listen, he knows what he's doing. I always will admire him as a content creator. I'm not in that lane anymore. I will bring up some stuff that's console warish, but it's like really not on my heart or my brain anymore. But I get intrigued by your stuff. I like smart people as well. I feel like you're very intelligent, and I feel like you're very articulate. That's another thing. I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. People, I used to curse like every 4 words, and not anybody listen to this. I'm not saying my wife cursed a lot, so just calm down. I don't have a problem with people cursing, but I don't know. Like, I admire your stuff, your content, the way you do stuff. So for me, like, I'm just a fan. So I just like I'm a fan of Little Nightmares, but also I'm a fan of yours. And it's no pressure, but I know this video. I can't wait to check it out.
Yeah. So the thing about that video, so if you haven't seen, it's the last video that I did. I was like, you missed the whole point of the. And I think I told Ron or somebody that someone commented. I was like, you missed our jeans. It's like you missed the whole thing. Why I was so excited about this video. And it was the editing of the video. I don't know if you noticed that, but the editing in that video, usually when I do videos, it's one take, like Doc Dark,
So
right?
it is. You know what? Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because I listened while I was in the shower. So I was listening, but I wasn't really watching it. You know, the water's flowing.
Yeah.
I'm watching. When we get off of this, I'm gonna watch this video.
Yeah, so that was like kind of the thing. It's like I was trying to like elevate, not like if you can do one take, you do one take, right? But I was just trying to elevate the production value of the video. So there's like graphics and there's pictures, and I think
I'm gonna.
that was like.
I cheated myself out of that. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
I definitely would have noticed. Like, whoa, I love editing, but it is tedious. But I love it. But I am trying to get away from it. Like, I used to do a lot of editing on my movie reviews to the point where I'm spending like 3 hours because I would record everything. So I record me going to movies, and then I record me doing the whole thing one take. And then I record at the end me sitting there giving my last thing. But what I would do it's pretty clever to me, but it's just too much. I would then take the trailer and I would and again, I would say everything I have to say first, and then watch record the trailer, and then like my Superman video. If you watch that, I did an amazing job. I took that trailer and cut it up, and every part, like there's a part where, and I didn't think about it, where I said, "Oh, and punches." And when I said punches, I clipped just the scene where Superman threw a punch, and I took like. So I used to do that where if I say something and that trailer has something similar to what I was saying, I overlay it. And it takes a long time, but it comes out looking real good. But I'm like, you know what? I don't know how many people actually care that much. I'm finding, especially Doc Dark shows me all the time, you don't have to do much. And so I really did cut back a lot on, editing.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I'd love to get your point of view on the thing. Like the Little Nightmares one, I actually don't show my face at all. It's all like clips and cuts. And so I'm just trying to, experiment with different formats. And I think if this one does well, you may see a pivot in the videos I do, not the live streams, the videos, because I had like, it's really easy for me to pick on $1 trillion companies, $1 billion, like it's really easy for me to do that. And I think over the last year and a half, I've been kind of trying to do a little like my own spin of console war stuff, but it's all the same. It's like, it's always the same. It's always like, it doesn't matter what it is. It's like, oh, look, we scored this, we scored that. And to me, it's like too easy. Like in a way, it's not really fun is not the right word. It's not productive for me.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it.
And
what's cool too is doing this for a long time. Pre-made videos the shelf life is like almost versus like no one, people don't really usually go back and watch live streams that much, right? The live stream got about 2 weeks in them, and it's kind of a wrap. But these videos, people will watch years later, which is great. So I even told myself I missed the opportunity, right? I was high and mighty on I don't like to do video game reviews. I do movie reviews, but I like to just do a first impression, which is a live stream. And it just hit me as I'm playing Lost Souls Aside, as I'm currently playing. I was like, man, I missed it. I should have put out video game reviews, because years later, people still look back like, oh, let me check out a review of this game, right? Like reviews just live forever, and talking points like the whole dumb one gorilla 100 men. Years later, people are gonna be like, "Yo, remember that?" They're just gonna somebody gonna look it up, and your video might show up, right? Or my video, or somebody who did it. I would have been smarter to do a one-take Charlie Kirk thing, which I was thinking about it, but I'm like, well, I'm gonna talk about him on stream. This stream's gonna end. It's gonna be what it is. Years later, people are gonna Google Charlie Kirk, and a 6-minute video will come up, and that's what people are gonna watch. So, definitely doing a thing on Little Nightmares is gonna be, and the cool thing is you have passion for it. So I think that's what
I think that's what because I like, I talk about pretty horror. I talk about like the artsy side, the story side, the things that have deeper meaning. So Mel, he comes to my game, my stream sometimes. I think he does amazing reviews, right? My review can never be as good as Mel's. Mm-hmm. But what I don't see a lot of is like, or maybe I do, but something that I naturally is like, what is my interpretation of this, right? What is my thing? Because I think there is an audience of people who are like, yo, what is going on in split fiction? Like, I may do that next if this video does well. Like, to me, like it's a lot of people are like, oh, there's this Easter egg of this game in split fiction, or they did well in that. But I think there's like the game, right? There's like a deeper level that probably like AI, and that's what's kind of going. But I think there's some levels deeper than that when you start talking.
Do you mean like lore?
Yeah, I think lore is a part of it. I think lore. Yeah, I think an iceberg dives deeper and deeper into the lore, right? So so you'll see kind of how I do it in Little Nightmares, where it's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and by the time we get to tier 4, it's like very dark, like very like what we're talking about. So yeah, I think lore is a way to do it, to talk about it, but to get to like very deep meanings of the character or like what they're actually doing, like you know what I mean?
I'm really looking forward to it because I love the games, but it was so surface level. I don't even remember the character's name. And it's like, it'll be like, dude, I thought you played part 1 or part 2. I did, but I played it with my wife. We enjoyed it. I mean, I stream, whenever I play something with her, I stream it. So we stream the whole game. So we play the whole game live. We stream it. We're enjoying it. We're playing it. But at the same time, some people are chatting. Sometimes we're commenting or whatever. But it's like, Little Nightmares was a fun, creepy game. I got to enjoy it with my wife. But it's like, whenever I would always tune into you and you would bring up the characters and what you think the meaning is. And I'll be like, man, that went so over my head. So I'm dying for this video, almost like a recap for me. And almost like, okay, the new one's coming out. But like, let me dive a little bit deeper into it and I don't have to play the game,
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. So like, I'll talk about what I think, I hope people do is like, I'm not saying you, but like I give my theory there and I hope they play the next game like, okay, this is what Purple said is going on in this world. Does this carry over? Because I'm going to do a follow-up, right? When Little Nightmares 3 comes out to say like, hey, did my theory hold true?
Okay.
And so like it's setting up for the next one already, like the video I'm going to do, in October. But there's a lot of games like that. I can do it with Inside. That's another game that it's telling the story, but no words are spoken, right? I think those are the type of games that interest, like it shows the game I like, and I'm just getting my thought out there for someone who maybe just coming across it, or someone if they really love it, they'll say, oh, like, who's this person coming up with this theory? Darksiders is probably one I couldn't do it with, right? Because Darksiders is so narrative driven, right? Yeah. And so I still may do something for Darksiders when it comes out, though. But like, or Outriders, I love that game, but I really can't do anything with Outriders. So yeah, no, I had a lot of fun doing this, and we'll see how this one does. Like I said, I have a couple other videos that I haven't posted.
Did you do all the recording and you just need to edit it, or do you still need to record stuff?
No, I literally have it in. I am now just, I'm going through and I'm listening to it again just for the chapters.
Yep.
So I'm trying to do it like very, like, here are the chapters. Oh, she said tier 2 this, or she said the theory here, or here's where she talks about the teacher or the woman with the mirror, whatever. So I'm just doing that, and then it's going to be posted to the members for at least 24, if not 36 hours, and then it'll go out to the wild, and we'll see how it does.
Nice. Well, I'll definitely be checking it out ahead of time.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Like I said, it'll be different than what I've done in the past, but hey Jerry, man.
CMG.
But like I said, I'm trying out different things, like the Mario Kart streams are super fun. I'm still having fun with that game. Still having fun there, and just trying different things and trying to, again, I think now more than ever, trying to show, the humanity in people and the, like what brings us together, right? Like, I think that's really important now. So, like doubling down on that and ensure, like I said, I can easily make a video like pissing off PlayStation people or Xbox people or PC people, but I would like to think that the community I bring together is more powerful together than the views I bring that are separating people. Right? And that may sound cheesy, but
no, you're 100%. I mean, I was on to something when I was, listen, I would have been on to something if I stuck to my whole, I'm going to be the anti-Doc Dark. And every video he put out, I'm going to make a counter. And like, I had people from his chats when I would, make a video, and then they end up starting to watch me. And so I know there's something there, but the thing is, I always like to say, if I wanted to, this would be a review channel, right? But I feel like I'm more than that, and so it's like, I have interest in certain things I want to do. And so also another thing, kind of like you said, it sounds cheesy, but I was telling my friend earlier, my best friend in the world, he actually came on today. He's a very educated guy, and he's love the guy, man. He's such the nicest guy, right? So anyway, that was my friend that I went to his he had a Star Wars wedding in Arkansas. So I was telling him yesterday, he never watches my stuff, but we were talking, and I brought up Obi Rose, how last week we talked about God and science. And he was like, man, I love that. Those are the two favorite subjects. I was like, oh, I didn't know to invite you to the show. You don't never be on my stuff. But anyway, I was telling him, I was like, if I really wanted, like, my channel to blow up, it'd just be me. I wouldn't invite nobody on. Because you need to let people know who you are enough so they get an idea of, okay, what is the content? So if a brand new person came to one of my shows, they're going to be like, not to be funny, but TPG already know. I had to tell them today, I was proud of you today. You didn't go all crazy and all that. And I always tell them, and FCAT, there's people I know that said they don't watch my show because I allow y'all to be on there. And not even because of the TPG thing, just because they feel like it's lower. I won't say that. But they feel like it's not what they used to like. Whatever. So, but my thing is, like, I feel like, dude, the community liked me because I was some idiot wearing a cowboy hat. And I just feel like I like to socialize, and if people want to come on, come on. So I shoot myself in the foot. But I just feel like, you know what? It makes me happy just to chat with people and stuff. And if I really wanted to chase, numbers, listen, I put out one video, my first video with the puppy, and it's like 500 something views, right? Why didn't I put out another one yet? Because I don't feel like getting to it yet. I done recorded like 1,000 videos of this little dog. And when I think of it, it's like, oh, it's a lot of editing, and I'll get to it, right? But if I was for the numbers, I'd be like, oh, I got to put out that next video right away. But, and so much stuff happened. He had to go back to the pet shop because he was sick, had to go to the vet. This is just heartstring stuff that's probably going to do good, but I'm not in a rush to say, to build no channel. I just like what I like. I like the few people that come by. I get, enjoyment out of doing what I randomly like, oh, I'm going to do this or that. And, so it is what it is. So I definitely know how you feel, and what you build and what you want to keep, like you said, why divide the community You know, and I feel like this. I'm not one of those people where I was talking about some before, and he was saying something about it was some like, oh, if you can make $1,000. I was like, really? What's $1,000? Like, I've always been like the person where if it's not life changing, like, oh, you want to help me rob the bank? Your cut would be $4,000. I'm just making it. Nobody said that to me. I'm just saying. And it's like, what am I doing $4,000? Like, that ain't doing nothing. Like, you know what I mean? So I feel like YouTube is cool, and I get to, you know, like you're gonna be doing, or I think you did already. You can write stuff off now and stuff. But it's like, it's still not like this is taking over our jobs and our careers. You know what I mean? So it's like it's no point for me to change who I am. Now, I don't know how much money Doc is making. I know he's making a decent bit on this, but it ain't gonna take his job's money income. You know what I mean? So it's like, unless I'm gonna be like Lono and literally watching Lono, I give him all the credit in the world, but I couldn't do it. You know, I'm one of those people where I just couldn't do it. Like, I can't sit there all day and people just kind of bashing and bashing and bashing, and I gotta act like I like this. Not saying he's faking it, but I gotta, you know, pull people to one side. I just don't care that much, and so I wouldn't enjoy it. You know what I mean? Maybe if you wrote a check out for me and said, "We'll pay you this, Cowboy, if you start doing this." If you gave me the check up front, maybe if I gotta work to build to that, I don't know. But maybe if you gave me the check and be like, "Hey, listen, we just want you to do a console war thing. Just be super team PlayStation, bash everything, make it like you're not." But you know, then maybe I'll do that.
No, I totally agree. You know, but I also just, like I said, I just want to kind of put my art. I think for me, it's now just becoming more about like just putting like my spin on things, and so you know, I think it's interesting you said like a professor or a teacher, because I think that's how I organize my thoughts is like similar to how if I was going to present, I am presenting, right? So I just want to be, you know, like you could say whatever you want to say about her, you know, like I look a certain way or I sound a certain way. What I hope happens is people come away with like, oh, I didn't think about it that way, or like I think energy, like him saying what he said today, was like, give the guy 100% credit, right? Like I may disagree with him on certain things, right? But for him to just acknowledge, like, hey, you provided something I didn't think about before, right? To me, that interaction is way more important than like a console war interaction, right? Where it's like it's just gonna go, it's just the next battle. It's just the next battle. It's just the next battle. And just for someone to be like, okay, you actually, I didn't see it that way, or at least I have to at least recognize that point, right? And that's why I think I always tell people like this is kind of the love, like this is where we're starting with, right? Like this is like we can agree on this, right? So then we can have the conversation, like, you know, earlier, like that's what we were trying to do initially, if you remember. Like you're like, I have no idea what y'all are talking about, but the difference between like liberal arts and science and you know, and just like let's start there, right? Because then you can maybe have you can have a conversation. Yeah.
I think what was great what you did. So my friend Matt, my best friend, so he was like, well, what I'm gonna do, because he believed Charlie is a racist, right? And so he was like, I said, well, don't tell me everything, because I like to be surprised. And what I learned was on camera, you rehearse something, you can't get it back, right? So like if we talk off camera and rehearse something, you can't get that energy back on camera because it's not going to be authentic. You're not going to react the same. You're not going to be like, wait, what? So I was like, just ask me everything on, you know, during the show when you show up. But one of the things he was saying is he was breaking it down. And remind me of you. It literally, I actually texted him while you were talking energy. I know he probably didn't see it, but I was like, dude, you got to come over here and see my friend. And she's talking energy about Charlie Kirk. Because I knew he would have, well, I'll say it. You'll probably laugh when you hear this. So literally what he said, so what I like to do is when I have a disagreement with somebody, I like to ask them a question. It's like, so the first get to where we're going, I know in my mind what I think, but I want to ask them a question. And literally, you said the energy. So, and you asked him so many questions where he had to answer first instead of just hearing you speak and then he rebuttal what your point was. You had to ask him a question, and what that does is before you even have to go into your bag, you could disqualify what his points would be. You know, no offense, energy, just saying in general.
So he was tired too. Energy was tired, I think.
Yeah, definitely was. Yeah, energy. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Listen, you know what you do. Bro.
Yeah, no. Energy was tired. He's a good dude.
He was tired, but it was cool because it just from a debate or debate standpoint, you disqualify certain people on where you're going to go by finding out their level of knowledge they have on where you were going to go anyway. So you don't even have to go as deep sometimes, not even sometimes, but in a debate, if the person is surface level on where you were going to go anyway, right? And so instantly it's kind of like, they're like, oh, wait, huh? And then you're like, okay, well, you already know where I was going, and you kind of don't really know. So now you could gauge how much you need to pull out the bag or not, and you kind of almost won that round already. You know, it's really systematically clever, and but it was interesting. I would like you to meet him though.
No, for sure. And what I was gonna say, you know, talking about like I think we can agree, like, you know, the art of rhetoric, like there's value in understanding, like, you know, different styles and strategies, and so like I said, why was I watching Charlie Kirk? I was looking at how he debated, right, versus someone else. And one thing I will say that he did really well, and you won't like if you go back and watch it, I'm not telling you to or not to, but if you go back and watch what he does, is he takes a topic that is emotionally charged to the other person. You know, like, so if he's talking to a gay person, he's going to lean into something where it's emotionally charged, or if he's talking to a trans person, you know, oh, look at that one. Hey, Sandy.
Hey. Little baby.
Oh, my goodness.
You're getting big, boy. Pro says you're going to be 100 pounds.
Nah, probably 70, though. Not joking.
Shut up, probably 70. You think you're 70? 70, little man. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so that's his style, right? His style is like he would take an emotionally charged topic and then get you off your game, because now he's basically asking or throwing out things that are meant to, like,
correct,
you're gonna go at it, right? Like, you know, so it's just interesting to see different ways to do it, and the people who can do it the best can be able to, like, suss it out really quick and figure out, you know, pivot when they need to. So but yeah, no, there's a bunch of different techniques, you know. May have been a debater at a former life, maybe not.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, in public speaking, one of the big things you learn is know your audience. And so, you know, that's half the battle right there. You know, if you know who you're speaking to, you know, it's like a cheat sheet kind of, you know.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. So, like, but at the same time, I think to have a true conversation, you kind of have to credit again to energy, you know, 100%. You kind of have to be able to keep composure, right? To be like, hey, you know, like, and I think a lot of times you have to, like, depending on where the person is like, hey, is this even a right time to have a conversation? Like, you obviously are too charged right now, or I'm too charged, or the other. Neither of us know anything about this topic, right? So why are we even arguing? So yeah, I think you know, just in general, yeah, I think asking questions. I think if we asked more questions and are honest if we truly know the answer or don't know the answer, right? I think pride so many times gets in the way because we're like, oh, I opened this up, right? And then at the same time, you got to give people grace, You got to understand human emotion. People do not want to be wrong. People do not want to be seen as dumb. People, you know, give them grace to back down, you know, to give them a way out. You always give people an exit ramp. You know, like this isn't. And you said something interesting that I wanted to add on to. And everybody wants to be a winner. And what many times that defaults to is people not actually winning, but making sure the other person loses.
Yep.
And so I think if we can get to it, and I truly believe people can both people can still win. You know what I mean? I still think there's a way to get to that. Like I never want, you know, like total annihilation, right? Like just destroy. Like what's that gonna do? You know, it reminds me, like in war, you know, people would be like, "Oh, I want to totally destroy this group on the battlefield." Okay, well, in war, you know, if we're honest about it, like if you totally destroy an army and just pillage a town, but you want that town, do you think those people are going to all of a sudden bow down, or you think they're always going to fight back because you were so harsh to them? You know what I mean? Like there has to be almost a way that you have to be gracious in victory, almost in a way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, if you're charged up, you know, it all depends on where you're poised and how you are. I remember when I was young in elementary school, I had a friend of mine named Lamont, and I actually told him about the show today too, because he's, it's funny. I knew a lot of smart guys. Lamont was super smart. He bought a house when he was really young, had it for a couple of years, sold it, made some money. He was just always like the smart guy in our group, and we used to always debate when we was in elementary school, and he would get me, and he would always say like, "I'm gonna win even when I lose," and that meant I get emotional, and then all he do is like, see, and I would be right, and he'd be like, "No, you're right, Aunt. You're right, Aunt. No, you're right, Aunt." I'm like, "No," and I'm all getting emotional, and he's all like taking the high road, saying that I won. But still, I technically lost because I got mad and I'm annoyed. And so, yes, it's definitely, you know, it's hard because people are people. And we, you know, until we try to get a certain sense of maturity and a certain sense of patience, I think patience is the key. I won't even use maturity. But if we get a certain sense of patience, then we could understand, like, wait, how am I being? Do I need to calm down? Like you said, I don't need to annihilate somebody. Like, whoa, like we could kind of back off a little bit, you know, like what am I getting for making a person feel low about themselves when I already won?
Yeah,
You know?
like it's just like if anything, it's like how do you build them up? Like how, you know, you don't want them to look, because what does that say about you if you just dominated someone? Like, you know what I mean? You want people to leave conversations feeling good. You know, like if we just thought about it that way, like how can I make this person leave this conversation feeling better about themselves or building off of that, right? Just think if that was like our philosophy, is that I want this person to leave this conversation feeling, even if they lost, like, hey, they'll do better next time. You know what I mean?
No, I listen. I live that because we do our We Wrestle Wednesdays, and there's guys who haven't been playing as long, they're not as good, and I always build everybody up. I come up with something like, you know, like this new guy, one of Energy Friend. I'm like, dude, you got to be like the rookie of the year, like, bro, you're getting so good, and like, and they get better and better, and it's like, you know, even like. I won't get into the specifics, but we had this one championship where I won for 14 weeks straight. So the highest was one of TK9 guys. He won 16 weeks straight. And so I wanted to beat his record. Now, the guy before me had 13 weeks, and I just beat his record, and Energy ended up beating me. So, but to win and not trash talk so much and be like, yeah, because there was a point in time where my wife was like, man, what you're doing is not cool. Watch people stop playing. And I had to think about it like, okay, how do I win but not make people want to quit at least just one championship, not the whole league, right? And that's what was happening because I'm talking so much smack. People are like, I don't even care about that title. Who cares? I'm like, now you got some losers. That's a loser mentality. And people got mad when I said that. And I'm like, it's true. But I'm like, okay, I shouldn't have said that because now they kind of don't care anymore. So everything you're saying, it is a real life strategy to have. And like, what do you gain out of like, all right, if you see the same people on a weekly basis, like let's say your community, like you said, what's the point of me destroying my community, right? Like, what would be the point? Like next week, if you value them coming back, then you want to be a certain way so they will come back, right? It's like you're getting enjoyment out of socializing at the same time as debating and stuff, like Severance. Man, we go at it all the time. And sometimes I say things, I'm like, I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I was too mean, right? Because sometimes he drives me crazy. And so I get a little extra with him. But and I tell myself like, all right, I need to calm it down. Because I do like him as a person, even though I think he's Mr. Urban World with somebody else who's doing the alt account. But at the end of the day, we do have good interaction.
I don't think Severin's an alt account by any means.
Well, I don't think Severin is who he's saying he is. I'll say that. I think he got this made up story that's probably written on either the palm of his hand or his wall that he look at or he memorized.
I'm not going to agree or disagree with that. I would say that there are certain things in Severin's biography that I have questioned based upon what he said. Because like I said, there's something like when I was a business consultant way back when, what they would tell us, or even when I was a lieutenant in the Army, like they would say, don't go to the CEO of a company as an outsider and say something off the whim about their company. They know their company, right? You're going to look like a fool. You're going to lose all credibility when you talk to someone who knows something. Like they know that you're lying, right? And so I've always known that. Like I try to always talk about things I know. And like things I don't know, you'll notice I'll be like, I don't know that.
Right.
And so, but there are certain things that I will say, like Severin has said, that I'm like, I know, like what you said.
Well,
like
I've told him this. I told him this personally. I can't say to his face, but I've told him like my thoughts and theories, and he's like whatever. But I will say this, and I won't say. But I clearly on camera one time it was something said, and I was like, I know for a fact that's not correct, right? And so sometimes people try to be the smartest person in the room. They either are the smartest person in the room, or they want you to think they're the smartest person in the room. And so, that day clearly wasn't the smartest person in the room, and he never responded. So, but it is what it is. So either way,
yeah, I think everybody. I mean, look, like I said, if people come by, they're coming by for a reason, right?
That's what I was gonna say next. Either I don't even care. Listen, I have my suspicions that some people are like clearly the same people or whatever. I said it sometimes or whatever, and I might mess with the people they sell. Just like we think Ron is Aminar. It is what it is. But I do value these.
Which one's Aminar?
Ron Slusher, right?
Yeah, I know.
I don't care if you heard his voice, Purple. I don't care. He's Aminar.
I think Ron is Aminar.
Okay.
I've told Ron that. I think there's only so many trolls from that community,
right?
And who are constant trolls. You know what I mean?
Right.
Who can actually, and and even the ones who were like trolling, you still saw them come, like Maker. Maker's a cool dude at the end of the day. Like he just likes he's just a contrarian, right? And so, but Ron, no. When I saw Aminar show up on my stream one time, I was like, no. There's no.
Because he didn't really come up to my stuff either. So when he would come to my stuff, what's that?
Yeah, no. Ron is definitely. I think Ron is definitely Aminar.
I think because Ron always bring up Stadia, he wants us to know he's Aminar.
Yeah, no,
Ron. Like he doesn't want to say it, but he just wants us to know, like, I'm still around.
Yeah, no, which is crazy, you know, that it's like, Ron, you're a troll anyway. Like, Ron, you got to go like super troll. It's not like Monkey Boy Cloudy V, where it's like, oh, that's Cloudy V. You know, he's okay, he's okay. And then Monkey Boy, you know, he's about to like drop a hammer on something, right?
Right.
Like, it's like, Ron, dude, like, you always come to my stream talking about prices and Nintendo and ripoff, and why you gotta even like have like an extreme Ron? I don't know. I think
You know what's cool? I've been talking to Cloudy V a lot lately.
No, Cloudy V dropped a comment in one of my videos recently.
Yeah, he made me 4 videos. So he it was amazing. He's using AI. He made a video of Spitz saying, like, walking up to the microphone saying, "And now your mama knows," and stuff. And he made another video with like he's using AI and it looks so real. He made another video where the Chucky was talking and saying, "And now your mom knows." This recently, this was like yesterday. He was like, "Oh, go to my channel." He sent me the link for the one for Splits like a week ago, and then he was like, "Oh, I made you some other videos. You might like go to my channel, and you can be able to get it because I couldn't get it, you know."
Cloudy would have been an interesting person for today's conversation. You know, like he's someone who I think has very strong opinions about everything that was probably discussed. But again, that's a great example of like, let's not talk about there's so many more things like that brings us both happiness and joy, and but yeah, that's kind of my thing. And so like I try to catch myself. I think trying to, now that I think about it, I think my thing is to, if people are at least thinking, right, and not, you know, not overly emotional about stuff,
right,
they generally will be able to catch themselves and you know, leave with more of a positive than anything.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
So we'll see. Like, that's, you know, there's new Neos. He's been coming by. I met him in Doc's stream, and he came by, and he and I went back and forth one time on the Mario Kart one, and he said something, and it was and I was like, Neos, man, if that's what you're trying to, you got to learn how to make your point, you know. And then, you know, more about, I found, you know, he's like 22 and stuff, and he's like, well, Purple, I'm gonna make a video about you. You know, I'm gonna counter you in the video. And I was like, all right, you know. And so he did, and he did a live stream. I was there, but my thing was, because he's like, I've never done this before, so I'm nervous. So he did the video, and he's like, what do you think? Like, you go to counter? And I was like, no, man, like, you went outside of your comfort zone, man. Like, you had to think about the argument you were going to make. You had to do that. I was like, that's the win to me. Like, is that you had to like try to articulate your thought. You had to think about that. Like, that's it, you know. And so you know, he comes by, and he, you know, he's like the piracy guy. He's like, piracy's good. So, but it's still, that's something where, like I said, like, if I can just find that thing, because people are coming by for a reason, and they may not. That's what I think the internet's done right now, is everybody's trying to win. They all try to win to make sure the other person loses. And if everybody's doing that, then you said this, you're just gonna have a bunch of people who are isolated. You'll have 2 people who are so isolated that they actually agree, and they will still try to find a reason to disagree. You know, like that's the truth. And so I just think the people who are older, like who've been around, like, you know, we all can agree that someone who's 20 years old probably does not need to be making life decisions, or, you know, like, it's just like, there's no way there's just no way.
I agree.
And so I think it's up to, like, and maybe that's just me talking, because, you know, I'm getting all sentimental about my age, but maybe that's just me talking about, we kind of have to set the example, because I honestly think they think at least in the gaming world, that these older men who are console warring, they don't realize that some of these men have every single system. They're like dark, making money. This is not how grown-ups talk. This is not how grown-ups, you know, like, you know what I mean? And so, but they don't know that because they don't have that experience to realize, yo, man, I have so many other real world problems. Like, I got a parent who's sick. I got to pay for a cousin's medical bill over here. I got this stuff at work over here. Company is saying, like, you know, they're about to lay, you know, you have so many things that actually impact you.
Yep.
That, or you got a kid who just cussed you out. You know what I mean? You got
Like,
a family.
you know what it is? I don't think their brain, not their brain, but I don't think their lifestyle allows them to say this is a hobby versus I am so into this. Like, this is my, like, I can't wait to get home to well, they probably commented at work, but yeah, like, I totally, like, for a guy to see in a video me make a comment and then follow me back to my comment on Dr. Dark's video and follow me back to my channel, like, why would you, for what? Like wow,
it's like,
man.
you don't even realize that Doc and I, like,
right,
you know, like, and so, but I think that's what we have to do, because you got to think this is the generation that during their, you know, experiment with the world, like, act stupid, right? They were locked up. You know, they see politicians attack people. They see the richest people in the world act stupid. And it's like, no, man, this ain't normal right now, right? This is not real life, right? And if you think this is real, like, but I can't do that, right? I can't tell, because they don't have that context. So how, the only way I can do that is like with Neos, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, man. What I want you to do is, if you truly to succeed, you need to learn how to communicate, right? Like, that's the thing. So why don't we practice on you doing? And if it takes you countering me for you to try to build an argument, then I'm okay with that, right? Because, like, that should tell you, like, I'm not taking this personal. This ain't serious enough to take it personal, right? Or like this stuff that we're seeing with the political, you know, and that's why I was really excited when Energy was like, nah, you know, like, this is a neutral conversation, right? Because it isn't about this side is, like, I try to show every single example I showed, like, yo, spies are on both sides, extremism is on both sides, you know, like, there's something else there. It's not this side's bad, right? So but we have to do that because we do have the context, and unfortunately that generation, you know, they're struggling right now.
Well, you know what's hard too is think about terms they use, right? Like, when did people start being called influencers? I was like, you know, so it's like people they look up to would literally tell them what to do and what to buy and what to think and who to follow, because, you know, it's like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, I used to look at, like, and again, you know, it's the internet and everything, right? So, you know, growing up, you had a strong leader that was somebody you personally knew, right? Fit personally in you know, we didn't have no choice but to say in real life, right? But somebody you personally knew, or maybe you talked to them on the phone, right? That was a leader. Actually, an influencer was like a bad term. Me growing up, like, am I influencing me to do nothing? So, you know, now it's like interesting, like, wow, you know, I guess, you know, it's a term, but, and speaking of that, we got somebody in that age group that could speak on this. Purple, you will know this person very well from Once Upon a Time. Coming in, none other than the legendary Rain the Collector. Rain.
Oh, Rain is there in that group.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
What's
Rain.
up?
I'm driving right now, so.
Yeah, you can tell. Don't get in an accident, Rain.
Yeah, right.
No problem.
Like talking about like.
Right, we were just talking about people your age, and here you are.
What they do?
No, we were just saying that it's a little rough, I think, for some people your age because, like, you know, COVID was a big deal. Kind of like, you know, your COVID was around for a bit, and that was like, if you look at your age, right? So, like a prime, you know, time where you're growing up, you got COVID, and you got. I was saying now, like they got you know, it's terms like influencers. I'm like influencer. Like,
Yeah.
what happened to leaders and you know stuff like that. So we was having a conversation. We're going down the rabbit hole from one thing to the next.
Look, I accomplished what I came out to do is get to midnight. So I'm on. I did what I wanted to do.
First of all, I can't stand you.
I accomplished what I wanted to do.
That's now you know what's crazy is Energy is Rain's uncle.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah,
I was about
so
to
I
ask
got
about Mississippi, the Mississippi connection.
Yeah, so I got to meet Rain in person this summer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, stayed at their house for the weekend and everything. Well, he doesn't live there, but he's always
Yeah.
there. But it's really cool.
Well, here recently I ain't been there a lot, but I got my reasons.
Oh yeah, man. You know you got your own place now. You got a girlfriend, so you know life changed.
So
New job.
yeah,
That's cool.
I gotta bring her over there to meet Energy though, because she's a big nerd when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah, Energy was like, wait, he got a girlfriend? I was like, oh yeah, you wasn't on there when he explained all that. He was like, I didn't meet her yet. So yeah, you definitely got to do that. And I'm sure, you know, everybody else will want to meet her.
Well, right now she's with family, so I was out and about with friends and everything.
It's cool. Yeah, you always got to have your own time if you want it. You know, that's the whole thing with relationships. They'll consume you. But listen, my wife and I she's literally like my best friend, right? But it's like, you know, I don't really know many people here. I don't have that interest to really go out and do something extra. But it's like, you know, your age and stuff. You know, I remember you going out paintballing with your friends and all that, and playing shooting pool.
Yeah.
So it's still good to do that also, you know, every so often. You know. No matter how the guys
So
like. Bro,
we actually met through pranks.
You say?
Like, she went to the bar that I went to, and that's how we met, playing pool. And
Hey, it just broke up. Say it again.
I
think we losing you. Well, look, Purple, I want to keep you up because you got something you got to do for me, and you already.
Yeah, I gotta finish these chapters. So hopefully it doesn't take me. It's the first time I ever did it like this. So I just want to make sure the computer that it's easy to follow. So that's all.
Gotcha.
But go back and watch that other video. Tell me what you think about the editing.
No, I 1000% definitely will. Yep.
All right. But hey, really great to catch you. Cowboy, thank you for the time again. And everybody else, thank you. All right. And Energy, if you're still out there, great conversation. And also thank you for the service. All right. So, all right.
Definitely.
All right.
All right,
Later.
bro, take care.
Bye.
Later. All right, guys. That is Purple Haze. All right, Rain, where you at? So it's funny because you're on here, but I don't. Okay, there you go. I think it's frozen. I just see your face and it's frozen. You look like it looks all scary.
Yeah, well, I'm in like a dead spot right now, driving.
There you go. Yeah, it must just be the area you're at. Yeah, we had a great conversation today. The whole thing ended up, I had a bunch of stuff, but it was non-gaming today. We ended up talking about Charlie Kirk like the whole time. We talked about some few other things, and then Energy and Purple got into like a little bit of politics stuff, and it was interesting. And again, I was going to end like hours ago, but Purple comes on and always extend my streams.
I think both sides has rights and wrongs to them.
Yep.
I don't think someone deserves to die.
Yeah, that is wild. Like, it's just crazy that
I mean,
somebody.
especially because his kids were sitting right next to him.
Right. It's like I said earlier, if the dude had the gun and it crossed his mind, wait, I'm about to take him away from his wife and 2 kids, would he have still done it? But then I feel like, yeah, because at that moment he was just way radical. It just felt, I'm about to do something, to benefit my side. That's wild. But anyway, Rain, I am gonna end this stream, man. I'm probably gonna get off and play a little bit of Lost Ark.
Yeah, I'm just heading home. So
Okay. Oh, so you're on the way home now.
yeah.
Okay. Have you played any video games lately?
No, honestly, I ain't even touched my console since last Wednesday.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't play games as much as I used to, but I've definitely been trying. I've been trying to play this Lost Souls aside whenever I can.
Yeah, like I'm spending so much time with her right now. It's crazy.
Listen, as long as you're enjoying it and it's beneficial to the relationship, right? So there's times, where you're like, you want it, she want it, then that's great, So
yeah, that's like tomorrow. I'm probably gonna have to leave early again if I can even play, because I'm going to get another tattoo done.
Okay. Where are you
And
going
then
to
the
get
next,
this?
I got a friend who does tattoos,
Okay.
and she's gonna charge me $50 for this one. And it's not gonna be a big one, but
Where are you getting it at?
it just had her house. Oh, I'm getting it on my leg, like on my
Yeah,
thigh.
that's the leg. Okay, cool.
So, I don't know if you played Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
No, I played a little bit of that, not much.
It's gonna be the Assassin's Creed emblem from that, with the skull on it.
I'm just I'm happy for you, man. I love happiness. I think sometimes a lot of times, not sometimes, relationships, it help both the men and the women. Like it give you a little bit of direction. Like it's like you get the like you feel like you're a team. You got somebody that's there for you. You get a sense of I want to be there for somebody else. So I've always been a relationship guy. Whenever I was single, it was cool to be single, but I've always valued a relationship. So I'm really happy for you.
I mean, we have our problems, like every couple.
But
I mean, if you don't have problems, to me, if you don't have problems, then it's not a good relationship.
Yeah. Well, I think the cool thing with so I always want to think about me and my wife. So we've been married for 10 years now, and we're about to be dating for 14 years on the 25th. And what's cool is I always say our relationship got better after the 3rd and final time we broke up. So when people are like broke up 3 times, because every time we broke up, we had a big issue, broke up. The first time we was only broken up for 2 weeks. Second time we was broken up for like a day or less than a day. And the next time we was broken up for the last time, maybe 2 weeks or a week. And that all happened in less than a year. Like maybe within our first 7 months of dating, right? But we got better and better with those issues. And yeah, we're not a perfect couple and we have our issues, but like we learn you learn from your ups and downs. You know what I'm saying?
You learn to be able to talk to them and explain your problems and how to solve it.
Yep.
And which is necessary, honestly, in a relationship, to me at least.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I totally agree with you.
Like before I left to go, like she left to go with her family and I left to go with my friends. I brought up an issue to her that I was feeling, and we sat there and talked it out for a little bit, and everything's cool. But I mean, I'm in the process of learning how to do it, but It's worth it.
That's great. Well, you know, the cool thing is it's all on you, and you evaluate your situation, and you decide what's, you know, good, bad, indifferent, what's worth it, what's not worth it. Like, it's between you two, and it's your life. So as you're getting older, you know, you're out of high school now. It's like great to pretty much be building on your life, you know, and what you want and what you don't want in life.
And she's a couple years older than me, so she's more mature than I am on some situations.
And you know, you always say women are more mature than men is what they say. So
Yeah. But I mean, we did move fast because she's already moved in with me because she needed a place to go and I had a place.
yeah, I remember when I was talking to you last week. I was like, you was like, yeah, she's almost here all the time. I was like, hey, she might move in. You was like, I mean, it wouldn't bother me. And like I said, that's on you. You know, like you make that decision, and you know, if it's okay with you, then cool. You know. So,
Well,
but it's also, you know, don't try to make sure you don't shut out your family and you know their stuff. You know, like ultimately your main decision is on you, but it's also good, you know, from your loved ones to you know if they have comments or questions and concerns, it's always good to hear them out.
Well, that's like while she was at work, I went and I stopped by Energies and I talked to him for a little bit. And I mean, like I said, whenever she's out doing something with her friends, I'm just either at the house or doing something else. And which I mean, like when she brought up moving in, I told her, I said, honestly, I don't mind. If you want to do it, you can do it. But I'm still getting used to it because it's a big change, though.
Well, it worked out that you ended up having your own place.
Yeah, I did.
You know, that it's like, wow. Imagine if, well, it would have never worked if you were still just in the house, you know, the regular house.
You know what's crazy, though? We talked about moving out to Florida.
Really?
Yeah. Because one of her friends, which I got kind of close with her friends too, but her and her boyfriend was talking to us about possibly getting a place out in Florida for all of us.
Yeah. Well, you know, teamwork makes the dream work. And, you know, listen, I planned 8 years into moving to Florida and I love it. So, you know, I think wherever you want to go, whether it's Florida or Arkansas, you know, it's on you. You do your research and you find the area you want to go. And if you guys do it, then you do it as a team. And, you know, man with a plan can never be defeated.
Oh, yeah.
So, even if that's
like,
plan.
Right now, we came up with a thing. I pay the bills and she'll be buying groceries. So.
Well, and the cool thing for you was you was paying the bills anyway. So it's really not you. Now you just got some relief of somebody paying something that you wasn't paying. You know, you was doing it all on your own. So that's cool. Well, let me do this. I'm just gonna shut down the stream, but I'll still keep this up so we can chat.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. All right, guys. Well, it's been a long stream. I don't want it to go too much longer. I want some people to try to watch this back. But thanks you for everybody who popped in. Thank you to Purple Haze. Thank you for Energy. Thank you to TPG. Thank you to FCAT. Thank you to M3 Stallion. Thank you to Jersey. Appreciate all of those guys coming on. Thank you to everybody in the comments. And thank you to Rain, the legendary collector who just popped on. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Tomorrow we'll be back for some We Wrestle Wednesdays, and we'll see how things turn out. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. Now your mom knows. Oh man.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows!
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon! Guys, just want to say, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and I pray for the family and everybody. Rest in peace.